speaker today is Lila Gislason. Lila Gislason is a seasoned marketing executive with an extensive knowledge of change management, design thinking, and brand alignment. She is currently directing marketing and fundraising efforts at the Foundation for the Future, and most recently, she took on an additional role as co-founder. As co-founder, she has hit the ground running, proving herself as a key component to the success of the Foundation for the Future. Ms. Gislason previously worked in marketing roles across Fortune 500 companies, and she is passionate about helping teams bring out the best through cultural development. Lila, the screen is yours.
Thank you so much, Leo. I wish someone would take a moment to introduce you as well. Leo is a very important member on our team. He's our design director, and he's just, I think, a sounding board for all of us. He also does all of our web work. So thank you, Leo. Appreciate it. So welcome to Blue Marble Week. We're honored that you're all here with us. As Leo said, my name is Lila. I'm co-founder here, and we designed, the Foundation for the Future designed Blue Marble Week as a monthly event to bring together the brightest minds in the space industry and to discuss, as Leo mentioned, near-term, near-Earth space infrastructure development. That's from now to the year 2035, from the ground level of Earth to the surface of the moon. So you guys are all in the right place, right? That's why you're all here? Good. Our goal, the Foundation's goal, is to accelerate the United States' space infrastructure development through education, connection, and urgency. Blue Marble Week is one way of doing so. We've got a big vision and big goals, which I'll dive into later. First, I'll provide a quick overview of our day today. This month's theme is Elevators, Space Edition. Tuesday, we spoke extensively about centripetal elevators, which are Earth to space elevators. Thank you again to Dr. Peter Swan and our co-hosts, the International Space Elevator Consortium, for their extensive contributions. They brought a wealth of speakers, brain power, and energy to Tuesday's conversation, and it was greatly appreciated. Yesterday, we covered more traditional Blue Marble Week topics: policy, workforce development, innovation. We had a dynamic discussion with Washington Representative Matt Behnke. We discussed workforce development with the International Space University. Ryan Stewart from NASA was here, and there was a big announcement from Michelle Hanlon about her new role leading the National Space Society. It's a big deal. And of course, we shared a lot about the Foundation's Space Corporation Act, which we are pushing through Congress currently. Just another day here at Blue Marble Week. If you missed these, you can catch recordings on our social platforms, or perhaps someone can even drop the links in the chat. Today also promises to be exceptional. The topic will be gravitational elevators, which focus on the moon. We'll also enjoy a panel discussion about the future with futurist Mitchell Zappa, as well as Joel Mosier, Chief Scientist of the United States Space Force. That's at 3 o'clock today, so please don't miss that. I think it'll be really good. So we here at the Foundation, along with some of our phenomenal partners, created this event primarily to talk about and accelerate the US space infrastructure development. We really see this as the first step to creating a safe, sustainable gateway to outer space. Without the near-term, near-Earth cislunar infrastructure to further expand our reach, there really is no final frontier. So today, I'll share a little bit about vision in general. Why is vision important? I'll share the vision and goals of the Foundation of the Future, and I'll also share the vision and goals of Blue Marble Week, the event. So it'll be a bit of storytelling, a bit of history, and thankfully no technical information from me about space, because I don't have any yet, but we're getting there. So next slide, please, Leo. The Blue Marble photo. There we go. The blue marble photo is what you see here. So Blue Marble Week is more than just a name, obviously. The blue marble is an image of Earth taken on December 7th, 1972, from a distance of about 18,000 miles from the planet's surface. Apollo 17's crew captured this view looking back at Earth as they traveled towards the moon. It was the last mission. It was snapped by one of the three crew members, either Gene Cernan, Ronald Evans, or Harrison Schmitt. NASA credits them all because they don't actually know who took it. But they do know that it was sort of weightless and an unscripted moment. I guess they had made a quick pivot in how they moved, I think, within the capsule, or I don't know. There was something unscripted about this image in particular, but I think that just makes it all the more magical. So Apollo 17, as most of you know, was the last crewed lunar mission. No human since has been far enough from Earth to photograph a whole Earth image such as this one. But it's pretty cool. I mean, it's cool how you can see that it was, a relatively clear day in Africa, and you can see the winter solstice in Antarctica. And, this image, when it was released during the 70s, it was profound for a variety of reasons, but it actually took on a meaning that was much greater than just the image itself. I guess, we were sort of in the middle of this environmental movement at the time, and this image really became a symbol of that. Kind of depicts Earth's fragility and vulnerability and isolation in the vast expanse of space. And I think what's interesting about this is that it was something previously unseen by the human eyes. So unseen and then becoming seen. So previously, no vision of anything like this. And once you see it, you never can really see Earth in the same way. It evoked emotion and it changed behaviors, essentially. And I think the beauty of changing behaviors is that you can then create action. And unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of visible touch points with space in a long time. Until recently, I think, with Elon Musk's SpaceX launches, and then, with the Mars rover landing recently, that got a lot of attention. I was amazed to see, I think there were 12 million views, which is a lot, and probably more. I think that was just on NASA's channel. And, I think most of us were too young to remember the space race. So, we haven't had a lot of visibility into space. And, perhaps a whole generation has gone past. So again, last moon mission, nearly 50 years ago, which is far, far too long. So we feel it's time for a new vision to inspire and drive us forward. So just a quick story here, and this is just a little bit about my own vision, going from not seeing something to seeing something. Next slide, please. So Christmas Eve, a couple years ago, my sisters and I were outside. I think one of them was maybe having a cigarette, sneaking away from parents. And, we saw something very odd in the sky. And, we didn't at the time know what it was. I hadn't been involved in this industry. And, my sisters thought maybe we were under attack or something. But we saw this really interesting line of perfectly spaced dots moving through the sky. With a little research, we realized that this was Starlink, which is SpaceX's satellite internet company. So they're building out infrastructure to bring internet to rural and underserved areas around the world. But it was really cool. And I think this was really the first time, probably since the Challenger explosion, that I had, well, which was also on television, but that I had sort of like a visceral connection to space. It wasn't a movie. It wasn't, something in a book. It was real, and it captured my imagination and sort of emotionally charged me in a sense. I didn't take any action on that, but I think it planted a seed, which is perhaps why I'm here today. And maybe I did catch a little bit of a bug. And I think it's a bug that many of you already share. I think since being in this industry, sorry, I'm not like emotional, but I've never experienced such a group of passionate people. I've worked in a lot of different industries, and it's not normal, really. And I think it's something that all of you share. It's this visions for something that is beyond what we see every day. And it's real, and it's vibrant, and I love that we're all sort of continuously marching towards that vision. And it reminds me that there are generations still behind us. We grew up going out gazing at stars, and as Leo mentioned yesterday, sticking the little glow in the dark stickers on his ceiling at night. And there are just generations of those kids and of those people behind us. So I think we need to keep that in mind as we sort of create our vision for what this all needs to look like. I think it's our kids that move us forward. And maybe our kids don't have aspirations to be astronauts, but they do dream about going to space someday or working there. And not just as astronauts, but maybe, really insert any profession here: electricians, hospitality workers, miners, pilots, HVAC technicians, could be anything really. Because I think from now until eternity, people will live and work in space. So we're trying to lay the groundwork for that here. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is vision? Here's a standard definition, and yes, it's all of these things, but again, it's more powerful because a clear vision can serve as a North Star. It creates focus and momentum and change. I think we see it in our own lives as individuals, in projects, in companies. Michael highlighted the importance of vision yesterday in his talk about the Numenia process. A clear vision is essential for success. We see how powerful the blue marble image, after 50 years still is. I think it has the ability to change humanity. All right, next slide, please. All right, so this slide may feel a little out of place, but I live outside of the Detroit area, and I worked in the automotive industry for years. And I just want to provide an example of how powerful a very simple vision can be. Again, you all probably have hundreds of examples, but this is just one that I chose. Detroit is very much built on the dreams and visions of a handful of early 20th century innovators. I mean, you see it in the street names, and you see it, in the buildings and in the way that the cities were developed. It's fascinating. And primarily Henry Ford. So Henry's Ford vision, I think this actually came as a surprise to me, because I think you'd think that it was more grandiose at the time, but his vision was to build and market, so it was to build and market a simple, strong, reliable, affordable car for the masses. That's really kind of utilitarian, I think. I don't know that he knew how to see further out than that. I think we went from an upgrade from the horse to something completely new. But he knew that he had to sort of connect people from point A to point B. He had to create opportunity and access. I think his vision wasn't really glamorous. I mean, simple, strong, reliable, affordable for the masses. Wasn't luxury. It was utilitarian, but it was, I think, in a sense, infrastructure. He filled a need, he created jobs, and innovation definitely ensued. All right, next slide, please. All right, so we here at the Foundation for the Future are excited about our vision for the future. We see space as something that is real and accessible to everyone, not just a handful of billionaires. We see it as the next frontier to be enjoyed and experienced by our children, as I mentioned, and all the generations beyond ours. We see it as being a safe, secure, and sustainable place. And not a place that is barren and unlivable, like what we see here on Earth today. I think someone yesterday mentioned the example of the Polynesians, putting themselves in boats and just going out into the vast expanse and not knowing what it held, but they wanted to go beyond where they were, and they just found new islands and made them inhabitable. Like what we see here on Earth with the infrastructure we have now. We have sewer lines, we have plumbing, roads, railways, things that we call boring and routine. But it makes life livable. The pioneers had the same issue when they came across the continent. It wasn't easy. So yeah, our vision is to make space commonplace. Like here on Earth, when you drive somewhere in a car, which is actually pretty spectacular when you think about it, like you're in a moving, like engineering marvel on a road, which also took a lot of engineering and work, and you don't even think about it. You don't even think about it. Tim Chrisman, our founder and executive director, often talks about his time growing up in Alaska, where often the difference between having infrastructure and not is a matter of life and death. It's pretty important. So in order to sort of make this vision a reality, we're starting at the ground level by doing what we can to accelerate the creation of a sustainable space infrastructure that supports economic growth on Earth while securing U.S. space interests. Next slide, please. So why do we exist? Why does the Foundation for the Future exist? Our goal is to create sustainable space infrastructure, as I mentioned. Our big and most urgent goal right now is to pass the Congressional Space Corporation Act in 2021. I'll give a little more detail on this because it is pretty important and it's pretty urgent. So we're currently proposing a bill to the U.S. Congress and Senate with the goal of presidential signature into law no later than the 60th anniversary of the Communications Satellite Act, ComSat, of 1962, if you guys are familiar with it. We've sort of modeled this proposal on a lot of the work that was done then. The Space Act will create a private public corporate structure, and it will finance space projects and offer a variety of ways to accelerate innovation and growth in this industry. So through loan guarantees, through commercial lending institutions to support technology innovations. We'll have an investment fund to provide support to new space companies, grants to small businesses and other starting entrepreneurs in the space sector, support for the public benefit quote. And yeah, other space infrastructure projects through bonds and other financing opportunities. Next slide, please, Fabio. So the Space Corporation Enterprise will have 3 offices, which together will serve as a linchpin for the planning, financing, and administration of the basic infrastructure to, from, and through space. The Space Development Fund, the Space Port Authority, and the Center for Space Studies. So next slide, please. And getting back to our third goal is to create an ecosystem of commerce for companies, innovators, and leaders who are building the future of America, which is why we're here. So we're here to start a conversation, make connections, and ignite a community around our shared vision. So yes, that brings us to Blue Marble Week. And again, thank you for joining us. Yeah, we're excited to kick off these events. Well, I mean, we designed them primarily to sort of accelerate the vision and goals of the foundation, but also just to create a kick-ass event, to have impactful conversations, to connect thinkers and doers, to learn, to share, to grow, and have fun. We've got a very passionate tribe here. We're small, we're mighty, and we are looking for ways to best harness this. Next slide, please. So our original vision of Blue Marble Week, and this is our 4th event. Our first event was in December, and we've kind of continuously been evolving it, but it was sort of like I don't want to say a TED style event, but kind of, energetic, dynamic, cutting edge, and also mixed with like a Silicon Valley pitch style competition. So we're taking steps to get there. Just as a side note regarding TED, I thought this was interesting. We did actually reach out to TEDx to see if we could partner with them and do like a TEDx space type event. They have pretty strict rules about being geographically specific and not industry specific. We did propose streaming from space, but no dice. So in lieu of that, we're excited to create our own unique event for the space industry. Eventually, we hope to expand into our own global syndicate of events focused on space infrastructure, of course. Next slide, please. So Blue Marble Week and the Foundation has partnered with the Center for Space Commerce and Finance to host a business plan competition. So this, you can definitely learn more about this through the Center for Space and Commerce and Finance's website. But to compete in this business plan competition, interested teams will submit an application, which includes an executive summary, and a group of judges will review each submission and select finalists to compete in the live in-person Shark Tank style event, which will happen right here at Blue Marble Week at May's event. And the prize is $5,000. So, it's not chump change. It could make a big difference for startups. So we're very excited about that. Please go to, actually, I'll try to drop it in the chat here. Please go to the center's website for more info and rules on that. The deadline is March 30th to submit. So not a whole lot of time, but yeah, we hope that you definitely, oh, there, thank you, Michael. Michael just dropped it in the chat. Next slide, please. We have another exciting partnership to announce. Our October Blue Marble Week event is officially a World Space Week event. For those of you who aren't familiar with World Space Week, it's an international celebration of science and technology. And this happens globally the United Nations General Assembly declared in 1999 that this event would be held every year from October 4th to 10th. So our event just happens to fall right in that time frame. And this year's theme is Women in Space. So we're excited to curate an event around that. Next slide. Because we're always on the hunt for ways to make Blue Marble Week more engaging and continuously difficult to pull off, because we're, I think, gluttons for punishment in that way. We just this week had an idea to possibly present Blue Marble Week from different locations around the country. What if we hosted it specifically in places like Kentucky or, at a factory, so we can tie it back to the idea that, what we're doing through the Space Corporation Act isn't just to boost the Space Coast. It's really to boost rural communities across the country. Next slide. Here's just a quick schedule of our 2021 events. Please go to bluemarbleweek.space for the full schedule. You don't see the December one there yet, because December we're anticipating something bigger and better, because it is the anniversary again of the Blue Marble Week photo. So next slide, please. One last glimpse at the Blue Marble. That one's for Michael. And the next slide. We here at the foundation are always looking for people like you to share our vision. So if you're so inclined, please join us. We're always seeking partners, donors and sponsors, volunteers, steering committee members, board members. The beauty of our current environment is that there are no geographic constraints. So anyone, anywhere can join us. And hopefully sooner than later, we can all be in the same room together, meet somewhere, and rub elbows again. So until then, we'll just keep connecting virtually, and feel free to contact me through LinkedIn or email me at lila@f4f.space. And I look forward to sharing this vision and moving into the future with you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lila. Like Lila said, we here at the Foundation for the Future are a science and public works advocacy foundation dedicated to the creation of public-private space infrastructure partnership. Your help in the ongoing efforts to make space accessible to all is not only appreciated, but also extremely important. If you would like to help in any way, please email myself, Tim, or Lila with our first name followed by @f4f.space. And as always, please visit Foundation for the Future's website at f4f.space for more information on how you can help sponsor and donate to this event. Thank you so much, Lila, for that. Our next speaker is Michael Lane, who will be talking to us about past, present, and future here at Blue Marble Week. Mr. Lane founded the Liftport Group with the idea that an elevator to space could and should be built commercially. The concept for Liftport was simple: to develop the subsystems and precursor technologies needed for the elevator and to commercialize these as a method of payment for the larger, longer-term project of building the elevator. Areas of focus are robotics, nanotech and material sciences, finances, and media. Michael Lane, thank you so much for being such a huge help for Blue Marble Week.
Thank you. It's absolutely my pleasure to help out the foundation. They've got a tremendous role and mission, and I'm happy to support that. So thank you all for the opportunities. I'm going to go a bit off script. I really thought about this a lot last night when I was looking at some of the stuff that we talked about yesterday during the day and some of the stuff that we talked about on the first day, Tuesday, when they were talking about Earth elevators. Before I do that, I want to point out in the chat to Lila, Martin Horowitz is talking about an event called the Bill Conference. It's worth looking up. Martin, if you could put the link into the chat, that would be helpful. That might be an alternative to TED, the TEDx, because Bill is a alternative to the TED program. Bill and TED might sound familiar. It hadn't occurred to me until he literally just posted this, but that actually might be a useful tie. So please reach out to Martin. I think he offered some help with some other stuff to Tim yesterday. So the other day, Pete Swan and the rest of his team were talking a lot about the Earth elevator, and it was fascinating. And I will say candidly, I was surprised by several of the things that they said there. Really impressed and interested, and it re-energized me in a way that I had been skeptical for a long time. So it was actually pretty fascinating for me. I would even go so far as to say revelatory for me. So that was really a great conversation. If you didn't catch it, it's available on the various YouTube channels. We'll have it posted in the next couple of days. It's definitely worth catching. This next conversation is really about the past, present, and future, primarily focused on the lunar elevator, but you can't talk about the lunar elevator without talking about the Earth elevator and the history of it. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time just talking about the history of where we've come from, where we are now currently, because I think it's important to level set, and then where we're going in the near future. I'm hoping this will be somewhat interactive because it's probably more useful if I answer direct questions rather than me just drone on with slides and slides and slides. So that would probably be helpful. But let me give you some background of history. Swan and his team at the International Space Elevator Consortium the other day talked a bit about it, but I want to kind of dive into some more specifics. So the Earth elevator was originally conceived by a guy named Tsiolkovsky, and he was just a normal, everyday, run-of-the-mill schoolroom teacher. He had a 2-room school in Russia in the 1890s. In the 1890s, popular legend, no one has a way of proving this, but popular legend thinks that perhaps he saw imagery of the Eiffel Tower being constructed, and that inspired him to think about, ask the question, how high can we climb? How far can we go? And to me, that's a really inspiring image, right? To see the tallest thing in the world ever, constructed at the time, the Eiffel Tower, inspiring somebody to think, well, is that as far as we can go? Is that as high as we can go? And on a chalkboard, after all the kids had gone home, to just try to scribble out the formulas for that. And, on this call right now, we've got 3 different instructors at different levels, grade school, middle school, and university level. It's just fascinating to me to think about, well, guys, I'm going to challenge you in your free time, go invent something that fundamentally changes the future. Okay, so just do that, right? It's not easy. And so here's this guy, Tsiolkovsky, over 100 years ago, possibly as many as 130 years ago, trying to figure out how to move to space. And the elevator wasn't the only thing he invented. He also invented what we now refer to as either the rocket equation or the Tsiolkovsky equation. And it says in black and white letters, that when you launch something to space, 95% of it is the fuel. 4% of it is the box that the fuel comes in, what you and I call rockets, the actual launch vehicle, and only 1% actually gets to space. So he not only created the elevator idea, he also proved the math behind how difficult it is to get to space, that only 1% or a fraction of 1% of whatever we can launch can go to space. And that rocket equation is the reason why we're having this conversation right now, that it is brutal physics. If our planet was, 1 foot larger all the way around, we might not be able to go to space because the rocket equation is that thin of a razor's edge. Maybe it's a foot, maybe it's 100 feet. But if our world was just a little bit bigger, the gravity would be just a little too much and the rocket equation wouldn't work. We could not go to space. We live on a knife's edge of physics all around us. And that was 100 plus years ago. So then fast forward into the 1960s, another visionary I was fortunate enough to meet, Art Suitinoff, he took the original idea, modified it, updated it. He probably invented it independently. He probably invented the elevator independently, and that's super important to note. You'll see in history things like the radio and the telegraph and the light bulb have all been independently invented several times, and the elevator is no different. We're going to talk about that in a minute. When Art Suitinoff did his work, his father was a political prisoner in the Soviet Union. He was a dissident, and in that country and that time, if you're a dissident, then that impacts the rest of your family. So here's this really brilliant engineer who came up with a potentially world-changing technology of the space elevator, and he was ridiculed. He was giving really terrible jobs. He couldn't, even though he had so strong education, he couldn't do the work that he was trained to do. And so in frustration, he wrote an article in the equivalent of, in America, in Boy Scouts, they have a magazine called Boy's Life. He wrote an article in the Soviet equivalent of Boy's Life magazine, talking about this revolutionary railroad to space. Again, ridiculed and laughed at, but it is still kind of foundational to this history. I'm super happy and proud. One of my many artifacts I've collected over the years is a signed article of his original article. I have I'll show you around my office in a minute, but there's a lot of artifacts here. Fast forward to where the story gets interesting, and we had a recent tragedy. In the late 60s, early 70s, an American, Jerome Pearson, also independently invented the elevator, the Earth elevator. And his take on it was similar but not the same. There's nuance in the differences. It doesn't really matter. But again, he independently invented it. He had no knowledge of Russian. It's not like he could have read the Boy's Life magazine from years before. There's no way he could have read the Tsiolkovsky papers. So that's when the Americans got into the game. And then, interestingly to me, because I'm a big sci-fi nerd, Arthur C. Clarke, the author of things like 2001: Space Odyssey and about 100 other sci-fi stories, sat down and had a meeting with Jerome Pearson. And the details of that are awesome. because what Clark decided to do was popularize the idea, the mythos of building an elevator to the sky, to take the fact of the physics and spark the imagination so that folks like you and I can start really thinking about this. Now, I read that story when I was a kid, and I thought it was ludicrous. This is one of the dumber things I had read. Is what I remember thinking when I read it originally. And then it was pretty much crickets for years, for decades. The idea of the elevator would reemerge as a tall tower. There were several ideas about building tall towers. One of those folks was on our call yesterday. He's not here this morning. And then in about 1999, NASA held a conference with a guy named Dr. Smitherman, who said, let's reinvestigate this elevator. And the official takeaway from that meeting was, it's 300 years away or never. Now, it astounds me that NASA, David Smitherman's from NASA at the time, could say that something could be never, that something could be impossible. Like, that to me kind of blows the image of what I have in mind from NASA. That that I don't think of them as being a never type of organization, right? I talked yesterday about there's a profound difference between difficult, very, very hard, and impossible. I think NASA, more than most folks, knows the difference between what's possible and impossible. And that sparked a challenge with my former business partner, Brad Edwards. Dr. Edwards applied for and received a NASA Institute for Advanced Concepts grant to study the space elevator in a formal way. And that's where I came into the story. That original grant was only $70,000 for phase one. This is all in 2000, 2001, 2, and 3. Phase one was only $70,000. It was a risk. It was a gamble. When Ryan yesterday was talking about how NASA makes a lot of small bets in some of their various programs, their innovation programs, that was one of NASA's innovation program's small bets. $70,000 does not get you very far. In that case with Edwards, it was about a 6-month study. And the result of that 6-month study was, we need to study this some more. And he was very fortunate that he was able to get a follow-on grant for phase 2 for $500,000. And I joined the team at that point. At that point, this would be the end of 2001. There were 2 people in the world officially working on the space elevator, Edwards and I. And there were lots of people that helped us. I don't want to minimize that. There were a lot of people, really smart people, involved with those earliest days. But there were only 2 people that are actually doing the work. We were coordinating it. And I told a little bit of a story yesterday about my original conversation with Edwards. I was super skeptical, but he surprised me. And we met for lunch, and what was supposed to just be for lunch turned into, 7-8 hours. We stayed for lunch. They cleaned up around us. We stayed for dinner. They cleaned up around us. We stayed for drinks afterwards, and they cleaned up around us, and then we went home. And that conversation, it's not hyperbole to say that conversation changed the course of the rest of my life. It took me a couple months to go ahead and get involved with the project. I was, my skepticism didn't evaporate overnight. I went to, some very smart people and asked some really dumb questions, and a lot of folks educated me pretty quickly. And I officially kind of joined the team kind of middle 2002. Well, early, I guess, March. And it was a fascinating ride. We got a lot of press. Fast forward into 2003. Edwards and I never really got along. I mean, that's not a secret. I'm not throwing him under the bus. He's not throwing me under the bus. It's kind of a well-known thing. We didn't really get along. I have a lot of respect for what he accomplished. We were both wrong in a lot of important ways, and we've learned that over the last convening 20 years. But there are sparks of brilliance there that I really have to respect. And I wouldn't have changed the course of my life if he wasn't right on some of the basics. So he published this. This is the original document. I'm the second name in the acknowledgement, so that's kind of nice. And this is the document that kind of sparked everything. This is the document that got kind of international visibility. I was talking yesterday about how all of this predated things like Facebook and Twitter. And for some of y'all old schoolers might recognize the name Slashdot. Slashdot then is what Reddit is today. That is the simple. That's not really entirely true or accurate, but that's as close as we can get. We would have articles on Slashdot that would just crush our servers, and the argument, the criticism, the appropriate criticism was, if you can't keep a web server running, how can you possibly build an elevator in the sky? And that's a legitimate question, right? It also says that building an elevator into the sky is really complicated. So that's 2001, 2, and 3. A lot of stuff happened in 2003. The space shuttle Columbia crashed. It fell out of the sky one afternoon, and it was horrible. I was watching it live, and I broke down sobbing. Like I couldn't believe what I was watching. But concurrent to that, fallout from that, there was tons. There was all sorts of fallout from that. There was a spike in our website. There was a spike of activity at our website. And it basically said, there has to be a better way. The rocket equation is fundamental physics. We can't break that. Is there a better way? Is the elevator the best way to go to space? And that event sparked the conversation of, is there a better way? And not my favorite part of my history, but that also sparked a really big argument between Edwards and I, and we wound up splitting the company. It's been likened to a bad divorce. I don't think that's entirely inaccurate. We were both pretty angry at the time, but it's been 20 years, so bygones, right? But because of the Columbia crash, and because of all of the spark of attention on the space elevator, because that led to he and I getting into an argument, that led to us breaking the team. And then here I am, I'm in my early 30s. I'm pretty well off financially. That's not part of my history. I tell a lot, but I had a fair amount of wealth, not internet style wealth, but a fair amount of wealth from real estate. And so I'm kind of in this position where, what do I want to do when I grow up, right? And like, I've seen the future. We're going to talk about the future a lot. I've seen the future of this potential elevator. I don't want to go back to real estate. I don't want to go back to the internet. I want to go after this space stuff. Now, my role while I was working with Edwards was not technical. I'm not an engineer. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a chemist. So he handled the problems I refer to as the spreadsheet problems, the problems you can solve with a calculator, the physics, chemistry, materials kind of problems. Me, I handled what I refer to as the fuzzy problems, the problems that are people problems. So law, policy, logistics, finance, operations. And if any of you watched the workshop yesterday, that's how the idea of the 4 pillars of hardware, business, outreach, and framework really got established. So that was my role back then. And so here I am, not an engineer, not a chemist, not a scientist, not a physicist, but I know a lot of really smart people that are those things. And I think, wow, I'm gonna build a company around this idea. Now, Edwards and I's original company was called High Lift Systems, and I really liked that name. I thought it was evocative. But I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I'm currently in Tacoma. I lived in Bremerton at the time. Seattle is a port city. All around us were port cities. And so port was very natural, and lift, the kind of the more European version of elevator, that's how we got our name. And we created Liftport, and there was a lot of friction between Edwards and I at that point, because he had taken off to go work at a lab out in West Virginia, and I created a company. And that was the fundamental disagreement, right? He had a Los Alamos National Labs secure budget, black budget project mentality. Do it in secret, build the biggest thing in the world in secret. And I just couldn't buy into that. And me, I had a commercial background. I went that path. So he went back to the lab, and I went the commercial route. And there was a lot of frustration between both of us about that. In the end, I think it was Kevin Barry the other day said that the space elevator is good economics, but a terrible business. I just started laughing. I actually kind of had to turn off my screen for a minute to just start taking in that comment and just start laughing, because there are no successful space elevator companies yet. I'm going to put that yet because I think that's important, but there are no successful space elevator companies yet. So good economics, so far a terrible business plan. I think that's going to change. We'll get to that in a minute. So that's kind of the cusp of 2003. And for me, that's when things get really interesting, because up until that point, I had been deep in the background and more of an operations logistics role. I had to run a pretty good sized company. I'd had a 24-person team on my internet company in the years prior, but that was all local stuff. There was nothing. I mean, it was interesting, and I learned an awful lot, and I have a lot of pride about those days, but it wasn't significant in the way that working on the elevator was significant. It didn't have national attention. It didn't have a global attention. So I had to learn that stuff really fast and really the hard way. So all of a sudden, I find myself in this position where I have this visionary idea and no direct path to get there. Right? It's one thing to say, we're going to build an elevator in the sky. It's something else to say, how do you build an elevator in the sky? Like, it's just, there's no blueprint for it. There's no roadmap. There's no best practices. You have to create the tools that can create the elevator. Like, there's middle steps there. So what did we do? We worked on carbon nanotubes. We had some alliances. I know you can't really see this. It just looks like dust and dirt. It kind of is specialized dust, carbon dust. We turned some stuff into strings. These are some of the earliest carbon nanotube strings ever. As Swan said the other day, you can throw out all of your nanotubes because they're not the material we're going to use to build the elevator. I'm a bit skeptical of that, but I sure learned a lot on Tuesday. So hats off to those folks. So we started working on carbon nanotubes, and I crisscrossed the country. I probably went to 5, 7 labs across the country. Ones that really stood out was University of Kentucky, Georgia Tech, MIT. I didn't go to Rice University, but I had a lot of conversations with them. Columbia University in New York. And everybody promised but could not deliver long chain carbon nanotubes. And that was really frustrating because everybody felt like they were super close. We thought we were super close. Lots of folks, because we were kind of agnostic, they knew about us from the elevator work. They wanted to share what they were doing. We were learning a ton about the state of the art of that nanotechnology material. And it wasn't that good. It felt like it was good. It felt significant. But in reality, we learned that when you do this, everybody assumes that there's just one problem with carbon nanotubes, with the materials. But it's actually 6. It's length, strength, alignment, chirality, that's the twist of the material, functionalization, and mass production. And that's some of the stuff I talked about yesterday, how you have to move from the lab level through engineering to commercial production. And that is super challenging. And it's been, carbon nanotubes were discovered in 1991. It's been 30 years and we still don't have these long chain nanotubes. Now, maybe there's hope with the work that Adrian Nixon was talking about the other day. That was certainly inspiring to me. But in candor, I've heard it before. I have heard it before with way less sophisticated technology, way less sophisticated equipment, and way less sophisticated lab partners, developers. So, hats off to those folks. They have come an awful long ways. We were so confident that we had this breakthrough. We were borrowing some technology from MIT and from the National Renewable Energy Lab. And we were going to pair those two technologies together. And we were so confident that we had this eureka moment. I went out to New Jersey and we leased a 100,000 square foot factory. Like, we were about to start production on something that didn't fundamentally work. Yeah, let that sink in for a second. Like, that's a life lesson. We thought we had something and the math looked really, really good, but the reality of it did not play out. So that was pretty frustrating. And that was a very expensive multi-$100,000 experience loss, multi-$100,000 loss. Because this stuff is shockingly hard. So that gets us into 2003, 4, and 5. We eventually pull the plug on that. But the thing that we got really good at is robots. So we made a lot. We made a lot of robots. We started out with simple Legos to just try to understand the design. I'm going to stand up and show you something. A little bit of show and tell here. This is the original poster of the original NIAC proposal. We thought, Edwards and I thought, that the lifter, the climbing robot, would look kind of like this. A big disc at the bottom and the structure above it. And so we made early robots that were designed somewhat similar, right? Just Legos. It's nothing challenging. It is, by the way, super fun to have a bunch of nerdy engineers trying to figure out how to climb with Legos. Over time, and it didn't take us very long, only a matter of weeks, we figured out that that's a terrible design. And this, by the way, this predates a lot of the standard simulation software that we all use and take for granted now. So Legos were, a pretty useful analogy. What we realized was you needed a different kind of design. You needed a long, thin, center of mass tied to the ribbon design. So you'd have the ribbon down here. We built this for the Pacific Science Center, it's the local science museum. So this has been on display and exhibited, and it's built a little cheesy so you could see through and look at the parts. But the parts are pretty basic, right? You've got the climbing system, power, batteries, controls, and communications. Note, we always have a little person on all of our robots. We have dedicated that and named that person Clark, A.C. Clark. We never call it Arthur, it's A.C. Clark. And that's just kind of part of our company culture. Through those days, we worked on the nanotubes, we worked on the robots. Eventually, we built robots that climbed. This one climbed a mile into the sky. So we had great big balloons tethered to the ground. We had to make specialty ribbon to climb. This stuff is carbon fiber interior. You can see the dark material is carbon fiber, and it's a composite with fiberglass. We're a small, at the time, we were a small, I won't say we were a garage level operation, because at points we got to be about 14 people. We vacillated between about 5 or 6 or 7, all the way up to 14, depending on different times of the year, depending on student schedules, depending on cash flow, whatever we were working on. So we bounced around size-wise quite a bit. But it was not a sophisticated organization. It was not a sophisticated operation. There was a lot of trial and error. We broke a bunch of balloons. We broke a bunch of robots. But we also had Neil deGrasse Tyson come out and hang out on the roof with us. We had a cantilevered arm out over the side of my building with a string down to the sidewalk, and robots climbing back and forth. So, having Neil deGrasse Tyson show up at your office one day, that's kind of a big deal. Like, that was super fun. I was so starstruck, I was barely able to get sentences out. So those were interesting days. We got better and better at building robots, and we were on to something that I thought was really powerful. Michael Mealing yesterday said, there's a difference between a science experiment and a business. We were on the brink of commercializing some of our technology. We still have about 40 or so potential patents in robotics and communications and algorithms. We made a new alloy, a new metal. This is a very conductive material. It's not strong. We were trying for something that was strong. It's definitely not strong, but it is very electrically conductive, and that has some interesting potential commercial applications. So all hell broke loose in 2007. The real estate markets collapsed. Liftport ended very abruptly. I lost my property. This is a well-known story. I went from a net worth of 1,700,000 to negative 600,000 in 24 hours. That was a very bad day. And that was the end of the Earth Elevator project for me. But interestingly, the story doesn't end there. It actually, the new chapter starts there, although I didn't know it at the time. In 2006, remember I mentioned Jerome Pearson a few minutes ago. Jerome Pearson invented a different kind of elevator, right? So the Earth elevator is a centripetal elevator. We talked about that, ball and a string spinning over your head, string in the middle to stay straight. That's centripetal acceleration. That's the Earth elevator. Jerome invented a gravitational elevator where you have the Earth on one side, the moon on the other, and a string being held tight by Earth's gravity. Jerome invented the lunar elevator. Now, no one had ever invented that prior to him. So while he has to kind of share credit with Artsutinov and Tsiolkovsky, he does not have to share credit for the lunar elevator. That is his own thing, and I think it's amazing. Now, I'm going to take a moment and pay tribute to the passing of my friend. He died last month. I had hoped that he was going to be a big part of this particular event. He's a great storyteller. He has some amazing stories, and I'm going to miss him. But he's not a part of this event today because he died. In 2006, 2005 and 2006, while I'm working exclusively on the Earth elevator, he's inventing what I think the future is going to be. He is inventing the lunar elevator, again, through NIAC, NASA's Institute for Advanced Concepts. And I'm introduced to the idea by a friend of mine, Dr. Dana Andrews, and I ignore it. Because I'm like, well, who needs this elevator on the moon? We've got an elevator on the Earth. Like, let's just do this. And I was actively annoyed with anybody who tried to bring up the lunar elevator, because why would I ever waste my time on something that trivial when this big elevator is right in front of me? And then, like I said, all hell breaks loose and all of that comes crashing down. So fast forward 2007, 8, 9, 10, 11, things are pretty dismal for me. I'm not going to be shy away from that. They were bad days. But my friends who used to work on the elevator, we still hang out. We still talk. We go to conferences. I met Major McLean at one of those events. That's a whole nother story. During these dark days, there was still a lot of talk about the elevator. NASA was running a competition. I used to be a judge for that. Europe has some stuff going on. Japan is starting to pick up some of that stuff. And so in a way, the torch passed from us as a commercial company. By the way, Edwards has been out of this picture for a long time. Like, he went off to the lab and then we didn't really hear from him for several years. By 2007 or 8, I think he was officially out. So the torch kind of passed from us as Liftport, as the commercial company, to nonprofits. There were 3 nonprofits. ISEC is one of them, that came out of those dark days for us. They kept the embers warm when our flame had gone out. So hats off to those folks that really kind of took it and had some commitment and perseverance, because they kept this thing alive. In 2010 and 11, we have this breakthrough, not a materials breakthrough, but a philosophical breakthrough, which is, why wait for the Earth elevator when we can build something else now? And that's how the lunar elevator kind of came back to life. So when we started working on that, and I will, there's a somewhat funny story about a friend of mine, Marshall. We were at the Space Elevator Conference, and we were frustrated because it was the same thing over and over again. There was nobody making progress. And this is back, I think, 2010, perhaps, maybe 2009, something like that. And we get really frustrated, and we don't know it. This is happening on other ends of the room. We're heading towards the exit at the same time. And I'm like, you want to go grab lunch? You want to go grab a beer? And beer turned into this super cheesy diner. It's been knocked down since. I think it's a historic monument. They built condos over it now. But it was a super cheesy little Mexican diner, and beers turned into margaritas, and that turns into shots. And eventually we figure out we can build an elevator on the moon now with current technology. And we're scribbling, those kind of places that have butcher paper on the table. That's the tablecloth is butcher paper. We're like scribbling on the butcher paper, trying to do math while we're kind of drunk, trying to figure out, can we build an elevator right now with current tech? And it turns out we could. Oh, Charles just joined us a moment ago. Fantastic, Charles. Charles is also one of the folks that really helped understand. Charles, I don't know if you just heard me. I was talking about Marshall a moment ago. Between Marshall and Charles, they really helped me understand the math and the physics and the chemistry and the potential of crafting the lunar elevator. So Jerome Pearson sparked the idea. Dana Andrews invited me to investigate, which I turned down. And then Marshall and Charles and a couple others helped really kind of identify the potential and the possibilities. So hats off to all of those folks for leading me down that path. But those were still, there wasn't a company then. We ran a Kickstarter in 2012. I just told you I lost more than $1 million. And I told you that we, made some mistakes. There were a couple $100,000 regarding, nanotech. But I consider the Kickstarter to be by far the biggest error of my career, by far. We asked for $8,000. We were going to build a simple robot. The remains of the robot are right over here. It didn't work. We asked for $8,000. We got $110,000, which on the surface seems like a really big win, but it was a disaster. And there are so many ways it was a disaster. The robot didn't work. My mom I was a sole caregiver for my mom with a broken back, with a cracked vertebra. I turned into the second caretaker when my stepdad got cancer and eventually died. So those were hard days for me individually. The robot ultimately didn't work. And only about a third of the Kickstarter backers actually got their rewards. So those were very rough days and a pretty big error on my part. And it ruined my reputation. That was maybe the biggest fallout from it. Fast forward, still dark days. In 2016, true story, I sell my Bitcoin for it was $900 because I didn't think it could possibly go above $1,000. I sold my Bitcoin to get the new version of Liftport started, and it was 9 coins. Like it seemed like kind of a big deal, but that was the first step of. Sorry, it was 9 coins. So that's worth over $500,000 today. I looked it up. But it was $10,000 at the time, and slightly less. And that was the beginning of the new version of Liftport. We had gone far enough. We had a bunch of fans working to think about the problem of the elevator. And I'm like, okay, we're going to rebuild it as a company now. And that was pretty exciting. Very, very soon after that, it was just me and 2 other interns. But very soon after that, we got invited to start having conversations with the chief scientist of, at the time, the chief scientist of Air Force Space Command. So we started putting documents together. We were invited to present to stuff at the National Space Council, at the time, the Trump transition team. We were putting together documents for a lot of really interesting people that were very helpful. And even though we were working almost entirely in the dark, we were not talking about stuff, we were not sharing, we were not, because I'd been burned by the Kickstarter. So the idea of broadcasting what we were doing was absolutely a non-starter, because I'd been burned so badly by the community Kickstarter and truly, it's only a few people. Out of 3,500 backers, I think there's probably 30 that are really angry. But that lesson of the community was really is still very raw to me. And so we didn't want to do a lot of like big public work. So we were doing a lot of private work. We were writing a lot of papers, and eventually we got to go down to meet with the chief scientist. I got a challenge coin out of it. I'm pretty proud of this. As a civilian, I don't have any challenge coins. That's my only one, so I'm pretty happy about that. But I'm a former U.S. Marine, and so a challenge coin is kind of a big deal to me. So the chief scientist was interested. We went down. There was 5 of us. There were 12 of them, and they were curious. Now, I'm not going to put words in anybody's mouth. They're not going to be committed to this project. It's not like that. But just having kind of external validation to check our math was super helpful. And so that's kind of where we are now. There's 6 of us, only 2 are full-time, and the other 4 are very committed part-time. We're a tiny organization, but as Lila said a minute ago, small but mighty. I think that we're on the brink of something really, really quite amazing. And candidly, that's one of the reasons why I've decided to get back into the limelight a little bit with Blue Marble Week. We do have some interesting stuff pending. I'm not going to talk about it because that's the big lesson of Kickstarter is don't tell what you're going to do, just show people what you've done. So that's kind of where I'm at now. So that's kind of past, present, and future. The present is pretty straightforward. Just keep writing, just checking math, doing some simulations. We have some interesting plans that I think are quite intriguing. But we're not talking about tomorrow. Like we've got our nose to the grindstone, just trying to get the work done. And it's been fun. There have been dark days, but I'll tell you, the good days vastly outnumber the bad days. And even though the bad days had, very strong ripple effects and unexpected consequences, I wouldn't change any of it. So, as for the future, I think the elevator can be built now with current technology. I think we're really, really close. And if we're right, construction's gonna start. There's still testing that has to happen. There's still some materials checks we have to do. There's still some on-orbit tests we have to do. But we're pretty far along. We're a lot farther along than most people probably suspect. So with that, I think that's kind of all I got. I know that was kind of a long story. I'm happy to take questions, and Leo's going to boot me off the stage here in a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Michael, for that. I think I have a quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
That the elevator is close to, like, we're close to getting to that point, correct?
I really think we are, yeah. There are at least 11 candidate materials that are all strong enough.
Mm-hmm.
So that was always the sticking point for the Earth elevator. Was that there wasn't a material. We think that there's at least 11. I mentioned Marshall a few minutes ago. We went out to New York to meet up with some folks at Toyobo about some of their materials a couple of years ago. I think it's a very solvable problem. I think it's very near term. So there's the problem that was the biggest problem for the Earth elevator, I think, is a mostly, not entirely, but mostly solved problem for the lunar elevator. I think we're close. Yeah.
Okay, so when we actually get to actually building it, about how long would it take to reach full operational capacity? And your thoughts, what economic benefits are there before then?
I have presented to the chief scientist 3 different scenarios. One is probably a little unrealistic, but it's probably 5 years out if we had, full funding straight off from day one, which is very unrealistic. So 5 years, that would be super fun, but I'm not very confident of it. I'm very confident of 2 other options where it was 7 to 12 years, and I think we've got some pretty good math to back 7 to 12 years up. So that was the first part of your question, was time. What was the other part of your question?
The other part is, what economic benefits are there before then?
So I'm going to talk a lot about the results in the next talk in an hour. So I'm going to kind of hold that question for a minute. But I think they're substantial. I mean, it's not just, when we talk about budgets for space, we don't put stacks of $100 bills on a pallet and shoot it to the moon, right? That money that we put into space is not going actually literally to space. It's being spent down here on the ground. So the economic impacts are, a funded space project has ripple effects down here on the ground. And it's probably in the neighborhood of $800 million. That seems like a lot when you're thinking about your own checking account, but the city of Seattle is running 5 different multi-billion-dollar projects right now. So if the city of Seattle can do it, the United States government can do it. And I don't think it's going to be exclusively a governmental program. I'm a very strong believer in a public-private partnership. So I think there's some balance between governmental commitment and private capital commitment. And, we did that $800 million budget several years ago, prior to SpaceX, prior to some of the breakthroughs that they've had, prior to the new Glenn and new Armstrong rockets that are in development. So we baselined that budget off of an old Falcon 9 design. So the prices are probably quite a bit lower than that. Also, we budgeted that we were going to have to build our own space tug system, but Momentous and a couple others are also building space tug. So that also lowers that budget. So that 800 million, we still use that number, but it's probably on the far high side of that.
Perfect. One more question, Michael, before we move on. Inara actually asked, do you have any specific Earth-side applications you plan to target with this technology?
Inara, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the big idea of, the thing that got me into space in the first place was space-based solar power. So our ultimate plan is to help folks gather resources on the moon, use our space station at L1 to create the manufacturing hub to build space-based solar power. So ultimately, it comes back to power for the Earth. We will be a cog in a much larger machine of that system. But that's ultimately what I want. The things I expect down here on the ground, I've already mentioned, some of these alloys, some of the robotics. There are probably quite a few spin-off technologies that are solid businesses down here on the ground. So we operate as we call ourselves an idea factory, where we invent pieces of the future, and then we build out the corporate elements to commercialize that technology. So we don't call ourselves an R&D factory and a research and development. We call ourselves a research, development, and commercialization company. So you will see some of this tech evolve here fairly soon, I think. I would say the first tech that we'll actually have on the market is probably in the order of 18 months.
All right, thank you so much, Michael. That comment actually came from Inara, who is from Galaxis Aerospace. Thank you so much, Inara, for that amazing question. All right, so Michael, thank you so much, and we really appreciate you being with us here today. To continue the networking benefits for this event, please put your LinkedIn link in the chat or comments. And for everyone listening, thank you for joining in on this Blue Marble Week powered by Foundation for the Future. Foundation for the Future, along with some of our phenomenal partners, created Blue Marble Week primarily to accelerate near-term cislunar space infrastructure development from Earth's ground to moon surface from now to 2035. Designed as a monthly event series, Blue Marble Week is the first step in creating a safe and sustainable gateway to outer space. Before we move on to our next speaker, I actually want to introduce an amazing member of the Foundation for the Future family, Emily Mishler. Emily Mishler specializes in business development, creative strategy, and fundraising. Ms. Mishler launched her first company at the age of 22 and has since raised and distributed over $20 million of private investment for private clients, for-profit entities, and NGOs. She runs a group of impact-driven companies called the Cultivator Group and is on a mission to ignite and empower individuals and organizations to be the change you wish to see in the world. Emily helps in our fundraising efforts here in our foundation, and today she is here to provide a quick announcement on the importance your help is to advance our efforts to continue to build the movement of Blue Marble Week and the creation of a public-private space infrastructure partnership for Foundation for the Future. Hi, Emily.
Hi, Leo. Thank you so much for that generous introduction. It's a pleasure to meet you all and be here today. My name is Emily Mishler, as Leo had said, and my background is in the intersection of corporate philanthropy and creative solutions for revolutionary ideas. I've recently become affiliated with the Foundation for the Future, and from the nonprofit perspective, have become a partner in building the development arm of the operation. So what does that mean? That means we're financially positioning the Foundation to be able to continue this important work for years, if not generations to come. From conversations today, it's abundantly clear that our work is disruptive, necessary, and the time is now. And that means we need your help. I've been both incredibly impressed with the comprehensive vision, expertise, dedication, and momentum of the speakers today, and the vision the Foundation for the Future has, the powering force behind Blue Marble Week. I believe we can all agree that the future the Foundation is building is inspiring and worth investing in. This future, in space and beyond, is being built one relationship, conversation, and connection at a time. In order to continue this momentum in building and contributing to this caliber of event, conversation, and community, we need your help. We need you, our allies, attendees, partners, advocates, and friends, to spread the word about our important work through social media, invite like-minded and like-hearted peers to our events, and to help us connect with philanthropists and organizations who believe what we believe, that our future in space is ours for the building and the time is now. We are so excited to announce 2 different avenues to become involved if you're interested in financially supporting our work. On the corporate level, we have the opportunity to sponsor Blue Marble Week and the foundation at large on a monthly and annual basis to support this work. On a personal level, if you, your friends, or family are inspired to support us, we welcome your contributions to support building space infrastructure and economy. For more information for both opportunities is available at the Foundation for the Future's website, f4f.space, or by scanning the QR code on the screen. Our invitation for you is to help us in bringing space home, because the time is now and the world can't wait. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself, Lila, Tim, or any affiliate of the Foundation for the Future. Our contact information and a link to donate is available at the QR code available on the screen. It is also available on the website, f4f.space. I'll be happy to stick around in the chat to field any questions, so please don't hesitate to reach out. And for now, I'll turn it back over to Leo for our regularly scheduled programming. Thanks so much.
Emily, thank you so much for that. And we will actually be having a panel later on today at 12:15 Eastern Time with further information on how you can help Blue Marble Week and Foundation for the Future. For now, we're going to be introducing our next speaker. Our next speaker is Michelle Hanlon, who will be doing an announcement with us today. Michelle is a co-director of the Air and Space Law program at the University of Mississippi School of Law and its Center for Air and Space Law. She is the editor-in-chief of the Journal of Space Law, the world's oldest law journal dedicated to the legal problems arising out of human activities in outer space. Michelle is a co-founder and president of For All Moonkind, a nonprofit corporation that is the only organization in the world focused on protecting human cultural heritage in outer space. In this capacity, she was instrumental in the development of the recently enacted One Small Step Act for All Moonkind. For All Moonkind has been recognized by the United Nations as a permanent observer to the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Michelle, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be back. I am so excited to be here, and I just loved what was just said about sort of building space and building communities here on Earth for space, one conversation at a time. I think that was a really sort of powerful statement, and I think it's really true with respect to what we do and how we're sort of trying to move the public into, sort of a realization of everything that space has to offer. I'm really thrilled to be back here to in my capacity as the president and co-founder of For All Moonkind, because today we announced and unveiled what we called our For All Moonkind Moon Registry, which is a catalog and a dynamic registry of all of the human items that are currently on the moon. And we think it's really important to share this for a lot of reasons. So I just want to step back a minute before I do the big unveil, although I don't know if I can I share my screen? I don't need to do it now, but
Yeah, you can share. You go to present now on the bottom.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do that.
Full screen.
Let's see. No, I'm not sure which screen. Here we go. All right. So
perfect. We can see it right there, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Perfect. So I just wanted to talk a little bit about For All Moonkind before I sort of go into the registry. But For All Moonkind is the only organization in the world that's focused on protecting our heritage in outer space, protecting our history in outer space. So think about everything from the Luna 2, the first hard landing on the moon, the first time a human-made object landed somewhere on another celestial body, to the Apollos, to Chang'e 5. These are all pieces of human history, and they're all up on the moon, and they're all unprotected. And so we're really focused on figuring out how to protect and what to protect, and think about what it really means. And so, especially with space people who are really focused on the future, people say, well, why do we need to protect this stuff? And actually, Jack Schmidt once said to me, why are you worried about protecting? We need to go up and recycle all this material. It's so expensive to get stuff to the moon. Forget about heritage. Let's just use this stuff. And so I sort of went back into my roots, because for me, it was sort of a gut reaction. Oh, gosh, we need to protect that boot print. And so I sort of looked back into the history of heritage protection on Earth. And I know yesterday I said, oh, we can't take our terrestrial laws with us. And we can't, but we can take some of those ideals. And so around the same time that we were humans were trying to get to the moon, Egypt was trying to figure out how to build its economy. And so in order to do that, Egypt had to build a dam over the Nile River, the Aswan High Dam. So in order to build that dam, they would have to flood the Nubia Valley, which is one of the cradles of human civilization. In that valley were 3,000 temples from Nubia, just incredible treasures of humanity. And so Egypt didn't really know what to do. So Egypt turned to the international community and said, hey, look, we really need to build this, or to build our economy for our people, but we get that we're kind of ruining a lot of history here. So the international community didn't say, stop development, no, you can't do it. And nor did the international community say, oh, who cares, just let it go. The international community came together for the first time in this kind of capacity, raised $80 million, and then found the engineering skills to manually move these temples out of the valley piece by piece. So this is in the 60s and 70s. So think about that capability to just really move these pieces. And so that was the start of the concept of the World Heritage Convention, and what the concept of building kinship, because we recognize that those cradles of civilization aren't just Egyptian or aren't just African. They belong to all of us as humans. And so when we look at sort of human history, we think about milestones, right? I always talk about the first milestone is standing up on 2 feet. And we have footprints in Laetoli, Tanzania, which we believe are the first footprints ever made by a human person standing on 2 feet. That's our common ancestor. And we protect those footprints, and we cover them up every year, and we make sure that they're not erased. And we go back and we study them, and we try to figure out, well, why did we stand on 2 feet? And what were we doing standing on 2 feet? And I always like to think it was a parent running after their child, right? Like, oh my God, I have to catch up with that person. But that we save that because that is a common history for us. We all grew from that footstep. Same thing with being able to harness fire instead of being afraid of it, a human milestone. A human milestone, I talked about it yesterday, the Polynesians looking out of their horizon and overcoming their fear of open water and building boats to visit other islands. And I just wanted to say, I can't take full credit for the Polynesian thing. Ben Finney is an anthropologist. He did this great book, From Sea to Space. And so if you're interested in sort of that concept of the only other time humans have faced this kind of expanse of the unknown, Ben Finney's a great author to go to. But we all of humanity benefited from that. Learning how to draw, standing up on 2 feet, released our hands so that we could nurture, we could draw, we could figure out how to do math, we could figure out glass blowing. These are things if we didn't do those things, if our common ancestors didn't figure out these milestones, we never would have gotten to the moon. So when we look at the boot prints on the moon, when we look at all of the stuff that's on the moon, we have to remember that this is a culmination of the human experience. Landing on the moon is the greatest technological achievement of humanity thus far. And we don't get there without all of the centuries of history beforehand. So the purpose of protecting our heritage on the moon isn't to stop development. It's to step back and be inspired by it, and to remember what it took to get there. And that's going to be really important as we move into becoming a truly spacefaring species and we build communities on the moon, because communities are built around history. And so we need to protect that history in order to protect our own humanity. And so this concept of having a moon registry will allow us to embrace that universality of space. And so people should know, people should look at these achievements and see them as human achievements, not as national achievements. So the other question I'm always asked is, why do we need to protect? Well, I think in this group, we all know we're all going back to the moon, and the moon is going to get crowded really soon. And there's a gap in space law. I talked about this a little bit yesterday. The Outer Space Treaty doesn't protect history in space, and it actually convolutes the concept of what these landing sites are and how we protect them and what we can do with them. Because the Outer Space Treaty says in Article 1 that all of space, including the moon and other celestial bodies, is free for exploration and use by all. And in Article 2, it very clearly states that no nation may claim territory in outer space by sovereignty or by any other means. And then it goes on to say, you have to, if you send an object to space, it remains your object. So all the American material or Chinese material remains the property, the material on the state remains the property of the state. And you can be liable if you mess up somebody else's property. So then you sort of think, okay, well, on the one hand, you have freedom of use and exploration. On the other hand, you're liable if you ruin somebody else's object. And now think about it when you think about the Apollo lunar landing site or the Luna Line 9 lunar landing site or Chang'e 5. These are no longer operable. So what is the liability if you knock one over? There's no, from an international legal standpoint, there's nothing. There's no liability whatsoever because what is the cost of tipping over the LEM on Tranquility Base? It's nothing. So that really puts these artifacts in a really interesting place. And then on the other side of it is to say, okay, these are artifacts, don't touch them. That's really claiming territory because then if you can't move them, then all of a sudden it feels like somebody's claimed territory by other means, by claiming this is heritage, don't touch, this is mine. So we're really in this sort of odd place with respect to heritage, certainly, but also any inoperable object anywhere in space. So where to start? How do we think about this? We don't even have an international agreement about what is up there. We don't have one sort of master list of all the stuff on the moon. And so that's the first thing that we decided we needed to do at For All Moonkind. Let's create a master list of everything that's on the moon. So at least we can all be talking about the same thing. A lot of people don't realize there are more than 100 sites on the moon with human material on them. And so the UN registry, so there is a registration agreement in outer space law that you have to register with the United Nations, but only what you launch into space. So if you look at the UN registry, Apollo 11 is not even on the registry, just the Saturn V rocket that launched it. So there's no registry at all of the items on the moon. The US has a list of stuff that they've left on the moon, but that's just sort of a NASA list that you can find online. There's nothing related to it formally. So that's why we created the For All Moonkind Moon Registry. We created it to just understand what's there. Now everyone says, well, there's all sorts of lists like that everywhere, right? What you're just reinventing the wheel. Phil Stuke has it in an encyclopedia. Yeah, but that's a book. And yeah, you can find this stuff on the web, sure. But I don't know, I have students, I teach them, and I've learned, it's really interesting, but most students, they Google something and they don't go to the second screen, right? They just stay on the first screen. And so, we realized we really had to gather all this information in one place. And so first, create that list in one place. And second, create a dynamic list. Be the list that everyone goes to. Oh, there's going to be another mission. So come and put it on here. Make your mission equal to all those past missions. And it should be. We're still at this stage where every time we get to the moon, it's incredible, I think, and we know that because we have as many hard landings as we have soft landings. It's hard to get there, and we should celebrate every time we do. So we created the For All Moonkind Moon Registry to have that list, and also as an educational tool. What's really important to For All Moonkind is that everybody shares in this accomplishment. And so I want children here in Mississippi to feel accomplishment for those boot prints. I want children in Ghana and Botswana and Indonesia and Japan to have that same pride, to say, wow, look at all these things. Those were made by humans. This is what I can do as a human child, as a human person. I can do any of these things. I can get to the moon. I can build that, you know. I can learn and hear these stories. We want to put the moon at the fingertips of every child in the world. So that's why we created this website, entirely free, built by volunteers, and designed by an incredible art director who did the Milk Mustache, Bernie Hoje. So we're just so delighted to have his involvement to help us make it sort of engaging. We're also wanted to build awareness for space. And so, you know, this is something we're hoping sort of catches on with the non-space community, so that people are sort of drawn in. You know, I talk to students who don't realize that there were so many Apollo missions, much less all the things that went before and after. And, you know, as excited as we might have been by Chang'e 5, you know, the first lunar material return mission, I bet you walk down the street, you're gonna find a lot of people who don't know what it is. I mean, I put it up on my screen and my students are like, you're gonna change the lunar landing? And I'm like, no. So we've really got to build this awareness. And for registration, I'm seeing this a practical resource for mission planners. Chris, that's exactly the other thing is, so we wanted to build something. You know, my husband's in marketing and he always says you should have one message. You know, we have like 5, and I admit it. But this is also, this is an opportunity. This is a neutral place to talk about where you're going and what you're doing. This is intended. This is really for information and to share your story with the world and to share your story with students. So you, Space IL, iSpace, Astrobotic, do you want to ignite students? Come and put your mission on our website and explain it to people and get people to ask you questions about it on our site. So that's part of it, this sort of registration, think about the future missions. And a really big part of it is crowdsourcing. So I have the good fortune of having met and worked with a lot of Apollo engineers. And so I know a lot of stories, particularly about the rovers and dealing with the regolith and so forth. But students don't get that opportunity. And there's only so many engineers from Apollo to go around now, and they can't go visit every school, and they can't even Zoom to every school, right? So this is an opportunity for people like Ron Creel to share their stories about the rovers, about how hard it was to keep the batteries cooled under the conditions on the moon, and to talk to sort of explain, what it felt like to be doing that work. It's also, we're really hoping that it's going to be an opportunity for Chang'e and Luna and Chandrayaan engineers to share their experiences as well. We do have a great system here, this sort of oral histories of the Apollos. We don't have that for Luna or for Chang'e or for Chandrayaan. And I feel that's a great, huge miss. And so we're really hoping that these other missions, these non-US missions, will see this as also as an opportunity to share their stories. And so if we look here, we can see, I'm going to go to, first I'm going to sit. So we have this opportunity for you to tell us what we did wrong, because I'm sure we got a lot wrong. Share a story, tell us what we missed, and so forth. So you can share your story. We're still populating this, and I want to go to Apollo to show you just sort of what we're really talking about in terms of detail here. So we all know that Apollo 11, crewed lunar landing, right? What people maybe don't realize is how much stuff was left behind. So we talk about the mission here, and then these are all the objects that are on or related to the site. Again, this is a list populated by NASA. But what NASA didn't do is create pictures of all of the objects and explain them. So we took every single object, see if we could find a picture of it, and then explain what it is. And this is where we really need help with the details, is understand, we scoured the web for details, But there's going to be, I'm sure, lots of information out there that we don't have. We did the best we could. And so we have done fully completed Apollo 11. And then you'll see here, we talk about the location, precise location, unknown or undisclosed. So as we go back, as we get more information, as the lunar orbiter becomes more precise in its photographs and images, we can start pinpointing where things are. But so we are going through every single object left on the site, talking about it. We're hoping people can share images, but this shows you the level of detail. And again, so this brings you far deeper into Apollo than you would in a classroom, just as, you know, here's the Apollo. This is sort of really shows the humanity of it. It shows what's, I mean, we're talking waste bags also. These are things that we really, you know, this is not, Apollo was an incredible technological achievement, but there are a lot of nuts and bolts that are, when you break them down, really achievable, right? I mean, to think about some of the instruments they used and how basic they are, you know, their tools and stuff. I think it's really important for people to understand that we're using very basic things. This is rocket science, but rocket science is attainable to everybody. So that is what our registry is about. We've populated Apollo 11. We're working with volunteers to populate that level of detail with all of the other Apollos. Obviously, the other sites don't have as much as the Apollo sites do. So, you know, it's easier to do it, describe the objects on Chang'e 5 because we don't know that much beyond the scoop and so forth. And see, and then we do have a future missions. This list we just pulled from NASA, but I know, you know, I've been sort of looking and I know that Turkey's talked about a mission. And this is the page we're really going to work on. And what we would love to do again is populate each of these missions with their own pages for people to talk about and share their stories and their hopes and so forth with respect to those missions. So I also just wanted to raise one more thing about the, you know, why this registry is important. And when we started For All Mankind in 2017, we did it in response. Well, we knew we wanted to build this organization, but I was working on my thesis and I thought, oh, I'll start in 2018, finish my thesis first. But no, there was a woman who had the first bag. I don't know if you all remember this story, but the first bag carried by the first man with the first lunar samples, so Neil Armstrong's first sample bag, was loaned by NASA to a museum in Kansas. The museum in Kansas turned out to be, the director turned out to be somewhat corrupt and bankrupted the museum. And so the museum had to sell a bunch of items in order to meet its debts. Among the items it had to sell was the first bag. So it ended up on the selling table by accident, right? So this woman bought it for $400. And she sent it to NASA to say, hey, NASA, I bought this bag. Can you tell me if it's legit? And NASA spent about a year looking at it and said, yes, it's legit. We're going to keep it. So the woman went to court, and if you read the opinion, you can almost hear the judge sort of like in the frustration the judge has with NASA, like, how could you lose this bag? But they lost that line of ownership. They lost control of it. And so the judge couldn't do anything. He said the bag belongs to the woman, and the woman then took the bag and auctioned it off at Sotheby's. And so we came out of our, sort of the dark early in order to make a statement about that. And she was hoping to get $4 million. She got 1.2 million. And so for a long time, my husband, remember the marketer and my co-founder, was like, oh, that was us. We depressed the price. Well, it turns out she doesn't think so, because she then sued NASA and said, you must have kept some of the lunar dust and you reduced the price of my bag. So you owe me $1.2 million. So it settled out of court. And I love this because karma. So it settled out of court, and then her law firm sued her, saying that, we work on a percentage basis. And so you're telling us the value of the bag was 4 million. So we should get a percent of that 4 million, not of the 1.2 million. So, what goes around comes around. But the point, again, of this registry is also there are a lot of people and robots and return missions going back and forth, right? Or will be in the 2030s. If NASA could lose the first bag at a time when NASA was the only entity doing a return mission, imagine what can happen now, if we have people going back and forth all the time. So this is a way to really catalog what's out there, to make people realize these are artifacts and shouldn't be trafficked, and shouldn't be sold and traded and so forth. So that is my For All Moonkind Moon Registry spiel. I'm happy to answer any questions or talk about any other space law or anything like that. I will stop presenting and share the link in the chat.
Thank you so much for that, Michelle. I think you saw Chris's comment on how going forward the registry could be a practical resource for mission planners, prospectors. How could it evolve with layers like minerals, claims, etc.? My question is, how do you see the Moon Registry evolving within the next 5 to 10 years?
So this is honestly what I hope. We're a neutral platform. I know that everybody who is interested in going to the moon knows that we need some sort of lunar governance model. There's a lot of different organizations talking about registries and should the UN run a registry? And I'm a M&A attorney by training, and so I'm like, let's stop talking. Let's do something. And so I'm hoping that this is a neutral thing, as an education platform. It will get people to come to us and put in that information. And so as more people say, hey, can we'd like to share this, and we're going here because, and we're actually we hope to be in conversations with some of the lunar geologists who have overlaid sort of what minerals are where on the moon and put that in here as well. And so, we talked about funding. If we had the funding, we would love to do something like a moon navigation, where you have you can just point to someplace on the moon and you can say, oh, there's these minerals there. There's no artifacts around. We don't have to worry. And then somebody can say, oh, we're going to go there. We're not going to be like a claim, someplace where you register your claim. This is just an information. It's Article 11 of the Outer Space Treaty says, just notify people where you're going. And that might be enough to trigger that concept of due regard, right? Okay, if you've just said, oh, I'm going to go there, then maybe somebody else will say, oh, okay, I won't go there. I'll go somewhere else. And so this is really that kind of a platform. And we hope we really believe in bottom up, right? Enough with the top down doesn't work. So let's the community, the commercial community in particular, should get together and take care of this and show the sovereigns that we can be responsible without their regulations raining down on us. And so that's really sort of that bottom up approach that we're hoping to capture.
That's very interesting. And R from Galaxis Aerospace asked, do you think the space treaty can survive entrance in space of various countries for settlement?
That's a great question. So the Outer Space Treaty itself, I think, will survive. So the Outer Space Treaty is governing guidelines and principles. So think of it as a Magna Carta. There's a lot of gaps in it with respect to property ownership, resource utilization, heritage, on-orbit debris. So the treaty itself, is like the Declaration of Independence, right? It's never going to go away, and it's a fabulous framework for outer space activity. However, there are a lot of gaps. It was negotiated in the 60s, and it didn't anticipate all these newer. It was negotiated at a time when there were only two major spacefaring nations. Now I think I read there's 80 nations that have something on orbit at least, and more coming. I mean, Turkey's now planning a moon mission, and it's not just various countries. It's also private entities, and Musk is the obvious one, but there are a lot of private companies looking to go to the moon for various different reasons, and the Outer Space Treaty can survive, but we need to fill those gaps. And that is sort of one of the really troubling things about this moment in time, is that there are different ways of thinking about it. The U.S. has the Artemis Accords, Russia and China have an MOU, and it's all sort of very top down and sovereigns talking to each other. We need to break that sovereign paradigm, and I really encourage the commercial industry to get together and think about responsible activities and use things like the Moon Registry to do things outside of that sovereign paradigm. And so you're gonna think about it like the Motion Picture Association, sort of self-regulating, right? This is what the commercial industry needs to do, because we can move beyond the sovereign paradigm much more quickly than the sovereigns are going to be able to regulate how and what we do.
Very interesting. One other question. Someone commented, great for workforce development of the generation. How can the Moon Registry be very beneficial to the next generation?
So this is, and this is very near and dear to my heart. I feel like again, we really need to raise awareness of the benefits of space to all humanity. And too many people, too many students don't understand how much we rely on space and how much we interact with space. And we think about all the benefits that we get from low Earth orbit, from remote sensing satellites to communication to GPS we were just talking the other day about, swiping a credit card, how you can't do that without a satellite, right? We don't even know. A lot of people say, oh, with the moon, why are we going there? It's so expensive. We don't even know the benefits. When Sputnik went up around on the Earth, 1957, did we know all the benefits we'd get from low Earth orbit? No, we had no idea. We have no idea the kind of benefits we can get from the moon, right? This is a resource that's just sitting there. So we need to teach children from kindergarten about what space has to offer. It just breaks my heart when I get students in my law class who have no idea about remote sensing. And I think about, I talked with, we have the Delta State has a great remote sensing program here. And I talked to somebody, a graduate student who was working on tracking coyotes. And I said, oh, how long have you been doing this? He said, ma'am, I didn't know that we had this resource until I was 24. So think about the loss there, that intellectual capacity that we're losing. Think about all of that creativity. People say kids are the most creative, like 8 to 12 or something like that. Imagine if you told an 8-year-old that there's a satellite up there that can track something. What is that 8-year-old going to think? And how is it, we're narrowing the mind. We're like the minds are so open, right? And yet we're not filling it with with all of the capabilities that we have. And to me, that's just criminal, because I just think, that young man at 24, first time he realized there was a remote sensing capability to help him track the coyotes, which was his passion. Imagine if he knew that when he was 16, how much farther along he would be in his research, how much farther along, humanity would be in receiving the benefits of his research. So the For All Mankind Moon Registry, we hope just gets introduced. We would take any critiques, recommendations from teachers, but this is just something we want to hand to teachers and say, okay, go, and let children get it on their phone and start swiping away and laugh at the pitchfork and whatever that they see on the moon, or wonder at the fact that how could to me it's always I call the eagle a tin can, and some people get really mad at me, but it looks like a tin can, and it's just remarkable that 2 humans went to the moon in that. And I think that, again, it's that sort of the moon and all of the activity on the moon. The media paints it as it's for billionaires, it's for Bezos, it's for Musk. And that's just such the wrong narrative, because it just turns everybody, all the students off. I don't have $1 billion. That's not for me. I'm going to go do something else. And so this is going to show you don't need $1 billion. You just need to be creative, and you just need to, think outside of any box that anybody would put you in.
Interesting. Inara from Galactic Aerospace did ask another question. She had asked, do you think the space treaty can survive entrance in space of various countries for settlement?
Yes, so we talked about that, the Outer Space Treaty being sort of the general principles. And so it provides a wonderful framework, and it's within that framework that we build this For All Moonkind Moon Registry. And we think about, and again, we built it particularly with the Outer Space Treaty in mind. Article 9, due regard and harmful interference. If we know what's up there, then we can have due regard for it. And also Article 11, this notification provision, tell everybody where we're going so that we can have due regard and be considerate of each other.
Interesting. Go ahead, Michael.
Michelle, I love this, and I love that your commitment to the moon, and we've had personal conversations about how this all evolved, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I'd like to know, put your we're going to talk about the future a lot today. Think about 2022, 2025, and then farther into 2035. Where do you think, like in your hopes, where do you think this is going to be 3 years from now and into 2035? What are your aspirations for it? The big ideas.
So I want the For All Moonkind Moon Registry to be the moon registry for all moon activity. I mean,
that's what I wanted to hear.
That bottom line, because we, there's a UN registry of space launches, but who's going to that? And it's a piece of paper. You're not going to inspire children by giving them a piece of paper, an Excel spreadsheet, right? This is someplace where missions will want to go, not just because of the notification, but also to raise funding, to get their story out there to the public through children. We did talk about this yesterday. I came into space because of my children. And so if you get the children talking about this, then the parents sort of re-engage and think, or the caregivers, oh yeah, okay, that is interesting. And, we want the 5-year-old saying, mom, dad, John, big brother, I want to know more about this moon thing. Tell me, let's get books about this. And then this becomes sort of a very popular place to share your stories, both of what you plan to do on a mission and also of what you've done in the past. And so I think this is the perfect answer. I'm going to say it, it's my baby, my third baby. This is the perfect answer to what this registry would look like, because it's bottom up. And it's sharing with the public, which is what we really need more than anything else at this time in the space industry, is getting the public to understand and get behind us so that we get the government funding we need to support until our commercial companies are able to manage.
Well, and let's be clear about this. Registries are not new. They've been registering ships for hundreds of years. We register every piece of not every. We register thousands of pieces of orbital debris. We've got thousands of active and inactive satellites that are being tracked. Every plane, every boat is tracked. Registries are not new. So what you've done is you've taken a well understood concept and applied it to a new location. But I mean, that's a simplified version, right?
Exactly, but not just applying it to a new location, but also making it accessible and attractive to everybody, so that it can serve not just as a source of information, but a source of inspiration.
Excellent. One last question about that. So I'm going to guess that there are plenty of folks that are watching this call on live on the internet that may have purchased acreage from the Lunar embassy in, I think it's Nevada. Does this conflict with, or does it support, or does it not acknowledge? Like, what's the stance of this registry with the supposed certificates that you can buy of, it's not any different. They're not doing anything different than buying a star or buying a So where do you stand on that? Is this registry different from that? Better, worse, conflicted? Where is that?
So I'm very sorry to say this to anybody listening who has purchased property on the moon, but that's bunk. Period. Period. End. Stop. There's no. You don't own any property on the moon. The only property on the moon that's owned are the objects themselves that are on the moon, and they're owned by the people who put them there. So if you get something to the moon, then you will own, again, just that object on the moon, not the property that is under it. So this is not a registry of territory. These aren't staking claims. This is a registry sharing information about what people have done and what people are going to do. And so this is not, there are going to be questions that we have to address sooner rather than later, I hope, with respect to what will it mean if you have a mining operation, or what will it mean if you have built a dwelling for some humans? What does that mean in terms of property on the moon and claiming and safety zones and so forth? But again, this is the first step. We want to protect human heritage in space. 194 nations on Earth have agreed that protecting human heritage is really important. So if we get people, this is the first baseline, we get people to agree that, okay, we're going to protect maybe not all of the sites that we have on the moon registry, maybe all of the sites. Protection also comes in different phases. There's memorialization, protection, preservation. So we just decide as an international community, okay, we're going to say Chang'e 5, nobody should mess with that. We're going to say Apollo 11, nobody should mess with that. Understanding what that means is the first step to understanding how we're going to govern activities on the moon and on other celestial bodies.
Amazing. I mean, I love this work. Congratulations to you and your team for putting really a tremendous database together, and that you took the time to make it useful and interactive and invite the community to be a part of it. Hats off to y'all for that. That's really tremendous work.
We're really excited. We hope share it everywhere. Send us comments. Yell at us for what we got wrong. We're ready and waiting.
Before we let you go, and we do have to switch over to Leo in a second, we want to again congratulate you on your new position. Give us a 1-minute shout out about your new position, please.
I am delighted to be the president of the National Space Society. We are really excited. We have the most diverse leadership that we've ever had. I will be on a forum tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern through the National Space Society, talking about all the exciting stuff that we're going to do. My main focus is going to be outreach to students and to non-space people. We really need to start bringing the whole world into all of the amazing work that people on this call are doing and that we're all doing together.
Terrific. Thank you. Put that link in the chat, please, and I'm going to turn it over to Leo.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much again, Michelle, for that. And honestly, congratulations for this amazing opportunity. If you need any more information, you can visit the website bluemarvelweek.space for more information, or you can find. Thank you again, Michelle, and we appreciate you being with us today. To continue the networking benefits for this event, please put your LinkedIn link in the chat or comments. For everyone listening, thank you for joining us for this Blue Marble Week powered by Foundation for the Future. Our next speaker is Michael Lane, who spoke earlier today, and he will now be talking about lunar space elevator infrastructure.
Hi, y'all. Thanks for having me back. I appreciate it. This is going to be a little bit kind of more of what we've been doing before. Let me just pull up my screens here. Curiously, I'm having a bit of technical difficulties. There we go. So this is going to be a little bit more interactive than me doing talking head stuff that I did, the last hour. I wanted to show a little bit of the actual evolution of this. I confess, I'm the cameraman here, so some of these angles are really weird and they don't make a whole lot of sense. There's times I'm literally stumbling in the desert trying to, not trip over stuff, rocks and scrub brush, trying to get pictures, video of robots climbing in the sky. So just kind of ignore the quality of the images, but just pay attention to the things that we're doing here. So we're going to talk about the lunar elevator, kind of what it is, where we're going, how it works, that sort of stuff. But again, to kind of show this is kind of where we came from, right? So this is the robot I showed you a little while ago as is climbing. There's some interesting details here. As you look around, there's no wind. The area is completely calm. This is the Pacific Science Center, but the ribbon is in motion. And what's causing that? Well, there's always currents. And it's interesting, if you look at the ribbon, imagine it as two separate ribbons connected by a robot climbing. And moment by moment, as the robot is climbing, one ribbon is getting shorter and the other ribbon is getting longer. If you look at that, you can see that the strings, if you think of them as two separate strings, they're not, they're one. But if you think of them as two separate, there are different dynamics, different frequencies happening on the two separate strings. And that's kind of an unexpected detail, the stuff that we learned along the way, right? You can see at the bottom of the screen there's the edge of the Seattle Center. Here's us climbing out in the desert in the eastern Washington. This big blurry thing in the background is a balloon about the size of an SUV. The ribbon that's climbing is marked with red and yellow. Each marker is about 50 feet apart. That's a requirement from the FAA. We had to mark it. And you can kind of see the blurry thing to the side that there's a safety line here. This is the last experiment where we ever had a safety line. And it's kind of funny. We didn't have enough lift in this. This robot was designed for 3 balloons, but we had problems with that, so we try it with just 1. So we went sideways for about, 100, 200 feet before we started climbing, because there's a kind of a delicate balance between the lift of the balloon and the mass of the robot. But these are the kinds of things that we would do on a pretty frequent basis. And then this is the Kickstarter robot that didn't work. The pieces of it are right beside me here on the corner here. And this is different, right? The design is different from the ones that we had been successful with before. And I want you to see this structure. I'm going to show you a longer video here in a moment. But keep this in mind. What's happening here is the ribbon is kind of cycling between these points. We could have simplified this. We could have simplified this design a lot by making a spool. We would have had better control over the friction if we had made a wide, thick spool instead of lots of individual wheels. We made the choice. We have a policy within Liftport of, we have a couple policies. Test what you use is one of them. And the other one is no cheater solutions. So we know that we could engineer an easier robot to climb. The Kickstarter requirements was, climb 2 miles, climb something like that. I forget. But if we used a roller, a normal, you've got capstan exactly. If we used a roller, that system puts a lot of stress on the string itself. And so if we took that system to space, to the moon, we would be damaging the ribbon every single time we climbed it. So we didn't want that kind of solution. So we intentionally made a harder choice on Earth to have a better solution on the moon. And it turns out that's a much harder choice on Earth, and we ultimately didn't have success with that robot. So we definitely need some more work on that design. But that's what we're talking about. Like, this is an evolutionary program, and that these pieces change over time. All right. Yeah, so good guys working on it. It works fine if you're only climbing 30 feet in a warehouse. It doesn't work when you try to go up to the sky. This is an evolution of another Lego robot. In the last conversation, the last session, people asked about commercialization. This was a test rig, right? We did a lot with balloons. You can see behind me, I've got a bunch of hard hats. Stuff falling from the sky is kind of hazardous, so we used to wear a lot of hard hats. We were very confident, and I remain very confident, that this can be a commercially useful product. We refer to it as a tethered tower. We initially got good at it because we wanted a test platform for the robot, but then along the way we realized that this could be a communications and observations platform. So that's just to answer somebody's question from earlier today. This is only 300 feet. Like I said, we've gone as high as 6,000 feet. We've gone as high as a mile. It's an interesting design. There's a surprising amount of tech behind making that work. Now, this is kind of the meat of the conversation here. I would love it if we could, answer questions as we go, right? This will be much more interesting if there's some questions about how this works and what we're doing. And I want to be very clear. I'm somewhat famous for the phrase, we don't even have all the questions yet, let alone have all the answers. And I'm super happy about the work that we're doing, starting with Cal Poly. Paul's on the call. Thanks a lot, Guy. I appreciate it. We're going to try to organize the questions. We can't start solving the answers until we've organized the questions. So that's a pretty exciting development for us, and we're pretty happy about that. So I'd like to just have y'all ask questions as we go through this. First off, this is a video that was created by the Greater Caledonian University. It was a team of 5 really talented digital graphic artists, and they come from a program that is like a feeder program into the video game industry. Like, that's kind of their career goals. And so this definitely has a lot of that flavor, but it also points out some really important pieces. We'll talk about them as we go. There are some errors here. We'll talk about that as we go. This was crafted in 2013, so it's definitely dated, but it still shows the bulk of the parts and how all the parts kind of work together. All right. Again, shout out to Greater Caledonian University. I had never heard of them before. They're in Scotland. It was our fan base that I referenced yesterday that got us connected to these folks. Really a shout out to all of the fans that have made this thing work, because without y'all, we wouldn't still be standing. We definitely wouldn't have had a second shot at building an elevator. So these folks took about 4 months to do this, and there was a lot of design iteration in this process. So nice job for them. So we start with something pretty basic, right? Swan talked yesterday or day before about it's kind of a partnership between rocketry and elevators, right? You can't do one without the other. You can do rocketry all day long and never have an elevator, and you're only going to get so far. You can't do elevators without rocketry. Like, let's be really clear about that. You can do one without the other. You cannot do the elevators without active rocketry development. And we think collectively that the partnership, the alliances between the rocketry community and the elevator community are really important and really powerful. So this was modeled after a SpaceX rocket. There were plans of a SpaceX Heavy that seemed pretty ambitious at the time. I'm certainly happy that they've done well with it since then. We're only going out to low Earth orbit. That's also super important. It's a trade-off between the amount of mass that we have and the mass we have to get to the moon. So we start with a small rocket. We didn't design this with SpaceX Heavy in mind. It certainly didn't have it designed with the new Starship that they're working on. No part of this has considered the NASA Space Launch System, and no part of this is considered the Blue Origin New Armstrong rocketry. So those launch vehicles are vastly larger than we ever anticipated having access to. So again, this image is really kind of outdated because we would do things differently with new launch vehicles. We go out to low Earth orbit. A bunch of things happen really quickly at this point. At LEO, we start moving out to the moon slowly. It's going to be a couple months, probably an electric motor, an electric engine pushing out slowly. And that was, again, a trade-off between the amount of mass that we have versus the amount of mass getting to orbit versus the amount of mass we want to have as final product at the Lagrange point. Again, the artists take a lot of liberties here. This implies that all of this happens with a single launch. That's not technically accurate. But with the larger capacities, we have more options. So while this was deeply in error the first time I saw it, it actually has gotten to be more accurate over time because of the launch capacities. So I find that somewhat pretty cool. Life imitating art, so to speak. I'm going to take a moment, ignore the video for a second, look at my screen here. Here's the Earth, here's the moon. This is the Lagrange point. The Lagrange point is the gravitational middle between the Earth and the moon. It still surprises me 20 years later when people talk about zero gravity, no gravity, null gravity. The moon is still connected to the Earth by gravity. The Earth still has tidal shifts because of the moon, right? So there's no spot in here where there's no gravity, all right? Important to understand that. But here, at this point, there is a spot where these two gravities balance each other. Imagine a cosmic teeter-totter, if you will. That point, and there are 5 Lagrange points. We're specifically talking about the one between the Earth and the moon. It's called EML1. That point is where all of this next activity takes place, okay? So a couple things happen all at once. We start dropping we call that the anchor station. That starts moving down towards the surface of the moon. A bunch of stuff is happening at the L point. And then this fairing which, by the way, SpaceX is trying to recycle a fairing, which we never saw coming. We always assumed that we were going to be able to keep and hang on to the fairing and use it as our counterweight. Oh, I want to go back a little tiny bit. This piece right here, we're going to talk about in a second. But we wanted to see, what we wanted to do was have this thing deploy such that the anchor station moved gently down to the surface of the moon. The counterweight moved back towards the Earth, farther into Earth's gravity well. So this piece becomes the counterweight. We are bringing the counterweight with us. So we're going out to the Lagrange point. We drop a string down to the surface of the moon, pull it back through the Lagrange point towards the Earth, not touching. Still, the Earth is a long ways away. But as that counterweight gets closer to the Earth, the gravity of the Earth pulls gently on the counterweight, tightens that string, and in the same way that the centripetal elevator, the Earth elevator, is a ball and a string with a straight string, that's how we get a long straight string on the moon. We've got the moon anchored, pull it back, Earth's gravity holds the counterweight, keeping everything tight. So that piece I want you to pay attention to, that is the spool, and then the rest of the ribbon is kind of tucked back in here. Now that's not everything, because there are, there's rocket fuel here, there's an engine back in here, but there's a lot of pieces to this. Clear on that? Yeah, Chris, you're asking about, would we use the electric stage as a tug? In our original design, we anticipated that we were going to have to build that tug. It's one of the reasons why it's an $800 million price tag. We thought we were going to have to invent and develop the space tug ourselves. Fortunately, we don't have to do that. So I'm making a wild leap. This is not a commitment. It's definitely not a contract. But if we were to use folks like Momentous, which I have a lot of respect for what they're doing, if we were to use Momentous as a private contractor, we've had several conversations with those folks about what that might look like and what the relationship of that would be. My initial hunch is that we would, basically buy access to their space tug because we want it like kind of permanently, and I'll describe why in a minute. But that's it. We'll use an electric tug to get us out to the moon. Okay, gonna keep going. Any other questions there on that? I'm gonna keep going. Okay. All right. So all this activity is happening at the Lagrange point. You will probably all recognize these great big inflatable habitats as Bigelow modules. The Bigelow may not have survived the pandemic. Despite being funded by a multi-billionaire and despite having 2 flown pieces of hardware on orbit, they have certainly proven the technology, but because of the pandemic, they shut down a few months ago. So we don't know whether they will come back to life or not. I certainly have high hopes. They certainly have done some good work. But they also did not win a big contract from NASA. Axiom Aerospace won a contract to develop a habitat in space. So while this may not be my original Bigelow module, that might not be what we ultimately use, I think the design is still pretty solid. Terry, I don't know what happened to their tech. I know they originally bought it from NASA. They licensed it from NASA. NASA developed it, and they did a really good job of inflatable technology development. Bigelow and his team licensed it, but I don't know what happened after that. Yeah, I'm actually quite curious about that. And I don't think that Axiom is using the same. It's similar, but I don't think it's the same tech. So I don't know. I don't know anything more about that. Oh, you're looking into it. Great. So again, all this stuff is happening at the Lagrange point. And to give you scale, these were designed as Bigelow 330s, which are very, very large. This could be enough to house between 50 and 100 full-time astronauts. To compare that to the 7-ish that are full-time on the space station. So this is a very ambitious component of the lunar space elevator infrastructure. And originally, when we designed this was an afterthought. But since then, it's evolved to maybe being the primary component of the lunar system, lunar elevator system. I'll describe that why in a minute. I have a lot of high hopes and ambitions for this space station. I think this could be thousands of people, not maybe 100. I think it could be thousands of people. So we'll talk about this space station of my dreams in a minute. We try to kind of be very grounded in what we can actually do right now versus my ambitions. Well, it's not mine; it's the whole team. We've got a bunch of folks, but we try to be kind of grounded between where we're actually at and where we'd like to go. So all this is based on where we're actually at. This is the anchor station. Y'all noticed recently the Perseverance landing a couple weeks ago. They used active scanning of the terrain, mapping it in real time, finding their position, and a very careful touchdown. Honestly, it was spectacular technology. That's really valuable because that is the kind of technology that we need. With Michelle's moon registry, we know that Surveyor 6 has landed somewhat near where we want to go, but that was a long time ago. By the way, curiously, coincidentally, that launched on my birthday, so nice job, Surveyor. And it's going to my destination, so I always found that kind of serendipitous. We're going to, this is Sinus Medae, so if you look at the full moon, and just did X marks the spot at the very center. It's the 0, line, latitude and longitude. That's where we're headed. We don't have to. We do actually have some options, but from a pure physics perspective, if you line up the center of mass of the Earth and the center of mass of the moon and draw a direct line between those two spots, the string is going to fall directly on that line. And once you do that, it's actually pretty hard to put an elevator, say, on the South Pole, right? I mentioned Jerome Pearson a little while ago. His original plan was to have an elevator that had a conveyor belt system over the mountains of the moon, headed towards the South Pole. He added an awful lot of complications to that plan. Also, he planned it to have to be launched with AT space shuttle launches. So would have been a hard problem to solve, right? 80 space shuttle launches. And so that's what our team did. And again, hats off to Charles and Marshall, who did a lot of the heavy lifting there. Figured out how to build a much smaller system. We call it a single launch solution. And so we can do it with a much smaller system. But this technology that JPL just demonstrated is a technology that we will need because we don't have good maps of Sinus Medae. Right, we are getting them. There's certainly, there's the lunar orbiters that are taking great pictures, and we've gotten better and better and better at this. But at the level that we need, all of our imagery is pixelated. So we we don't know if we're going to land on rocks as we drop down. So that kind of like moment by moment calculations that Perseverance did a few weeks ago is exactly the kind of technology that we are going to need to employ. So it's nice to see that kind of technology development happening. So as we go on, we drop down to the surface, and notice it's kind of an uneven, unlevel spot. No matter where we go, it's going to be an uneven, unlevel spot. So we've got to have a system to kind of right ourselves and then sink into the lunar surface. I know we're supposed to call it regolith. I still, years later, call it dirt, moon dirt, because not everybody knows that the technical term is lunar regolith, and I don't want to lose people with my language, so I tend to refer to it as lunar dirt or moon dirt. But we have to sink into the dirt, and it's funny. Here's I'm going to go back a moment. Whoops, yeah. Check out the screws on these stationing screws. They're actually going backwards. So that won't actually screw anything into the surface of the moon. Little details like that make me kind of crazy. But we didn't have them, didn't commission them to like rebuild the entire video based off of that. But we're looking at maybe a 3-meter spike to really sink in there. And once the spike comes in, it also is going to pop out some barbs so that we stay there. Now, everybody always talks about the elevator as a single point of failure system. It's actually lots of different single points of failure. And we probably can repair if we lose the string. We'll talk about that in a minute. But if we lose the anchor station, we may or may not be able to repair. So that might be the most critical of the single points of failure that we have. And we are trying to eliminate single points, but we can't eliminate all of them. So we have to, especially engineer those points. So back at the Lagrange point, this is where all the fun stuff starts happening. We expand out the space station, and then the lifter gently carries cargo down to the surface of the moon. We're going to look at the lifter in more detail in a moment, but I want to tell you some of the evolution of this. When this all started, the kind of eureka moment, the aha moment that we had was landing on the moon is super hard. We go back and forth to Mars. I think Tim yesterday said going to Mars is commonplace now. Of course we're going to land on Mars because we've done it lots of times and we're pretty good at it. It's easier to land on Mars because it has an atmosphere. Even though it's a long ways away, it's vastly easier to land on Mars. Yeah, you sometimes need airbag solutions and aerobraking solutions and crane and rocketry solutions that are super complicated. But at the end of the day, the thing that makes it somewhat easy is the fact that it has an atmosphere. And so for us, when we first were looking at this, we thought that the eureka moment was soft landing on the moon. What we've done with the elevator is we've taken the hardest part of the problem and just removed it, right? We can soft land on the lunar surface by using robotic energy, kinetic energy back and forth instead of, mechanical energy back and forth instead of rocketry. Once we get to the surface of the moon, and we're going to look at the lifter in more detail in a minute. Once we get to the surface of the moon, this part the students really had a good time with. I will tell you, they understood this part way better than they understood the technology of our actual elevator. But we don't just go down to the surface of the moon. There needs to be a platform that we operate at, and we refer to that as the lift port. When we worked on the Earth elevator, the ship at the sea, the station at sea was the lift port, and this piece on the moon is the lift port. But a lot of activity happens here, right? This is the starting point for development of the lunar surface. So we're going to scurry around with little robots. I confess I don't have a lot of confidence in these robots. I think there's a lot wrong with the design, but given credit where it's due, these are students who have done the best they could with the knowledge that they had. There are some pieces, though, that are important that we are committed to. Communications arrays, that these work together in tandem and swarm technology where one small robot by itself can't do a lot, but a group of linked robots working together can probably do an awful lot. They will share, in robotics language, the hands and gripping tools are called end effectors. They will have a lot of interchangeable end effectors to be able to do different tasks on the moon. I'm a big fan of being able to go out and gather resources. So this is a robot changing its end effector, its hand, to go pick up a different kind of rock. So these robots will, I think, at first do a lot of lunar samples. Sample returns, I think, are going to be super important. There's a lot of folks that talk about we have an N of 1. We have a sample of 1 when we talk about lunar resources. We know what happened with, the what's it called? Pete Worden calls it bombing runs on the moon. When we start looking at the chemical composition of the stuff on the moon, we only have one actual example. So an N of 1. We need to do a lot of sample missions to really understand what's there. Like, we've got some good spectrographic analysis of some sites, but again, distance and pixelation, that data is not, it's not super reliable, and it's not like we can spend multi-billions of dollars in guesswork. And this isn't like drilling an oil well in Texas, and because there's an oil well 100 feet away from you on your left and on your right, it's a pretty safe bet there's an oil well beneath you, right? So, hey, Janet, I just saw your comment. Yeah, the aerodynamic heating is not a problem on the moon for sure. Yeah, exactly right. Mars is easier because it has an atmosphere, and it makes landing on the moon shockingly hard because it doesn't have an atmosphere, which is one of the reasons why we haven't gone back and forth for a really long time. Despite all the technology advancements, landing on the moon is very hard. And that's why we thought that's what we thought the killer app for the elevator was going to be, was landing on the moon. Sorry, back to these robots. I have a lot of high hopes for these robots, that they're going to be able to do samples, they're going to do evaluation, and that is going to be kind of the first steps. They'll go out and do sample collections. I think this part is a little bit mythical, magical. How do we get samples from the surface to cargo pods that the robotic lifter can climb into the sky with? That this feels a little made up and a little bit of a stretch of the imagination. I think it's probably harder than that diagram is. But fast forward, climb all the way up to the Lagrange point, and this part always makes me chuckle. Just wait for it for a second. We are not bombing the Earth. These are not missiles for the Earth. We described the Lagrange point a moment ago as the balance point, the gravitational balance point. Just climbing a bit beyond the L point, gravity starts to take over. Earth gravity starts to take over, and we will pick up energy moment by moment, faster and faster. We don't have to use missiles to fire samples back to the Earth. Yeah. I'm going to come back for a second because I think I missed something. Yeah, this piece. I want you to just look at the design here. So this video was created at basically the same time when we were trying to solve the Kickstarter robot that I described a while ago. So this is based off of that same serpentine design. I'm still somewhat confident in that design, despite the problems our team had in execution. I think the math is still good on that design, so we haven't shifted away from it. But it's super important to note, as rocketry has gotten more advanced, as launch vehicles have gotten larger, we have more string, we have more mass available to us, which means we have more string that we can bring up there. So instead of using a very, very super thin thread, and we have talked about threads as thick as dental floss. If you can see my screen here, this is an actual thread that we think might be usable on the elevator, and it's roughly a little thicker than this. So this is because the forces on the moon are so minor, the forces on the lunar elevator are so minor, we don't have to have massive overbuilds of this ribbon. But because we have new rocketry capabilities coming online regularly now, we may decide to use a larger ribbon than we had originally designed. So I think that's still one of the trade spaces that need to be determined. But instead of filaments of dental floss, it might be a centimeter wide instead. Like, it doesn't need to be much. I know that seems a little boggling, but it might be a centimeter wide and 250,000 kilometers long. One of the conversations we've been having with Cal Poly is we currently cannot come up with the answer, how long is the string? And that's because it's trade spaces between how big a rocket did we take in the first place? How big is the countermass that we have? What is the string made of? The longer the string, the smaller the countermass because you're farther into Earth's gravity well. The shorter the string, the bigger the countermass has to be. You're trading off what is the string made of. If there are at least 11 candidate materials that are all strong enough, but none of them are just right. None of them have Goldilocks properties. Some of them have elongation and creep problems. They're going to be stretchy. Some of them don't handle radiation. Some of them don't handle sunlight, and this thing's going to be in sunlight all the time. So one of the early things that we want to do, one of the early experiments we want to do, is send up test systems that just help us down select. We're going to do down here on the ground tests of materials, and then once we've done that, we'll down select to maybe 2 or 3 materials. Then we'll take those materials to space, put them in the actual environment, test the strings, figure out, down select again. We're almost certain we're going to have some sort of coatings to protect, but that's not any different than copper wire for your stereo. Copper wire in your house is covered with a plastic covering. So those sort of coatings are necessary, but that brings up another problem. How do you identify if a coating has cracked somewhere? If you do a visual inspection and it's not at the microscopic level, you might scan across the string and think it's okay, but it has got a fissure. Sunlight is getting in, for an example. Sunlight is getting in as the ribbon is moving, I showed the motions earlier, this ribbon is going to move all the time. Jen, I'll get to that in a second about maintenance. I'm trying to describe that now. This ribbon is going to move all the time. You're inevitably going to have materials fatigue. You're going to have cracks and fissures in the coatings. And how do you know that, right? So, when I talk about this, I don't intend to be vague. I'm just trying to say that we don't have all the questions, let alone all the answers. So to answer Janet's question about lifespan of the tether system, this goes back to the early work with Edwards that I described earlier in the morning. The Earth elevator was assumed it was going to have one very thin, I think it was a 3 centimeter ribbon originally, and that's dropped down from space down to the ground, and then the robotic lifters would climb up, bringing new ribbon in, widening it, and Liftport's design it was going to be at least a meter wide. And so we assume it's going to be a somewhat similar system. Back in the Roman days, when they wanted to build a bridge and cross a canyon, they would take a bow and arrows, shoot a string across the canyon, and pull ever larger strings across that canyon to build up the bridge. This is a very similar, very analogous process. So the first ribbon that goes up, the very first ribbon, probably is not going to have a very long lifespan, but we think that we can expand that initial seed stage somewhat quickly and reinforce. So that's the best answer I can give you. We think that the tether will be a permanent asset in the same way we think of the Brooklyn Bridge, the Panama Canal, and the Golden Gate Bridge. Obvious necessary maintenance requirements at the microscopic level, which is a whole nother level of challenges, but that we can continually replace and expand parts of the ribbon, I think are pretty important. Let me go back to the video here in a second. I'm just checking on time. I want to make sure I'm on schedule. Okay. Okay, so we're back at the Lagrange point. We have sent our samples back to Earth. This is all during the construction stage. But while this robot is climbing up the string, and it's going to take many days, there's internal arguments about whether this is a 5-day trip or an 11-day trip. Sorry, a 7-day trip or an 11-day trip, and there's good reasons for those arguments. We're not arguing; like, we're all good friends. We just have different perspectives. Stuff, while all that is happening on the top side of this thing, stuff is happening on the bottom, right? We didn't just abandon those little robots on the ground. Look down here. I told you that the anchor station is kind of the most critical of a set of single points of failure. We are taking the time to have the robots climb around, dig up more lunar regolith, and expand our molehill into a mountain. We want to bury this anchor station with a little bit of help from Mother Nature. So that's kind of the last, I won't say the last, but that's one of the last significant pieces of the construction process. And there's a little bit of magic involved with this one too. Like, we don't really know how that's going to work. We just know that that's a problem that needs to be solved. Okay. I'm just going to, credit to the kids, right? Always give credit to the kids. I'm just going to let that run. Okay. Special thanks. Now, that's the end of my videos. going to close this off and just kind of chat with y'all for a minute. I'm happy to answer questions. John, it probably is exactly like painting. I'm not sure what the fourth bridge is. I'm not familiar with the area enough, but it's going to be exactly like the Golden Gate's continuous process of painting the bridge. We described the other day that, we described earlier that ribbon is in motion all the time. It's in motion for a lot of reasons. One, the moon has the wobble, right? The perturbation. It's 30,000 kilometers. So just that small motion over time sets. I don't know Edinburgh, but the Greater Caledonian University is actually nearby. I don't know the area though. So as the moon is in motion, it sets up vibrations. Any rocket that docks with our space station is going to set motions the other way. The robot, as it's climbing back and forth, the lifter, as it's climbing back and forth, it's like putting your finger on a guitar string. As you change location on that guitar string, you change the frequency of the sound. Well, we're not going to have sound, but we are going to have motion in the ribbon. There's so many things that are going to cause motion in the ribbon. It's 250,000 kilometers. If it's a centimeter wide, which may be supposition, we don't know yet. If it's a centimeter wide and 250,000 kilometers long, that's an enormous sail area that is going to have solar impacts, right? There's just many, many, many influences on this ribbon. Thermal changes, day-night cycles of the moon, all of those things impact the ribbon. So there are still many unknowns. We've identified a lot of them. Tim, my wheels are turning for the first time. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you're wondering about this. It's been pretty fun stuff working on this stuff. Does anybody want to kind of ask some questions? There's a lot of different directions I can go. Give me some points that you'd like to get clarified.
I actually wanted to ask a question, Michael. This is all an amazing presentation, by the way. I wanted to ask the manufacturing footprint and how long for setup workforce training for this project.
The workforce training is probably more available than people give it credit, right? That there's a lot of folks that know material sciences. Maybe not a lot that know them to the level that we need, but that probably already exists. The rocketry, especially I hate to use the word explosive when I refer to the rocketry industry, but the rocketry industry has been explosive in the last 5 to 7 years. So those engineers, we need more of them. Absolutely no question we need more of them, but they're probably available. The thing, and this is where Cal Poly has kind of been super optimistic and helpful with, is probably the age of building one-off robots like the ones behind me. Like those are museum artifacts as far as I'm concerned. Going forward, we will probably build a whole lot of this thing in ones and zeros in simulated environments long before we actually start building hardware. So the folks that we need first and foremost are probably simulators and folks that can work with all of the vagueness that we have and start generating what we refer to as minimum viable answers. Like Silicon Valley has minimum viable product. Because we don't have any clear-cut answers, we have to have flexibility. That flexibility is, we reflect that in our language, calling them minimum viable answers. And so we need folks that can take the data that we do have, the unknowns that we have a lot of, and start combining those into simulations where we can test things. So that's the workforce that we immediately need, is test and simulation. Over time, and I don't think it's very long, you guys asked earlier what the time frame is. I said the most possibly optimistic version is 5 years. I'm actually quite confident in 7 to 12 years. That workforce, once this thing is completed, is very different. Then we're talking about folks that are, true lunar astronauts and explorers and developers that are making sure the robots work, that are doing the ground truth evaluating mineral deposits, that are constructing the systems that construct the space-based solar power systems, mining, refining, manufacturing. That's a multi-billions of dollars put into that. So that's further out. We don't tend to focus that far out. We tend to focus a lot closer, but that's definitely on the horizon.
Very interesting. Chris Kent actually asked a very good question. He asked, will the station require keeping thrusters?
Thrusters. Okay. Thanks, Chris, for bringing that up. I almost missed that. When I started way back, let's see, let's go back to, well, I'm not going to come back to the video. Remember the space station has the Bigelow sites, Bigelow modules. So originally we thought that the key to this, the killer app, was soft landing on the moon. And that is still true. Charles and I co-wrote a paper just a few weeks ago. Well, it was released a few weeks ago on potential plume effects of all rockets landing on the surface of the moon. It's going to create a lot of dust. That's a problem. That goes directly to the stuff that Michelle was talking about with her registry a little while ago. The rockets that land on the moon are going to be a problem. They are going to be an environmental disaster for the moon. And we think that the lunar elevator is a solution to that. And originally, we did not expect the many missions focused on the moon that we are currently seeing, right? At last count, there's more than 70 missions to the moon scheduled in the next 10 years. I mean, that is a boggling number. Yeah, I know. I was surprised as you are. There's a lot of activity going to the moon in the next 10 years. It's actually shocking. And that's going to create a lot of dust. And there's talk about how do we mitigate that dust and plume effects and things like that. And gosh, the guys down in, I forget their names. Oh man, there's a company that just announced they're going to put aluminum. They're going to put aluminum into their thrust system, melted aluminum, so the melted aluminum hits the lunar surface and creates an automatic landing pad as they descend. Now, I think that's pretty remarkable, but it's also going to leave a big aluminum, pad on the surface of the moon, hopefully for reuse later on. None of that existed when we were originally looking at these ideas. So we thought that the big killer app for this system was going to be a soft landing on the moon. And that's still true. There's just a lot of other people going to the moon in normal conventional rocketry ways. We're going to be able to provide a lot of mass cargo, and I think that's an important change. But to answer your question directly, Chris, the space station might be the revised new killer app. So back to this screen, right? You've got the moon, you've got a string attached to the space station. If you have a space station attached to the moon, you don't need thrusters, which means that this space station can be massively large because you're not having to deal with that constant. So the constant variations of the moon's position puts perturbations on anything. So for example, Gateway is absolutely going to be, NASA's Gateway is absolutely going to be limited by the amount, by the mass it can ultimately become. They don't have plans to make, a multi-100 person space station. So let's not go crazy with that. But if Gateway were to scale up to be hundreds of people, they would have to have a heck of a lot of rocketry in order to maintain positions. Our attached space station to the moon is now in orbit around the Earth in exactly the same way that the moon is in orbit, right? So it just takes all of that complexity out of the system. I mean, the string is still complex, but we don't have to have perpetual need for station keeping. So I think our space station is going to be way bigger than I originally expected, and the usage of going back and forth may be less than I'd originally expected.
Interesting. One last thing. I know we have 2 minutes left, but Inara from Galaxis Aerospace actually put in a really interesting comment. She said that she was really excited, and it is really exciting where Liftport is going, poised on the cusp of the new space entrance era. It's an idea whose time is imminent. It's very actually really beneficial and inspirational. Now, I know that you like to keep it real, Michael. Where do you see this going in the next 5 to 10 years, and perhaps how will it evolve for the next generation?
Well, so first, to stick with the keep it real, there's a really smart physicist that I deeply trust that has pointed out a problem that may be impossible. And I said yesterday, I don't use that word lightly. So how do we deploy the first string is super complicated, far more complicated than I had originally understood it to be. Because the gravities are so low from where we start, how do we shoot strings both directions, right? It's really easy to put a video with a bunch of college kids together. Like, it's easy to put that video together, but the actual reality of it is that deployment is vastly complicated, far more complicated than we had originally thought. So keeping it real means there may be one piece, and it's the only one that we're aware of. There may be one piece that might actually be impossible. We think it's solvable, but we have not solved it yet. And there are different deployment scenarios. Like, this is the one that we originally came up with, but there are new different deployment scenarios. So that's not the only solution that's possible. Going forward, I think you're going to have hundreds, if not thousands, of people living, working, and playing in space within the next decade. And that's not just us. There are, I think, 5 space station companies. I think at least 3 of them are very credible. There's NASA's own plans. I hope they get extended for the ISS. Russia and China are trying to do some interesting stuff with the moon that was just announced a couple days ago. And so it wouldn't surprise me if we go from 7 currently to 70 people permanently living in space in the next 10 years. That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much, and we really appreciate this amazing presentation, Michael.
Thank you.
For more information, please visit frf.space and Liftport's website at liftport.com. To continue the networking benefits for this event, please put your LinkedIn in the chat or comments. For everyone listening, thank you for joining us on this Blue Marble Week, powered by Foundation for the Future. Foundation for the Future, along with some of our phenomenal partners, created Blue Marble Week primarily to accelerate near-term cislunar space infrastructure development from Earth's ground to moon surface from now to 2035. Designed as a monthly event series, Blue Marble Week is the first step in creating a safe and sustainable gateway to outer space. Up next, to aid in the importance of our fundraising efforts here in our foundation, I will be presenting an exciting, ambitious initiatives panel for Foundation for the Future. This panel will help in educating the advancements of building the movement of Blue Marble Week and the creation of a private public space infrastructure partnership for a foundation for the future. This panel will be headlined by Emily Mishler and Lila Gislason, who spoke with us earlier, as well as Tim Chrisman, who is our co-founder and executive director for a foundation for the future. Tim, Lila, and Emily, the screen is yours.
Thanks, Leo.
Thanks, Leo.
Wonderful. So our intention over the next 30 minutes is really to share with you much more about the initiatives and what's going on with the Foundation for the Future. We've talked to so many different industry professionals about what's going on, kind of what we're building, what could potentially happen. And our intention really is to settle in to why the Foundation is at the crux of what exactly we're doing. So to kind of kick things off, I want to open the floor to both Tim and Lila to talk more about who the Foundation is.
Yeah, thanks, Emily. So the foundation is meant to be, and we're growing into, a cross-section of what America looks like. We have supporters and employees and contractors from Washington State to Florida, and
Tim?
we routinely joke about how there needs to be fewer people in the foundation who look like me. But at the end of the day, there should not be any group that's not represented. And so we are kind of an eclectic group of people who believe that the idea that something can't be done is just a prelude to us figuring it out. I think early on we did a sort of doodle video about us being a group of misfits who came together around the idea of making the impossible inevitable. And I think that really captures the spirit of who we are without naming and giving addresses to everyone, which isn't always as useful.
Yeah, I love that, Tim. I think culturally that's one thing about us that it definitely unites us. I think we all have we're only 6 months since we've been founded, and I think in that short time we've laid out a pretty comprehensive plan to achieving our bigger vision, which is space infrastructure and space itself really being accessible to everyone, not just billionaires. And so with that being our goal, we've sort of laid out this really, I guess, I don't want to say well-crafted, but, just these stepping stones to reaching our goal. And that big goal being the passing of the Space Corporation Act, which would be a huge, huge win for us. Tim, do you want to talk a little bit more about the act itself?
Yeah. The Space Corporation Act is essentially version 31 or 32 of the idea that sort of animated the creation of the foundation. In its current form, it is a infrastructure development corporation chartered by the U.S. Congress with 51% ownership stake retained by the government, but run as a for-profit business, much as ComSat was, much as the Tennessee Valley Authority currently is. But this corporation would be a tool and a vehicle by which the most innovative tools created on Wall Street can be combined with the innovation of Silicon Valley and the drive and passion of Main Street to unlock America's potential and future. So the corporation itself would be authorized to issue bonds, give grants, give direct loans, all with an eye towards delivering economic benefits to the ground, creating jobs in underserved areas, and essentially creating the backbone architecture for a space economy that builds tomorrow. Right now, we have a space economy where the entry fee is essentially a PhD or rocket engineering degree, and that's an inverted workforce pyramid. Our logo that I still cannot understand how well crafted it is with the work that Leo and Lila did, but it shows where we are now. The point of the triangle at the bottom of our logo is the workforce that we have in space right now, and we're trying to build out the rest of it and the rest of the economy that workforce will serve and develop. And it's it's an ambitious project for this space corporation to be taking on. And that's why we see value in developing events like Blue Marble Week and the community that it brings together, because that's too much to ask of any single entity or organization. So we have to build a community around the idea to support that.
Yeah, actually, Tim, I'd like to ask you a question. Back when we started these conversations, over 6 months ago or how long it was, I think you still had that same vision, right? That, to make space more accessible. How did you get from make space more accessible? And, in the early days of the conversation, kind of in the theme of our event here, there were a lot of conversations around space elevators. How did you get from that vision to sort of where we are now with the steps that we're taking?
Well, if there's one thing I'm uniquely bad at, it's remembering all the steps that got me to where I am. It makes me uniquely ungrateful for how good I have had it. And it's an unfortunate part of my existence. But the short version of what should be a long explanation is that I ran into good ideas. One of the benefits of modernity and civilization is that just like the internet enables the spread of ideas, cities allow ideas to run into each other, and they do that at an increasing rate compared to rural areas. And what we have been doing, participating in, and creating is a nebulous community growing into a city for the ideas to run into each other, ricochet, the good ones to merge, the bad ones to be improved. And that's what's happened. And in part, because that's happened, I can't trace the changes to how and why, because there were 7 people that talked to me within 30 minutes of each other, and we all went our separate ways and came back days later, and something different was there.
Yeah, I think Blue Marble Week may have been one of those things that came out of one of those 7 conversations.
Yeah, no, it definitely was. Yeah. And I think one of the enduring benefits of being organized around a vision and idea is the flexibility and adaptability. There was not a need for a dogmatic adherence to some way of doing things or some facet of a plan, but instead it was, how do we get from A to B in the best way? And so Blue Marble Week has been one of those ideas, that it was building a community of doers who could deliver extremely relevant and useful information in a digestible, timely format. And that has grown and evolved as we've done these, and will continue to. Ultimately, that's the goal, is, sort of we grow or we die, we innovate or we die, and keeping that alive.
Yeah, well, and I think if the foundation has one big goal, which is the Space Act, I think our very near and dear secondary goal is to create this ecosystem of companies, of innovators and leaders who are excited about building a future in space as we are. So I think that's great. And so just going back to these stepping stones I mentioned before, there are a number of initiatives that we've sort of taken on to support both of these goals. It's kind of our work as a foundation. I think we've got a lot of stakeholders that we want to serve, but I think we just have a lot of really cool initiatives that we need to take on to really help us move the needle. What, Tim, do you see as being some of these most important initiatives in addition to Blue Marble Week?
Well, so we mentioned the sort of government relations, the government outreach, and ironically, every bit as much as we need an educated workforce, we need an educated decision-making community that understands that space is not just in the Jetsons cartoon, but is here. The things being proposed and talked about are doable as is. They're going to break along the way. We're going to fix them. Nobody yells at Apple for the fact that their iPhone looks different now than it did when they first introduced it. And so that is an important component of our sort of government outreach initiative. And there's the workforce development. So in cooperation with Cal Poly, we're standing up a workforce development center that really seeks to fill the niche of less than STEM in terms of education. And when I say less than, I just mean sort of years of schooling required. So the bachelor's and below educational requirements. It may be 0G welding certifications, and it may be cross-training for industrial design and manufacturing bachelor's degrees. And we have seen a tremendous amount of interest in that, ranging from the National Security Space Association saying they want to sign on and be sort of founding partners in that as they look to build out a national security space internship program for juniors and seniors in college. The Challenger Center has indicated they want to help provide the lessons they've learned delivering their content to schools and kids, and be able to plug in what they're doing across the nation and give educators access to those programs. And we're trying to integrate with Job Corps and these other skills and trades-based education providers so that students and professionals don't have to chase the idea of working in or around space. They don't have to be the Alyssa Carlsons who spent their entire lives finding space opportunities to go to. They can just be in front of them. They can be on a web portal and accessible to everyone. Related to that, I think, is the initiative of making space tangible and real to sort of the opposite of who NASA is choosing as astronauts right now, or the billionaires driving a lot of the innovation. Those underserved communities where the kids in college or coming out of high school may love the idea of space. They may look up with a telescope like Leo has behind him, and that telescope may be the most expensive thing in their house, their pride possession, but they see no way that could ever be a real life for them. And going to those communities, working with the schools and educators to give scholarships to those kids, to bring them into the workforce in a meaningful way, regardless of their other skills and interests. The last Blue Marble Week, Lee presented on a bunch of the different ways that the humanities are starting to engage in the space sector and are thinking about it. And I mean, if we can have a Cirque du Soleil in orbit, there's no reason we can't have a fashion show, an art gallery, and everything else that we have here on the ground that gives the vibrancy and color to life and isn't just the sterile space stations that we currently see in orbit. Why is there no art on the ISS walls? I mean, I know why. There's no space. They have, it's very small, but other than that. So yeah, does that answer the question?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there are a lot of initiatives that, I mean, those are just a few. I know we talk about different initiatives that we have sort of in education, in government relations, science and research. I know there are different studies and material tests that we're ambitious to get going on. You know, and just outreach. I think just getting the word out about what we're doing, why we're doing it in creative ways. This network here, even through Blue Marble Week, has been outstanding. After every event, we've made new contacts. Contacts have introduced us to contacts, and again, we're a small team, and there's only so much we can do on our own. We are a 501c3 organization, nonprofit. So a lot of this is thanks to a select few donors and a lot of the donations that you've all sent. And it's great, but again, we've got big ambitions. So,
And it's a weird place to be, because any space startup that goes out seeking capital has a thing to sell: equity in the company, a tangible slideshow that shows what the investor gets on the backside. And because a significant part of what we are doing is pushing Congress to create Infrastructure Development Corporation, there's not an ability to sort of sell that access and shares in that organization or that product because of either the constitutional issues of Congress passing a law to benefit a select group of people, or because it presents a conflict of interest between whomever is basically buying that access and what happens on the backside. And so it's a strange and weird place to be as a space startup. And I think that it has been an interesting journey to navigate that, and being able to say, no, you can't buy into this company, but here's what you can do to help support. And in return, we're hosting these events and can offer advertising space, can give access to the white papers we commission, or co-authorship rights. If you want to sponsor these, we'll jointly sponsor scholarships, business plan competitions. And so it's been, yeah, I think it's, yeah, I feel like there was more there. I lost it.
Well, I think there's a lot of opportunities for people to partner with us as well. We early days had this really cool idea of creating a documentary about what we're doing and sort of the importance of this initiative. And when we looked into how much creating a documentary like that would cost, we had to sidestep politely. But, you know, what a cool opportunity for someone to partner with us on something like that. And, you know, something that can be used to spread both our message and other messages, and, you know, through social media, or who knows, Netflix even, we don't know. But, you know, again, we're a group of hustlers and doers, and we're excited to get creative with stuff and just have fun.
Yeah, I just realized that had we actually gone through with that documentary, we would have been finishing up right about now, which is also when Tiger King came out. And so we could have like scheduled it as a release for, hey, you remember Carol Baskin? Yeah, this isn't about her. And it could have been fun. In hindsight, now we know how to do it better. But to your creative point, like as we're planning out our crowdfunding for the summer, where we're sending a toilet to the moon. Like, we have launch providers giving honest to God quotes to move a toilet from the ground, physical toilet, porcelain toilet, from the ground to the surface of the moon. We have engineering providers talking with us about the specifications we need and the designs we could do to duct tape, essentially, a toilet to a lander. And
can you just pause? Can you just pause for a second and give the why behind this?
Other than there's never been a toilet on the moon.
Right.
But the idea is, look, so the cheapest mission to the moon was the Israeli lander mission, and that came in just under $100 million. And that was viewed as a wild success in terms of cost benefit for landing something on the moon, and a huge deal. And our whole point, and as we've said multiple times, space is hard because we're not there. We being people. Fancy monkeys with pants showing up places will figure out how to do things the longer they're there. And so right now, why can't we start building infrastructure where we want to be in space? Why can't we do that as a community? Turns out we can. It's not going to be a working toilet, but the point is, coming together for a little over $1 million, you can put a no kidding toilet on the moon. It might break on landing, but that's not the point. The point is, for $1 million, we can put things on the moon as a community because we chose to. And it then harkens back to Kennedy's speech of, we choose to do this because it's hard, and it then becomes easy because we chose it. And so the why is half messaging, half my parents live in Texas, and half why hasn't this been done yet? There's three halves there. I don't do math, so it doesn't matter.
Right, but I think it also sends a message that getting infrastructure well, it's traditional Earth infrastructure, right? It's kind of tongue in cheek, like sending it to the moon. But also, it shouldn't be through the gateway of just a couple of launch providers. It shouldn't be just, it shouldn't be so expensive, but also it shouldn't be, we need to ask ourselves, is it okay just for anyone to be able to shoot a toilet onto the moon? I mean, I think it evokes a lot of questions, which which is exactly what we're trying to do.
So as we're leaning into the future that the Foundation for the Future is building, and as it's so entertaining to me, but also inspiring to me, how both you, Tim and Lila, and also those advocates and partners of the foundation have these incredible ideas that are made actionable seemingly almost instantaneously. As we're building out this robust future and this vision and bringing space back home and also bringing ourselves to space and really making that an accessible reality, what does the foundation need? What are the areas of biggest need? What kind of network are we looking to build? How can we help?
Yeah, that's a great question, Emily. Thank you. I think we really need support in all capacities right now. We've had a number of wonderful volunteers step up to help with Blue Marble Week and some other initiatives. We're looking for more of those. I think you all share our vision, so please join us. We are looking for board members, steering committee members, speakers for Blue Marble Week. We actually just added a link to our website. If you're interested in becoming a speaker, you can click on that link and submit an application. And, fellow thought leaders, we're looking for partners, other organizations also who believe what we believe. And, obviously any donations help. We've got a lot of operation costs, and as we've mentioned here, we've got some lofty ideas and goals that we'd love to bring to fruition, to help sort of further that vision of ours to make space accessible for everybody. Tim?
Yeah, and the last couple days I've had a number of calls with some of you that are on this right now, and that has been the question: what's our greatest need? How can we get involved? And my answer does always start with, we need the ideas. I talked about those running into each other, and that is what has given us the sort of intellectual capital to get things like the Space Corporation Act to where it is now. You heard yesterday, sometimes bills take decades to move through Congress, and ours is moving in a matter of days and weeks. And that's the result of the ideas generated from people like you. But as we are starting to look at rapid scaling up of operations and initiatives, the most pressing need right now is raising the capital, the sort of Series A capital raise. And that is going to come from corporate and individual memberships. And in the coming days, you'll start to see more of that as we sort of lay out what that looks like, so how you can then be involved in this capital raise.
So as we're looking to do this raise, our invitation for you is to help us in bringing space back home. So in doing that, we had mentioned earlier different ways to get involved. If you're curious about your involvement from a financial, personnel, kind of corporate, connective, role. If you're curious about any of those things, please don't hesitate to reach out to us at the foundation at f4f.space. If you are interested on a corporate level, we have the opportunity to sponsor Blue Marble Week and a foundation at large on a monthly and annual basis to support the important work. On a personal level, we also offer those things. If you, your friends, or family are inspired to support us, please don't hesitate to let us know and get in touch. Again, we are inviting you to be a part of this journey with us, and we are so excited about all of the momentum that we've created, the robust vision, and the access that we're going to be able to create through the initiatives that we have, and invite you to join us. So again, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to myself, Lila, Tim, or any affiliate of the Foundation for the Future. We are looking to boldly move forward and take the next steps. Oftentimes, it feels like leaps in our case, forward towards space, and we appreciate you being here and supporting us. So our contact information is available on the website. And with that, we will pass it back over to our MCs. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much to Tim, Ella, and Emily. To everyone watching, your help in the ongoing efforts to make space accessible to all is not only appreciated, but also extremely important. If you would like to help in any way, please email myself, Tim, or Lila with our first name followed by @f4f.space. And as always, please visit the Foundation for the Future's website at f4f.space for more information on how you can help sponsor and donate to our ongoing effort, as well as to Blue Marble Week. Before we move on to our next speaker, I will be presenting my co-host, which will be presenting the afternoon speakers for this event, Lee Steinke. Lee is a geophysicist and business executive with a track record of delivering hundreds of millions in value through leadership of science strategy and operation. Her career spans Fortune 100 to small nonprofit organizations, and she was most recently on the executive leadership team of a $1 billion PE-backed energy company. Lee chairs the advisory board for the Rocky Mountain and Associates of Geologists and volunteers at Space Foundation on a program for the United Nations Office of Outer Space Affairs. She holds a bachelor's degree from UNC Chapel Hill, a master's from Yale, and an MBA from Wharton. Hi, Lee, how are you?
I'm good. How are you, Leo?
Doing great, thank you so much.
Thank you for a great morning of introductions and commentary. Our next speaker is Michel Zappa. Mr. Michel Zappa is a founder and CEO of Envisioning, a technology foresight institute. As a futurist and information designer, Mr. Zappa helps people and organizations think about possible futures. He maps and tracks how the technological ecosystem develops and works with policy and decision makers worldwide on technology strategy. Mr. Zappa's work aims to illustrate the implications of accelerating change and facilitate a higher level of awareness about our relationship to technology. Mr. Zappa, you have the floor.
Mr. Zappa just pinged me a moment ago. He is on his way, but he's not actually in the call just yet. So we're going to tap dance for a moment. I got a message literally 1 minute ago saying I'll be there in 1 minute. And both Fabio and I saw him in the chat a moment ago, like 5 minutes ago when y'all were speaking, and he said he'll be right back. So we're just going to pause. We've been really lucky about speakers being like on the spot on time, but we don't have that now. So we're just going to.
I watched a video on his website last night, and his dog was running back and forth across the stage. So maybe he has a dog-related emergency.
Yeah, he takes that dog everywhere. I've seen a lot of pictures in his Instagram about that dog. So maybe that's it.
Space Games Federation had a mascot called Space Cat. He went everywhere to all the conferences that they attended, and it's good shtick.
Good shtick, exactly. So let's stick with the conversation we were just having a moment ago. Tim, if you're still around, pull your screen back up. So I've been here. Y'all started about 6 months ago. I've been here about 4.5 months. So I've referred to myself as nearby, but not on the inside. And it's been fascinating as a nearby, but not on the inside bystander to kind of watch this evolution. Mitchell just got here. I'm just going to finish my idea and then we'll bring him on. So I ask all of the other speakers to have kind of a crystal ball. Where do you think you're going to be in 2022 and 2025? And short answers, because I was just killing time for Mitchell to get here. So, Lila, Tim.
Oh, 2022, we are doing in-person Blue Marble events monthly around the country at the opening and or announcement of Space Corporation investments or facilities, and sort of highlighting the impact and potential of the Space Corporation and its work as we sort of take Blue Marble Week on the road. The foundation itself will have sort of morphed into a supporting role as a workforce development advocate for the Space Corporation and a champion for a kindergarten to orbit workforce pipeline. By 2025, that pipeline should be well established, should be cranking out certified welders, technicians, should be
Space welders, space technicians.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right.
Sounds like we've got some real boots on the ground getting ready to go. So, oh no, we just lost him again.
He was here. Mitchell was here just a moment.
He was here.
All right. All right.
Oh, there
Harry
he
is
is.
back.
Okay.
Okay.
Michelle,
Mitchell's calling in
please,
from Brazil, so I'm wondering if it's a communications problem.
Well, there was a scheduling problem, not so much a geography problem. I thought it was on in 25 minutes. I've been listening in on and off during the day, so apologies for the miscomm. And I was rebooting Chrome so I could share the screen, so we don't have to do it now.
We've already given your introduction, so sir, you can take it away. We'd love to see what you've got.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm prepping the slides, and I'll do a brief explanation of sort of where I'm coming from and how I meet you here today. Can you see my screen? Awesome.
Yeah.
So about a decade ago, I started this endeavor called Envisioning. Right around the same time I met Mike. We've been in conversation ever since. And Envisioning today is this large-scale attempt to make sense of the technological ecosystem. And I am a massive sci-fi geek, so of course I want to be part of this community. And I know Mike exploits that to the best of, or both of our advantage. And I like framing the reason why we're doing this around Roy Amara, one of the founder of the Institute for the Future, who says that we tend to overestimate the effects of technology in the short term and underestimate the effects in the long term. And this, to me, is a crucial framing because it's true, even when we know that it's true. In other words, we have to keep compensating for a sort of a potentially changing future and a potentially grander effects of technology as things progress, and as a constant reminder that in the short term we rarely hit the mark of where we're going to end up in the short term. And the other reason we're here is technology has a disproportionate effect on the way that the future unfolds or that it develops. So we know of things like accelerating change or exponentials. We're tired of hearing about that in computing and communications. But everywhere you have exponential change, you also bump into unintended consequences of that change. So technology has this splash effect or splash damage across areas that were not originally intended. And I think we all suffer a little bit of future shock without leaving home, so to speak. In other words, the future is arriving so quickly that we can barely make sense of it. So this is the framework in which I felt it made sense to develop Envisioning. And Envisioning is an intelligence platform. It's a lot of things. It's a series of infographics, it's interactive visualization tools, but primarily it's an intelligence platform. And our stated goal for Envisioning is to become the best place to learn about technology, or especially emerging technologies that are between TRL 1 and 9, so technologies that are still in the development phase, that are in that pipeline, which is to say a ton of technologies, thousands and thousands of technologies that we currently track. And we do that in order to help build more desirable futures, more equitable futures. And we do that by combining data visualization, which I'll show you in a minute, together with heavily systematic research. So we have an extremely structured approach to how we go about identifying, documenting, describing, tracking, tagging, listing, categorizing these technologies, and how we present them. And our intent is to become, and I put this in quotes, a single source of truth. In other words, if you want to look up a film today, you're most likely going to find it on the IMDb. The Internet Movie Database has been it's as old as the web, and it's become sort of one of the de facto places to read about movies, TV, etc. We feel that there's no such space for technology currently, and we feel that there's plenty of room to build something like that. So that's what we've been doing for about a decade. We're still at 1% of where we want to be, but I'm going to show you a little bit what it looks like today and where we're going next. Another important framing device in order to contextualize the reason, or the big picture of why we're doing this, is a skill called futures literacy. And futures literacy is this ability that is being sponsored or backed by UNESCO as a sort of an umbrella term to have futurists or practitioners in the future space start using a shared lexicon and way of defining future skills. And for envisioning, this matters a ton, because on the database and tracking side, we feel we have great coverage in terms of explaining the technologies, showcasing them, talking about them. But it only makes sense within an organization, at least outside of engineering. It primarily makes sense if you contextualize these changing technologies within a framework of futures literacy. In other words, these technologies matter because they're shaping the future. And how they're shaping the future and which direction they're taking the future, we feel is crucial. And this is why we're so adamant on creating these tools and solutions and making them publicly accessible on the web. And a few premises. You guys are a technical crowd, so I'm going to sort of zoom through this. But we do work a lot. I've mentioned TRL. I suppose everyone is familiar with technology readiness level. But there are a few components to the work, and all of this will make more sense when I start showing you the radars in a minute. So we identify new technologies, we scout them out, we track them, catalog them, and put them into the database, source everything, identify where it's coming from, and then we assess it primarily with TRL, but also a series of other quantitative indicators that help us paint a sort of a data-driven picture of where we're at, where we're going, and how impactful might these changes be. TRL, of course, begins in the idea phase. It matures into concepts, prototypes, and finally products. And it means that every technology that we have began as an idea, but it doesn't mean that every idea becomes a full-fledged technology. And finally, this getting into the nitty-gritty, we have a systematic way of documenting the technologies. We don't call anything a technology. We call it either a domain, an application, or a method. We can go into that if there's further interest in the Q&A. But to me, it's important to state that there's no such thing as a technology. Technology has several meanings. It has several connotations. And to avoid ambiguity, we don't even use the term tech anymore. We call it either a domain, an application, or a method. A domain is an area of research. An application is what something is used for. What's the use case of it? And a method is how something is done. So we separate these and we measure the TRLs of these individually. So again, we're here to inform decision-making about technology and to create more equitable and inclusive futures. And I want to show to you what that looks like. And to that effect, I'm going to start with a representation of our primary visualization tool, which is called the radar. And in this case, we did some work with the European Institute of Technology, looking at the future of manufacturing. And but if you've seen one, you've seen them all in terms of visualization logic and categorization. So in this particular report, we're looking at technologies related to the flexibility of manufacturing, human-machine collaboration, location-independent manufacturing, and the orchestration of the factory floor. Again, this is very contextualized to their set of challenges, but in a general sense, the radar serves to represent these data sets for multiple challenges. What you see here is dots on the map. Every dot corresponds to a technology, be it an application or a method. So something like programmable matter, according to our assessment, it's still at TRL2, according to this definition of programmable matter. Then we, along with illustrating it, finding images for it, summarizing it, sort of a tweet-length description of what it is, before diving into how it works, what the future perspectives of this particular technology is, which trend or cluster that it belongs to in this particular report, but also the organizations working on it. So we tag academic institutions, R&D labs, startups. We track that. We call it organizations. We generalize it. We don't call it just startups. And of course, the sources behind it. So how did we end up with this observation? Well, these are the papers. These are the reports. This is the Kickstarter campaign where we found it. This is the patent application where it was first spotted. So we do that tracking on the back end, and that's all visualized in the radar. So that's for one entry. The same is true for every other entry. And given that it's a visualization or an interactive visualization, it allows us to do things like reorder the report around, say, TRL. So we can track, we can start at science fiction. So the artificial superintelligence still feels very low on the TRL scale, at least when I talk to my Siri. And on the other side, things like remanufacturing, say the digital twin, which many factories use nowadays. They have a digital version of their physical environment, full TRL9. As a parenthesis, in this particular report, we added a separate quantitative indicator, which is the BRL, the business readiness level, sometimes called the market readiness level. These can be tracked separately. You could also do this per organization, but simply to explain why you're seeing a separate or secondary bar here. This is not always the case. So these tools are they have a few use cases in mind. I mean, primarily they're about exploration and discovery. So what we help stakeholders within these organizations, usually in the public sphere, sometimes in the private sector, but mostly government agencies. We help their stakeholders with discovery and exploration. So it serves the role of a report. Say these are the 100 technologies that will shape the future of food or the future of aeronautics, for that matter. So the segmentation of the research depends on the use case of the particular client project, but the radars at large help primarily with discovery and exploration. So learning about what's going on in the field in a non-linear manner that is backed by data. So things like the relationship between the technologies, even their dependencies, we're starting to track. Of course, the TRL, as you've seen. There's a few other quantitative indicators we use sometimes, like the likely impact of the technology. Some of these indicators are global, such as the TRL. It's not going to change from one organization to the next. If it's ready, it's ready. Others are local. So the impact, for example, might be, let's say, what is the impact for this on space exploration? That would be one sort of tangential view we could take on every entry in the database and assess end to end, so to speak. And I'll give you a brief glimpse on one of our backends. This is the, we call it TDB. So again, inspired by the IMDb, Internet Movie Database. This is the technology database, TDB. And we're currently tracking about 1,300 entries, of which most have been assessed using TRL. They have been assessed according to the sustainable development goal that they're addressing. So we work a lot with open standards. So we're picking up something like the 17 SDGs and correlating our technologies to those felt like low-hanging fruit. It felt fairly obvious to relate something like the bio-based economy, which is a domain. It's a broad set of technologies, but relates to the sustainable development goals of decent work, sustainable cities, and responsible consumption, for example. But it also belongs to other categorization methods. I could go on and on and on about how much we categorize things. But I do want to make another note about why we're doing this. I think the primary reason Mike and I were so excited about having this brief demo today during BMW is the direction we're taking the work in the medium term is around something we call federations. And yes, that is a Roddenberry reference, and we call it federations. What we call federations are shared are communities of practice that are working on a shared set of challenges. So in other words, I'm going to show a concrete example of that. Several cities face the same challenges of fixing their affordable living, fixing their traffic, fixing their resource use. So we realized most cities, if not all cities, have the same underlying challenges that they're trying to work on, but they often do that in silos. It's rare, it's relatively rare to share best practices across city lines. And with that in mind, and given the space that envisioning has carved out in the Foresight community over this last decade, last year we launched the first of these federations. And this federation is for cities and urban innovation. So we look at things like civic engagement, governance, logistics, mobility, energy use, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the intent, the stated intent for this particular federation is to start finding that community of practice, find these practitioners who are working with urban innovation in their city and who are not necessarily competing with other cities. I mean, the competition is not about resources, or it's not about withholding information from other cities. Much on the contrary, cities, as far as I know, are keen on working with each other and knowing that they're not solving these problems alone. And there's a general, or there's a sense in which we want to do this for other problem areas as well, or for other shared areas of shared interests as well. So along with cities, of course, space is high on that list. So I think the stated goal or the purpose for this brief demo that we're doing is to start sort of rattling up some interest, or at least figuring out if there's shared, if this resonates with this work group, because we're coming at this from a very methodological and tool-based approach, where we kind of know how to track, identify, and document these technologies. We know how to represent them. We know how to get them in to an organization and contextualize, like give the big picture of why you should know these things for an organization and for the individuals in it. But the big picture is we should be doing something like this for space. I mean, we should be working on the same. Given that there are so many shared challenges in this field, we would like to offer our platform as one of the building blocks towards working towards these futures.
When you look at building those federations, are you encountering resistance from the potential customers because they say they don't have time to collaborate? What I find when there are silos working side by side on the same problems, even in the same building, sometimes everybody's understaffed, too busy, and I could see how city governments could be in that same boat. What kind of discussions do you have around that?
So the resistance is real, absolutely. And the way we frame that, I mean, we realized that when launching what we thought was pretty good research, and realizing that the adoption rate is remarkably slow. People are they're slow on the uptake. Of course, the public sphere is not known for being fast moving. We don't hold it against them. We know they have literally other sort of holes to fix that come before looking at what's going to happen in 2050. So we're very cognizant of that, and we know that the resistance is real. So the way we're addressing that will be different per federation, and it's all about finding the language that resonates, the language and the set of tools that resonates with those particular audiences. So in the public innovation, in the urban innovation space, that probably looks like it's looking like meetings and work groups and roundtables instead of trying to exchange best practices in smaller groups, and then using the radar as a backdrop, or at least as an excuse to find each other. But your observation is extremely valid. I mean, this is something we're encountering. We had our best intentions of getting this out to the world, and realizing it's difficult to make things that resonate.
Mhm. And when you build your space federation, can you talk about some of the categories around the radius of your diagram there?
That's a great question. I believe I am not up to speed enough to what we should be doing now. I mean, I could wing it, but I don't think that would be useful to the conversation. So I'm the first one to tell you that I don't know. I know that I'm in the right team to figure this out, and we're approachable enough to start discussing this in a small group to figure out what it should look like. Because the starting point is, I mean, of course, the technologies in space are not entirely distinct from those on Earth. Obviously, this is where they're built most of the time, if not all the time. And so obviously, it's going to overlap a lot with that. What I do feel is we have, regardless of how we frame it, regardless of what the slices of the pie end up being, I know we have a great starting point because we've looked at things as diverse as food production to manufacturing to logistics distribution, supply chains. So there is tremendous overlap between like the glimpse that I gave you of the actual database. We've never categorized it around space. It's still not one of the SDGs, unfortunately. We need an 18th SDG and or a 0th SDG. And but I do know that we have a great. I mean, every project begins sort of with a running start because we have so much to pull from previous session, from previous engagements.
And maybe we've talked in prior days and prior conferences about how space itself isn't maybe really an industry. It's something like the ocean that crosses, you know, you have the shipping industry, you have the energy industry, and all of those things take place over the ocean in some way or other, just as they would in space. So maybe a space diagram isn't even appropriate. Rather, in your energy diagram, those technologies that relate to space would appear. So maybe it's a different perspective there.
I really like that framing, and thanks for adding it, because I would agree that it's a transversal, the same way sustainability is not a sector. You don't look at sustainability separately from everything else. It's part of everything. It's part of mobility, it's part of energy, and so on and so forth. What I would add, though, is given what's happening, given what I see happening in space, and the rapid privatization of many aspects of it, I do hope that having a federated approach could be one of the building blocks. I mean, I know you guys are moving mountains to change that story, from what I understand, and but I do hope that it could be one of the building blocks in order to find the collaboration to start working on sort of a less privatized approach to space, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Yes. I think Michael has.
Michelle, you kind of glossed over something I think is really important. I want to come back to what you said. You're tracking thousands of advanced technologies, right? I mean, that by itself is kind of amazing. So first, take a bow about that, because nobody's doing that. And then you're not tracking space specific, right? But you're tracking a lot of stuff that's adjacent to it. And a lot of the stuff that we build here on Earth is going to be used in space. I mean, that's kind of the point of it. So you're a futurist. Let's look into the future. Pull out your crystal ball. It's 2022. It's 2025. What do these radars look like? What, if you are the de facto IMDb of tech, so TMDB, I think that, I'm not sure if that's the right phrase. If you are that, then what? What happens if you succeed? You're 1% of your goal. What happens if you succeed?
I think it would be the ITDB and
Internet
success
technology database.
Internet technology database. Yeah, I just dropped the I because I think the I was needed in I think like 95 when IMDb came about.
96 was great. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think by now it's just the technology database. But to answer your question, I think success looks like facilitating around the challenges that are faced mean, so challenges can be very broad. So is it fundraising challenges? Is it discovery challenges? I think the challenge that we hope to move the needle around the most is around matchmaking and identifying who's actually working on what. I think that's one of the, especially in something that is so logistically intense as space. So barring, warp drive, most technologies will be mundane and really expensive, and they need to be light and fast and predictable. So knowing that that's the primary set of constraints, I would frame success in this space in particular, so looking at exploration or space at large, I would frame it as matchmaking primarily, as in, of course, we can produce a list of the technologies that are affecting the future of exploration of space. That's our bread and butter. We could put that together. That's not the challenge. The challenge is how you make it useful. And making it useful in a federated approach would be having, say, this, like some of the suppliers and some of the experts and some of the academics who are listening in on this call today and who are part of the BMW community, would be to have them be able to use the platform fruitfully, which is to say, learn about what's going on, learn about what's new, determine whether the solution they're looking at is TRL 3 or TRL 8, because that does make a huge difference. And we know we can answer that question. And but I think it goes beyond that. I think actual success means, hey, I'm a space agency or I'm a supplier, and I want to be connected to what's happening in the field. Hopefully, we could be one of those. It's not even a marketplace. It's really a matchmaking service. Like, we don't even intend on facilitating transactions. We intend on learning about what's out there, because we know we can do discovery and exploration really well in the knowledge space, not in physical space yet. And so I think like simply learning about what's out there could hopefully go a long way. The caveat is we do not know, or I do not know, if that's how much of a challenge that is for the community. So that's where I'm parachuting in and also ready to listen to understand where the challenges lie.
Well, in the sense of matchmaking, I want to make sure that you and Paul Jurison from the California Polytechnic Institute get together, because they've got a database project that I'm really excited about. So y'all should definitely connect after this. Paul, do you have any questions?
A connection with Laura Forzik at Astrolytical.
Oh, right, sure.
She does a lot of good predictive work that has borne out, the things that she writes 6 months ago, then she posts again, oh, look, I was right. And I think she has a really good view of that as well.
Thank you. I've taken note and we'll follow up.
Yeah, I was going to say, we definitely see it's hard. It's hard to know what's going on in various domains around the world, really, around technology. And in many cases, we want to make sure we're not working on something somebody else already solved. And when we solve something, we want other people to know that we've done that too, right? So there's definitely an issue with that, and it sounds like you have some way to look at that.
We've been going at this from a general perspective. I think that's also worth highlighting. So we've never been about energy technology or food technology or any other X. It's truly about taking an objective look at the technologies and categorizing it after the fact, which I think makes our approach different from most other consultancies we've seen, which tend to begin with a set of challenges. Let's look at IoT, let's look at crypto, et cetera, et cetera. We truly put technology front and center and then connect it to the industries, the SDGs, and other transversals.
We do.
Please go ahead.
Bring some comments forward from the chat, but feel free if you have a question, Michael.
Yeah, I will bring. Well, I'll let you bring in the questions from the chat, but I wanted to ask a few questions. You've got this database; thousands of articles are in there. How straightforward would it be to just go one tech at a time and put another box? Like I saw you had the business readiness level was for one client. If you had a client that said, look, we will want to evaluate each tech of, is this ready for space, yes or no? or a TRL for space readiness applications. I don't know. I'm literally making that part up on the fly. But would you be able to modify your database easily to add in what's ready, what's not ready, what's near ready?
Yes, I mean, adding a secondary, let's call it a secondary maturity assessment or a secondary TRL to keep things simple, that is sort of more space specific. Yeah, that's fully viable. I mean, and so you're highlighting one of the intended use cases of the federations. So we're realizing that challenges tend to be very domain specific. So even though we're taking a very general approach, when the rubber hits the road, it becomes you're going to need much more specific data, and you're going to have to sort of do that transversally as well. So we definitely have the ability to do that. And then whether we do that as a federation or like how we do that, I don't think it really matters at this moment. We can definitely go into it. But to answer your question, yes, we can. We have a few ways of doing it. We have a survey tool that we can answer. We can ask a quantitative question and have that be assessed by any number of stakeholders in a crowdsourced manner. So we could take a list of technologies, 1 or 100 or 1,000, and ask 1 or 10 questions or 1,000 questions for that matter, and then have that crossed off by several stakeholders through a web-based survey interface. So we could, like, if we had the right work group and the right incentives, we could track that, let's call it a secondary TRL, we could track that in as much time as it takes for them to fill in the survey. So it's more of the, it's more on the human side than on the development side, the challenge.
So that the thing is that, just a few minutes ago, I described that, one of our pieces for the elevator construction is we have to identify the landing site and be able to land the elevator where it needs to go. And fortunately, we just saw that proven on Mars a couple weeks ago. So that went from, kind of science fiction-y, TRL 1, 2, 3, all the way up to 8, 9. It was a few years to do that for sure, but we saw that technology for that specific use case evolve. We also know that technology is going to come back to Earth and be useful back here on Earth. So there's a whole list of technologies that you probably are not tracking, probably not, because they're probably not, they're very domain specific. But they have applications in other places. So how easy is it for you to add tech? You're not using the word tech, and I'm not using your language correctly. But
we can still call it tech, yeah.
Okay. Tools, we'll call them tools. How easy is it to add new tools or methodologies to your database?
Well, that's not a challenge at all. I mean, that's it's fully editable on our behalf. So unlike the Internet Movie Database, where you arguably need a new film to come out to create a new entry, we can create entries on the fly, and we fully acknowledge that there are blind spots in the tracking today. And yes, many of those are domain specific, and they haven't cropped up in previous research. So we've gone at, we've looked at the tech ecosystem from a few different perspectives, be it healthcare, be it education, AI, you name it, but of course not all of them. But creating new entries is really not the hard part. That's there too. I mean, it's a matter of aligning incentives, either by creating a research program, or that becomes very tactical very quickly. But on the technical side, there's no challenge, and the methodology itself has been designed in a scalable manner. So, brief example: whenever we engage in a new field, say a year ago, we looked into food more seriously. And when we began looking into food production, manufacturing, distribution, artificial proteins, you name it, the way to go about that, or any other challenge, is we combine someone with domain-specific knowledge with someone with sort of more of a general or / futures-oriented approach. 2 or more people, depending on the scope of the research. And what that allows us to do is, through the domain-specific lens, we're going to identify a series of new entries because they know what's missing, but we'll also make it cohesive and coherent and homogeneous on the receiving end of the database, ensuring that whenever another domain pops into the picture, that it can be built on with previous knowledge. Otherwise, we're going to end up with a sort of a fragmented approach where every domain has its own set of definitions and descriptions. So yes, it is a systematic challenge that you're describing, but adding new technologies is thankfully not one of those. It's not one of the hard parts.
So I'm going to guess the hard part is staffing and personnel. Your team is intentionally distributed. You're in Brazil. I know you've got some folks in the Netherlands. I know that there's some folks in Germany. I'm probably leaving some others out. Talk about your team and how you react to projects. What does that look like?
Great question. So the team has been distributed since day one. The company began about 10 years ago, and I never thought it was a good idea to have offices. So when COVID came about, we were
no big deal.
Disproportionately ready. Yeah, I mean, we did not complain about that aspect of not having to go take meetings anymore. That was a nice boon to how we're already doing things. And but that's beside the point. I think more to the point, we're distributed mostly along the Europe-Brazil axis because that's where I'm from. I'm Swedish by birth, Portuguese, Brazilian parents, lived my life between several European capitals and Sao Paulo. So specifically, that's where my network's at, and naturally, that's where we got traction. And the second part of your question was how we go about a research project.
Yeah.
And so traditionally, we do sort of bespoke R&D. At the end of the day, we're a boutique research firm. And the main difference between most other boutique R&D or consultancies is they don't explicitly put the data back into a common pool. So we're adamant about this. Like if we find technology or if we find entries or data for any challenge, any project, that goes back into the pool for future projects, and that excludes us from taking certain engagements. But it's rare, and it's increasingly rare because more and more people are okay with that. Because one, they acknowledge that we're doing desk research. Anyone could have found this. It's literally not rocket science, and it's just on the web. And so anyone else could have done it, but we did. And we're adamant about making sure that there's always a public component to their work because that's how everyone grows. That's how we ensure that we actually move the needle year over year and make sure that our coverage is more and more comprehensive. And of course, everyone wins from this approach. So that's the peculiarity in our approach. I mean, we've always put the tools and methodologies first. So it's not good enough to identify a set of technologies for, say, the future of hospitals like we did in the past. For healthcare delivery, that's not good enough. To be good enough, it has to have a TRL assessment. It has to be described, documented, tagged. Like our database standards are really high, and that's what ensures that that several projects in disparate fields can actually come together as a somewhat cohesive thing. And the project itself begins with a challenge, which might be either a dip into what we already have in the database. We can start with that, in a matter of days, we can put together a radar that already tracks the content we have, and that's usually becomes a starting point to do a deeper dive or a deeper scouting process into a specific field. And the field itself doesn't have to be technological. I mean, just this week we began a project around customer experience for a theme park. So of course that overlaps with technology. But the drivers are different. It's not about the wristband itself. Of course, that's one of the components in theme parks. So it's one of the technologies, but it's about the experience itself. Like how we engage with technologies goes beyond the artifacts and the devices. So we try. So different projects are framed very differently, but they're all sort of conveyed as a selection of technologies, which can then be further contextualized. So in the case of this customer experience project, we're actually putting them into scenarios. So we're painting different scenarios based on, it becomes very specific for the project, but we're looking at different takes on customer experience from a tech perspective. In a story, I think that's unlike the radar, which is very sort of concrete and literate. This is about the arc.
I love the radars. We got to move on. This is fascinating. I'd love to keep this conversation going. You know that we're going to keep this conversation going afterwards. Back over to Lee. We're going to bring on a new speaker, but stick around because it's going to be a great panel in a bit.
Yeah, Michelle, make sure you look at the chat comments. There's some interesting comments there. Our next speaker, Dr. Nhan Ong, He's an industrial designer, design researcher, and artist whose mission is to make cool stuff. Dr. Ong is currently a senior design researcher at Monash University's Design Health Collab, where he oversees the design of high-impact healthcare services and products. His doctoral thesis investigated how to improve the in-flight sleep of economy class passengers through the design of the aircraft cabin. Dr. Ong has won several major design awards for products in aerospace, healthcare, and camping, including most recently the Creative Victoria's Creators Fund and the Melbourne International Arts Festival Art Trams project. I understand it's very early in the morning for you, Dr. Ong, but welcome.
Hi, Lee. Very happy to be here. No, that's all right. Normally, late nights and early mornings come with hanging out with Michael, so I am totally used to this. Should I start sharing my screen? So, entire screen. Here. Okay, hopefully you can see it all.
Yes, it looks like it's presenting now.
Okay, cool. I'll play the slideshow one more time to make sure we're presenting. Please let me know if you can't see anything or the slides freeze. Thank you for that lovely introduction. I think that covered pretty much everything that I'm up to these days. I'm here to talk a little bit about design thinking and the space elevator. But first, a little bit about my background. I am originally from Myanmar, and when I was very, very young, I moved to the Bay Area for high school, and from there, I got into the Art Institute of Seattle, and I moved to Seattle. And right after the Art Institute, that's when I met Michael Lane. I've always been interested in design and art, but at the time I was thinking, hey, maybe I want to make some cool cars or draw some cool motorcycles. I met Michael, and Michael appreciated all of that, but he really convinced me that, hey, you have a little bit more to contribute than that. Why don't you come work with me together in Bremerton, and let's see what we can do. I really enjoyed those 2 years, but afterwards I moved back to Myanmar for a little bit. And I realized, I do want to take my career further, and I needed more education. I only had an associate's degree at the time. So I moved to Australia and to UTS in Sydney, and I got my bachelor's, and I started working, moved around quite a bit. And around 2015, I started my PhD, which brought me back to Seattle, and we started getting back in touch with the aerospace sector again because my PhD was on aircraft cabin design. Here's me in 3 parts. I am an industrial designer. I'm a design researcher, and I also do quite a bit of art and photography. The only reason I list them like that is because I don't know how else to do it. It's not a priority over one another. It's a very important 3 aspects of me that are always contributing towards the work that I do. And what kind of work do I do? My work takes place at this nexus of health and mobility design, which can sound very confusing because what does that even mean? Basically, it looks like this. There are projects where I'm looking at the health and well-being of people in all sorts of mobility vehicles, anywhere from aircraft to buses to trains, and oftentimes we're now starting to think about space as well. And there are projects where I'm working on equipment that are mobile in order to help with healthcare. And let me show you a few examples of that. The PhD was an aircraft cabin, and looking at what can we do to the economy class cabin without making you pay for an extra seat to help people sleep better, and coming up with very lean solutions such as what you've seen here that converts the most hated seats in the middle of the aircraft, in the middle row, to have something much like the window seat where you can lean on. It's simple, it's straightforward, but it hasn't been done before, and it was quite impactful in the industry. My big project right now that I'm working on is a mobile stroke CT. This one also has a bit of a story because when I first started working at Liftport way back when, that was when I first started hearing about this material called carbon nanotubes. Michael would not stop talking about it, and at the time I didn't quite appreciate what all that meant. But many years later, And as the material becomes more of a reality, we started getting in touch with a company who are using the material to create miniaturized X-rays. And together, we're now working on a super miniaturized stroke detection CT scanner that can be mounted on your standard road car ambulance, so that stroke imaging and diagnosis can happen right on the scene, and response can be provided as quickly as possible, much quicker than ever before. I am also married to a medical doctor, so together we are inspired by the loss of our mother. We are working on essentially designs that would help any standard or subacute hospital room into a palliative care room, because the journey is very difficult. Our hospitals are not set up for this kind of journey, and this is one that won the Creative Victoria Fund that Lee just mentioned. But we're not here to talk about these projects today. We are here to talk about my work at Liftport. What I've been asked to do today is something that all artists are very much afraid of, which is to go back and talk about your earlier work when you're just getting formed. And just to show you how far back we're talking about, we're talking this far back. I believe I came to Liftport around the end of 2004, and by beginning of 2005, I believe my contract was in place, and I started working there. It was very confusing at first, to be honest, because there was this big question, right? Like, I know there are people in much smarter than I who are already thinking about this question, but for me, that was the first time I started thinking, hey, really, how can art and design contribute towards space, something like space exploration, as hard science as this, and even more something like the space elevator? In particular, because I was a designer, I was thinking a lot about design thinking, because I know visualizations help. I know people have painted and illustrated what could be before, but what room does design thinking, where the product designer's type of thinking could play a role in this kind of work? For those of you who are wondering, design thinking, if you ask 10 different designers, you'll come back with 12 different answers. For me, it's about thinking through making. What I mean by that is it's a creative problem-solving skill that centers around the user, empathy, and above all, the method is to really focus on the making of sketches, the making of visuals, the making of models, mock-ups, and analogs to move everyone, your team, and the world towards a future that involves the product that you're thinking about. It's not new. In fact, in the 1960s, early 60s and 70s, late 60s and early 70s, NASA consulted with one of the pioneers of the craft, Raymond Loewy, to come and have us think about what manned spacecraft like the Skylab orbital workshop back then how could that be designed to make them more comfortable, to make them more normal and more user-friendly. So pictured here is a full-scale mock-up of a concept for the shuttle. It's quite revolutionary, and we're not quite there yet. But Raymond's most important contribution to Skylab was that he insisted on adding windows. There was a time in space history where we were going to send people up there for the first time to look back down at the planet, and we weren't going to include windows. Raymond's well loved for his contribution there. But if you look at it today, we're not quite there, at least in the 60s or 70s. But 40, 50 years later, we're getting pretty close, aren't we? With the looking at the interior of the Dragon capsule. I will probably stop stalling now, because I believe I am purposely trying to kind of delay showing my earlier artwork. But I think we're coming to where I must face the music. Here's me at Michael's office in Bremerton. I was a bit of a brat, and I demanded the largest wall that he had in the building, and I wanted to cover that with drawings. That was what I was going to do. Some of them were me trying to understand every complex thing that the scientists and the engineers around me were talking about. Some of them were my visualizations of what I think the technology should be. Others were doodles and jokes and things that just went in there, and I quite did a lot of those as well. this was one of the earliest things that I worked on and everything is wrong about it, of course, which is important. There's something really, I think, important that I should say about design thinking. These are, in a sense, considered prototypes because this may not be something that's built and ready to test, but this is really at least one person's visualization and mental construction of technology and things that are being talked about. And prototypes have a very important and sacred mission, but it's also very unfortunate in that they are meant to fail, right? So they are meant to be wrong, because it's only when they're wrong and you talk about how they're wrong and how they're not going to work that you begin to put the technology together and you start to reduce complexities. Look, if you look over here, it's a counterweight with curved solar panels and things. Everything's out of scale, out of proportion. But over time, we start to work together and we start to look at possible mechanisms and structures that are starting to look a bit more and more realistic and more workable. Here's one of the later works I did at Liftport, where we're now starting to think about the elevator itself, the lifter system at the time. Again, the proportions are off, the scaling is a bit off, but we're now starting to put together, hey, really, what are the main components that we're talking about that needs to be there? What are some things that we need to construct in order to move this? And to start thinking about crew quarters as well. This is pretty much fantasy. I was very young then, and I, just, hey, what does a living quarters look like for someone in a vehicle like this? And of course, completely poor use of space and everything. But again, the project continues, and over time, we start to think about what this all could be, and start to stitch together from a more technical and more realistic sort of approach. We also thought about what the base unit of this might look like. Very, very aggressive and very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very lofty goals, such as like having aircraft carrier size, 3 aircraft carrier size boats to support the lifter platform and system. And again, everything is very questionable, but we're starting to think about, hey, what are the main components here as well that we need to start putting together? And over time, when you work with people who develop infrastructure and things, you start to visualize a future that's a little more believable, a little more doable, and even a little more exciting than what was happening earlier. But here's the thing with design thinking, it doesn't stop. Like sometimes you go back and you redraw the dirty, messy little sketches again to re-simplify what you're thinking about. And you rebuild again to look at what this would look like if it was cargo only, if it didn't have people. And again, you arrive at a different sort of solution as well. This was one of the last works I did at Liftport, and it has also become one of the most iconic art outputs of my career. Magazines love running this, newspapers love running this, websites love showing this image, and really, you may perhaps or perhaps not be surprised, but much of it was me. It was born from trying to, again, understand what the engineers were talking about. But the beauty of that was, as I sit there and I'm drawing these out, oftentimes the engineers and the scientists will come over and come have a look at what I'm doing, and they'll be like, hey, why'd you draw it that way? Like, well, because I drew it out the way I heard you, and it just didn't make a lot of sense. And I'm quite proud of the moments where multiple times it was like, oh yeah, when you drew it out like that, no, that's never going to work. Like, we better rethink that. And we were able to move ahead with our conceptualization quite rapidly together like that. Oftentimes, we worked in some fantasy as well. These were just sketches about very, very distant futures where we're thinking about, hey, what does full construction of all this look like? What does building city-size space stations up there would look like? Because this is the kind of, really, if you're going to go as far as we were thinking at the time, building something like a space elevator, we have to start also visualizing building very large infrastructure that would not have been possible before with other technology. I believe the large image you see here, earlier I joked about with Michael comes early mornings. I think I was in the office until 2 a.m. working on this one, out of pure excitement. It's not like anyone was making me do that. Of course, then someone comes by and looks at, nah, you're never going to build like that in space. It's going to be mostly inflatable type of things. So you rethink that again. And then another person come by and says, no, like it's going to be a structure like this, and there needs to be a power relay that collects here and there, so it becomes that. Then another comes by and says, no, that's never going to happen. It's going to look much more like this full-on mining vehicles, cargo movement. And then, of course, there's my own version of, very much, I'm a huge Star Trek fan, and very much something that should somewhat look like Deep Space Nine to some degree. And then I wanted to start playing around as well with this retro-ish sort of styles and things. Like, if we're going to do all this, why not have a bit of interesting architecture? Again, coming up with what this combination of what does a cargo-only lifter look like. And time after time, the engineers would talk about weird stuff as well. Like, what does these construction robots and things look like? I don't even remember what this was particularly meant to do. I just remember I was in a meeting room just trying to understand a particular type of unmanned drone type thing that they were talking about, and what a construction grade small lifter would look like. I wish I did more of these things. Every now and then I did decide to get a bit more artistic. I should be helping with the balloon and lifter test over there, but I didn't. I sat on the side and I just sort of documented the scene with simple sketches. I really wish I did more of these. I'm quite fond of them. Somehow I remember the scene more than I would any other photograph, and I really wish I would have recorded more of these. But eventually the sketches have to end, right? Like, and we have to start thinking about what the rest of the things are going to look like. So then we start going into, okay, it's now time to move to CAD and to start thinking about this infrastructure just in blocks, but really what could they be? And assembling them together, having a lot of conversations, moving back down into blocks again from sketches, thinking, all right, these are the components you need. Let's build them out. Let's make them a little bit more realistic. Let's make them a little bit more believable. And then we start arriving at infrastructure that's actually quite detailed, because many arguments have happened by now. And by now, although we're just conceptualizing this, the engineers and the team have talked about where should the solar panels be? What does lifting equipment onto something like this look like? Where should this be located? What part of the ocean? And the lifter as well start to realize anchors and things that come in. But one funny thing is, interestingly enough, with something like the space elevator, the more advanced the concepts got, the less renderings and things they became. And the grayer and grayer they became, but we're now starting to think about a lot more functional things. And components get worked back down again to the bare bones of what it would be. Hardwood balance and get built up again, and it becomes something else again. And of course, I think this was one of the very last things that I built for Liftport, was thinking about the counterweight and how the construction of the nanotube ribbon may happen up there. And by now, I'm 2 years into my work, so I'm a lot more informed about what all this looks like, and I've learned how to build this together with the team around me, and we were able to come up with some of the more convincing architecture of the time. And in the end, they get changed up again. And here's what a larger version of that looks like. All that work goes together, and what's very lovely about the work I was doing at the time was we were also building these little miniature representation of the work that we're talking about. And I remember one of my last missions was to see this little robot, which looks nothing like my overreaching drawings, but the day it climbed up this analog ribbon and up to that balloon, that was one of the most exciting days of my career. The kind of work that I'm talking about here with the sketching and the building and the prototyping, it's a proper methodology now. I think it was back then as well, but today it's now recognized as a full-on mode of research. And we have labs around the world and departments in major technology companies that are built around doing this kind of work at arriving in new technology. So my question is essentially answered today on why art and design is so important about it, because really the human imagination needs to be part of the journey of working on the next future. And it can't just be visualizing. It can be this full-on participation with STEM, which is now quickly becoming STEAM, adding the applied arts to its process. But really, when I show something like this, and when I show some of the work that I'm doing today, it could really feel like, like I'm all about these hard-nosed technologies. And there's nothing like the letters, like the PhD, that tend to really overwhelm who you are as a person. But here's the beauty that I want to show. I think at the end of the day, I'm still at my happiest when I'm at a desk and I'm drawing out stuff. I'm still drawing stuff, constantly doing this. Really, I've bought into this method I've learned from the aerospace sector, which is to sketch it out and to draw it out. You're thinking about it and talking about it can only go so far, and building it out can cost too much. So what do? You sketch it out. I do that today with every piece of technology, every piece of mobility cabin or health tech design that I've been asked to touch. And I'm hoping that I will continue to do this in the future with the very new technologies and access and space that we're talking about today. Thank you.
That's a great presentation, Dr. Ong. Thank you. I really enjoyed your description of how you use design as a feedback loop for the engineers. That active participation, that STEAM really landed home with me.
Thank you.
Michael, did you have a question?
Yeah. So, I've known you for a long time. We've had some very, very good days together. I'm not going to disguise it. I got a little choked up while you were talking. So that was pretty awesome for me individually to kind of review that and see that. And it's also awesome to see how you have evolved, right?
Yeah.
You come in. For those that don't know, I went to Art Institute of Seattle portfolio review, and there were hundreds of kids, and I was not much of a kid. I was not much more than a kid myself, but there were hundreds of kids all trying to showcase their latest work, and Nien stood out in a way that is hard for me to describe into words, but immediately I'm like, this guy I want on my team. And and we had a different artist. We actually had a different person for also from the Art Institute that was creating really good stuff, but he was taking so incredibly long. He was producing just a few objects a month. And my first key question for Nien, now Dr. Ong, but at the time just an associate degree.
Yeah.
My first question is like, how long does it take you to do this? And he gave me some nonsense answer, like he could do it fast. I'm like, really? Because I'm about to. I have recently. I didn't fire the other guy, but he just wasn't at the level that we needed, and so I thought Nien was pulling my leg, and he was just saying what I wanted to hear from a new employer to a desperately new college graduate. And so I tested him on this, and we met in the middle of the University of Washington in the middle of lunchtime, and I'm like, draw me a picture. And he's like, of what? And I pull up my cell phone. I just drop my cell phone on the table. I'm like, you got 5 minutes or you got 10 minutes or whatever. And he comes back with some remarkable sketches. So he wasn't just BSing me. He was really talking the talk. And he's been doing that kind of work for a really long time. Like, it's just astounding to me. My office is filled with his art inside me. And he has acted as an inspiration to me for a very long time. So it was remarkable to have you there, and then kind of participate in the process of creation. But then as you continue your own path, also remarkable, right? So congratulations. Good to see that.
Thank you.
Fabio, I hope you're paying attention because this is the guy you want to emulate. Fabio is the new Nien. Different skill set,
Nice.
still talented. So talk about some of those days. Talk about sitting around the conference table with a purple floor, and what was that like? What was the experience like of the arguments that happened over your drawings or because of your drawings, or the arguments that you solved because of your drawings? Talk about that conversation and the environment and how that stuff happened. Because I've told lots of people, you were our rapid prototype machine.
At the time, especially, right? Like, because that technology was so hard to access.
Right.
Yeah. So essentially, one thing that I would argue to this day that artists and people in applied art, architects, designers, visual artists of all kinds, one thing we're very good at is that the blank white page does not scare us. Like it's right there. It's like nothing's been built yet. Nothing's been talked about. It's pure fantasy. Anything could happen. But when that pencil tip touched down with the paper, that's actually really hard for a lot of people to do. Because you don't want that to be wrong. You don't want that to be not right. I think our expertise really lie there. And so in the meeting room, oftentimes my pen will be the first to touch down on paper. And as the guys talked about, like Tom's going on about how to counterweight this and which layer of the orbit it should be at. David's getting very passionate about you can only put cargo on this side of the lifter. You cannot move it anywhere. It has to be there. And then it begins with me trying to understand everything that they're talking about. And then they'll come by and look, and suddenly Tom will say, well, maybe we have some room to move from here to here now that we see it like that. And then David will go, all right, maybe we have some leeway here. Maybe it doesn't really have to be there all the time. And these sort of conversations went on and on and on. But they were really different. They were really important. I didn't realize at the time how important they were. But what we were doing was, and I know it's going to sound really bad, we were coming up with very rapid ways of how things could fail. And that's so important in innovation, to fail fast and fail often and fail a lot, because these early prototypes, like when they do their job, basically when I teach classes at Monash now, I tell them this: every time you prototype, your prototype should fail, and it should tell you where things could fail in the future, and it should help you move towards a new direction. And if none of these are happening, chances are you may not be wrong, but you're not doing something new either. Like if you hit it with your first go, really that's because you're not trying anything new at all. So at the time, the space elevator was very much new, and every time you go on a date, every time you go on a dinner conversation, you spend hours explaining what this is, and people would get passionate about why it's never going to be a thing. But today, and I want to thank Liftboard, and I want to thank many people here today. I don't have to explain to anyone what the concept of the space elevator is. They just get it. There was a time where that was a bit embarrassing in my resume. It was like, maybe we should just, just glance over it. Today, this is the one that slows down any new job meeting, where it's like, whoa, tell me about that. Like in the early days, what were you guys working on? What were you guys thinking about? Yeah.
So let's bring it back to where we are now, right? So you're talking with your students about the process of failure is the process of education and learning. That's where you discover new things. So how did that come? How did that influence the work on, the MRI? I don't think I've got the right word, but
CT.
Yeah, CT. Yeah. How did that and TENS? So like you didn't show any of your work in TENS. So so talk about your work in TENS, because I think it's actually useful. And then talk about how the processes you learned there back with us have influenced what you're teaching currently.
Yeah, that's a relatively easy one for me to talk about, actually. Look, space is lean. Space always has to be lean. I know that you gave me some room to to think about what the future could be. And I know perhaps one day we'll see that kind of future. But let's face it, space is lean, exploration is lean. And some of the human factors we learn about how lean things have to be and where they have to go. And let's face it, Michael, our budget was lean too at the time. So I became very good at thinking about essentially how to keep design lean and forward thinking at the same time. So when it comes to something like miniaturizing a massive CT machine down into something that diagnoses a stroke in an instant and fits into your standard road car, lean design was the name of the game. And to have the ability to think about how many different ways you can do something so lean became a very important contribution to that. In tents, well, the tents, and I should kind of walk back a little bit. So after Liveport, I did some freelance work and I started working designing tents. And the company began to do very, very well in Australia. We still are today. It's one of the leading camping gear companies. But when I started doing my PhD, there was an interview down selection happening. Some of the people around me already has masters in human factors. One person's already an experienced designer of helicopter interiors. And the aircraft, I'm not legally allowed to say who they are, but it's a pretty big aircraft company, the one that builds twin-aisle aircraft. Some of the representatives are like, look, we really like your work, but I gotta ask, you've been working in camping for the last 5 years. Why? What's the crossover between camping and aircraft? So I explained about a bit of my history in working in aerospace, but I won the gig with this line. I'm like, look, you're thinking about camping in terms of tents and chairs, right? Like I've always thought about it as temporary living in a harsh environment. What's an aircraft cabin? And that's still the attitude that I carry on to with the work we did back at Liveport. And I still look at quite a lot of space exploration methods and technologies. And I look at all the old documents from designing spacecraft with Raymond Loewy and everything. And that thought still resonates with me today. How to do lean design and how to transfer one type of thinking from one place to another, right? Because the beauty of humanity is at the end of the day, even when we're thinking about the changes to our ecosystem, it begins with us.
Begins with us. I love that. I've never thought about camping as temporary living in harsh conditions. That's a good line. That you deserve the job for that.
It can get even harsher when your boss goes on a hike with you in Washington, and then we get lost and we have to cross a river.
With Alex, right? Alex, it was, that was a very wet day.
It's too specific to be a joke, but that's exactly what happened.
Yep. Okay, does anybody have any questions for Dr. On? Because I don't want to just monopolize this with way back whens and conversations like that. Lee, got anything? Sorry, I can't. Nope.
I have some questions reserved for the panel that I could pull from. Michael has posted the website for Dr. Ong's tent designs, which I think everyone will enjoy seeing. And maybe, you've come full circle now, coming back to speak at a space event after almost 20 years. Talk about how that feels and your thoughts about space infrastructure development now versus then, with the experience that you've had in between on trams or living quarters, those kinds of things.
Yeah, they have very much are I want to say very well synchronized now. I think even during my PhD, I was working in an aircraft cabin, but I started talking to professors and doctors at Harvard Medical School, and immediately they introduced me to people at NASA who are working on Space Station Hera and many of the living circumstances. Now, NASA has its own industrial design team too now to look at human factors, and so the transition is much smoother than it used to be. There's a full understanding now that, hey, as soon as we start going out there and we start going out there for longer, we've got to think about the whole human experience, not just as explorer in a capsule kind of thinking anymore. So there's so much information going back and forth now, so much thinking around how we're still lean. Please don't misunderstand me, it's still very lean. Everything has to do 5 different functions. But that knowledge is now transferring, like information transfer and connection is getting much better now. So even though I was in Australia, one of my favorite things during the PhD was, I believe, in Galveston, Texas. Yearly, there's a NASA human factors and integration workshop. A visit to there, and somewhere that I want to be an annual visitor to now, was one of the most eye-opening, because once upon a time, I thought we were one of very few people thinking about this. And I realized there are people from all walks of science and art and technology who are really trying to answer questions that you may sound basic, but are really full on, right? Like, how do you help an astronaut talk to his family back on Earth while they're up there? Is a phone call enough? Is an email enough? Or does it need to be a virtual reality environment? And the results are quite staggering, right? Like, there are things I never knew, such as the most commonly consumed drug on any space vehicle are sleeping pills, because their circadians are all over the place. And for someone who was doing research on a sleep cabin, that information directly informed how we could do transmeridian flights here. And some of the work that I did from transmeridian, the people I was working with were able to learn back from, again, to what they could do up there. So I think that relationship is very, very well streamlined now. I think both Earth-focused people and space-focused people have learned that only good things happen when we transfer knowledge with one another.
You've described, we have talked before about kind of art as a bridge to understanding, right? There's a lot of folks that are not technical but still interested in these topics, and we've used art as a way of kind of moving beyond the engineering language and the language of math and turning it into something that's accessible for everybody. For the folks that don't know, Nien might remember this. My very first hire after I started working on the Earth Elevator with Edwards was an artist. And I realized right from the earliest days that we need to share our vision. So talk about that kind of process of being a bridge. Talk about some of the newsletters and some of the fans. Like, you showed the one picture, you stayed up till 2:00 in the morning. Do you remember the story about why you came up with that image?
I don't actually remember the full story behind it, but yeah.
Okay. Well, just talk about like the act of helping to educate folks about this idea.
Definitely, right? Like, so one of the biggest problems here right now, Michael, is that we're talking about this process like this is something new that's only happened, in our recent and modern times. But it goes back as far as art history in Renaissance times, where mathematicians and architects and scientists took on art and communication and painting all as this package of exploring, right? Like, so that, I think that spirit is very much still there today. I think for a while we sort of thought design is about making things look nice, and I think that's essentially out the door now. We're starting to think about the relationship coming back together again. To me, though, like, from a very, very personal perspective, I think art is when you have the confidence, and when you I think it's very human, right? Like, it's when you truly want to aspire everything you're doing towards expression. And to me, when we're ready to use a certain technology, a certain thing, not just for solving problems, but also for the expression of our very being and in who we are, I think that's one of the markers that technology has arrived. Like, it's now something that helps us talk about who we are, not just solve the problems we have.
Wow, that's powerful. I don't know if you saw Michel Zappa's representation of his radars and kind of showcasing how he describes the future is also very visually powerful. And I just feel like there might be there's probably a theme there. Like using evocative, emotive, visual imagery to tell a complex story. Hey, Lila was asking a question about, are you aware of any design schools specializing in space industrial design or product design?
Not specializing necessarily in it, but design schools have become very much more aware now. So the way we've structured it, at least in full universities, are that we no longer try to push students towards any particular topic or subject of design. We've decided that, hey, we should focus on, once upon a time, we design schools really focus on the skill, that kind of like, if you will, the craft side of things. And then each school had kind of specialties that they were really known for. Today, we still have specialties we're known for, but not necessarily in terms of craft, but in terms of the research that we're doing. So design school has changed to a point where we now really focus on teaching people about design research, and so that you can apply those research skills and learn the making and craft skills that you need to realize those in essentially any subject that you chose, right? Like, so Monash design, for example, is really well known for transport at a time, but now we're very quickly moving into med tech and health. But one of our most successful students
somewhat
came
thanks
up
to
with,
you.
So, yeah,
Somewhat
pretty-
you're moving into med tech and health.
Probably-
thanks to you. Congrats.
probably why I got hired as well. But one of our most successful students looked into coral reef regeneration, and he designed infrastructure for coral to attach and grow. And it's one of the most heavily funded and one of the most beloved projects around the world of what design could be.
Wow, that's amazing. I didn't know about that. Okay, we need to kind of move on, but stick around for our panel. It's terrific to have you here. I appreciate you being up early in the morning with us. There's so much to talk about. Inara, one of the most recent people on my team, asked a super loaded question. You can decline or you can respond privately. I'm happy to connect y'all. But she says, and I'll block my ears if you want. She asks, any advice you can give someone starting to work with Michael? So I can't hear you.
No, it's all good. He's a teddy bear, really. Well, let's call him a prickly pear, right? Like, he kind of acts like he's all thorny and spiky on the outside, but he's all mushy inside. Don't worry about it.
Oh, lovely. All right, good. Thanks. All right, we are moving on. Thank you so much, Dr. Ong. It's so good to see you. Stick around, and back over to Lee.
Great talk. So Dr. Joel B. Mosier is the Chief Scientist for the United States Space Force. He serves as a scientific advisor to the Chief of Space Operations and is the service's senior authority for all science and technology matters. Dr. Mosier represents U.S. Space Force science and technology on decisions, high-level planning, and policy, building coalitions and alliances throughout the U.S. government, industry, academia, the international community, and other scientific and technology organizations. Dr. Mosier, the screen is yours.
Well, thank you, Lee, and it's a pleasure to be here today. I really appreciate the invitation to chat with you. Michael's been trying to get me to be a part of this for a while now, and it finally worked out with my schedule. So this is exciting work. I'm happy to be part of it. It's good to see a few old friends here online, and even better to see a lot of new friends. So I'm looking forward to that. So what I really wanted to talk to you today about is the future of space from the lens of the United States Space Force. And specifically, what I see as the Space Force after next. And so, I want to do that in a number of stages. I want to talk about some history and some trends that we see today, and then look at the distant future and what that might tell us about the more near-term future, the next term. So I'll get into some of these time frames. But let me start by talking about today a little bit. In particular, I want to talk about the Space Force and this point in history, and why did the Space Force get created? So, space services, I think I'm preaching to the choir when I talk about how that they're critical to a modern way of life today. There's a lot of things that we do that depend on space. It's particularly true for the Defense Department. A lot of our modern defense activities, surveillance, communications, timing, precision targeting, missile warning, weather, all of these things really depend on space. And they have for some time. But I want to talk a little bit about the value of space today. So, there's something on the order of 3,000, 3,300 or so active satellites orbiting the Earth right now. About just under 2,000 of those, around 1,900 of them, are U.S. flagged satellites. And the vast majority of those, about 1,500 of them, are commercial satellites, and then the rest, the remaining 400 or so, are government, military, or civilian satellites. And just as an example, a typical weather satellite costs about $290 million to build, and about $100 million to launch, in rough terms. And so if you use those kind of numbers, the estimates of the value of our orbiting space assets, the ones that are active today, is in the $300 to $400 billion range. And that doesn't account for the revenue that comes from the commercial satellite operations that are up there. That's estimated to be about $360 billion a year. So my point about all this is today, in this point in history, space is very valuable. And why wouldn't you want a United States Space Force to help protect all of those things? That's a good fraction of the United States Treasury and commercial investment. And so I think it's a great move to create and to acknowledge the fact that we need to defend those assets. We certainly would defend them if they were on the ground or at sea, so it makes a lot of sense. So that's today. If you've ever heard my boss, General Jay Raymond, the Chief of Space Operations, talk, he will tell you that we have a return to strategic competition underway today, and we need to. Our strategic adversaries have understood that we need to that we depend on space and as part of our way of life, and they would build technologies that would seek to deny us those things, and we just need to move into a realm where our systems are protectable, they're resilient, they're able to operate when we need them most, and so that's the generation that we're building towards today. That's what most of the investment that's going on within the Space Force and other parts of the Department of Defense are going towards. I don't want to talk about that at all. What I want to talk about is where do we go after that? Once we have that condition where we can protect our assets, what's next? What do we do? And that's really the subject of my talk. So if you'll bear with me for a second while I manipulate this clunky interface to get the right presentation up. 1 second. I want to start my conversation by going back in time a little bit. So what I would like you to do is imagine that you are on a time machine, and that I'm going to place you in a certain time frame. And you don't know anything about the future from that point of view. And a lot of what I'm going to talk about actually comes from the excellent book from George Friedman, The Next 100 Years. But I'm adding a little bit of space and technology flavor to it. So that's my addition. So come with me on this time machine. And I want to start in the summer of 1900. And imagine you're living in London, then the capital of the world. Europe ruled the Eastern Hemisphere. Europe was at peace and enjoying unprecedented prosperity. There was hardly a place that, if not ruled directly, was indirectly controlled from our European capital. The future seemed fixed. A peaceful, prosperous Europe would rule the world. So what was going on in space? Not much. At that time, people were dreaming. They were reading Jules Verne and dreaming about space. and Orville and Wilbur were just beginning to work on some wing design with their kites, but there wasn't much going on there. So let's jump ahead 20 years to the year 1920. So imagine yourself in the summer of 1920. Europe had been torn apart by an agonizing world, and the continent was in tatters. The Austro-Hungarian, the Russian, German, and Ottoman empires were gone, and millions had died in a war that lasted for years. Communism dominated Russia. Countries that had been on the periphery of European power, like the United States and Japan, suddenly emerged as great powers. But one thing was certain: the peace treaty that had been imposed on Germany guaranteed that it would not soon re-engage. It's a very different picture from 1900, isn't it? Well, what's going on in space? Well, it's a little bit cheating. It wasn't until 1924, but Ralph Goddard was starting to play with rockets at that time. So let's continue our journey, and let's jump ahead another 20 years. Now it's the summer of 1940. Germany had not only reemerged, but it conquered France and dominated Europe. The communist Soviet Union was now allied with Nazi Germany. Great Britain stood alone against Germany, and from the point of view of most reasonable people, the war was over. Europe's fate had been decided. Germany would dominate Europe and inherit its empire. In space, Werner von Braun was developing the V-2 rocket in service of the Nazis. So notice how space technology is following the geopolitical situation in the world. Another 20 years ahead, it's now 1960. Germany had been crushed in the war. Europe was split down the middle, and European empires were collapsing. The United States and Soviet Union were competing over who would be their heir. The US had the Soviet Union surrounded, and with an overwhelming arsenal of nuclear weapons, could annihilate it in hours. The US had emerged as the global superpower and dominated all of the world's oceans with its nuclear force. It could dictate terms to anyone in the world. Stalemate was the best the Soviets could hope for, unless the Soviets invaded Germany and conquered Europe. That was the war everyone was preparing for. And in the back of everyone's mind, the Maoist Chinese, seen mostly as fanatical, were the other danger. But the space race was on. Remember Sputnik? Another 20 years ahead. It's now in the summer of 1980. We've been defeated in the 7-year war, not by the USSR, but by communist North Vietnam. The nation was seen as being in retreat, expelled from Vietnam. It was then expelled from Iran as well, where oil fields seemed about to fall into the hands of the Soviet Union. To contain the Soviets, the US had formed an alliance with Maoist China, the American president and the Chinese chairman holding an amiable meeting in Beijing. Only this alliance seemed able to contain USSR, which appeared to be surging. In space, we had landed on the moon. We were regularly flying humans in low Earth orbit and things like Skylab and the Space Shuttle program. Breaking slightly with the 20-year increments, now let's talk about September 11th, or September 2001. We're now on a global war on terror, and the 9/11 Commission cited a lack of imagination in anticipating the events that led to war. Space technology is now a critical element of joint fighting support, precision targeting, ISR, missile warning, and the like. And then finally, we find ourselves in 2021 with the return of great power competition. And we're looking at a resurgent China surpassing the US in per capita GNP and headed to be a technological threat in many areas, including biotechnology, artificial intelligence, quantum communications, and space. Space had become contested and congested, and the US Space Force was born. So the point of all this, let me stop sharing. The point of all this is that over a course of roughly 20 years, we see an awful lot of change in the geopolitical environment. It's dramatic things that we thought were certainties, things that would be there forever, change dramatically in quite a way. And if you paid attention to the thread of the technology throughout those changes, technology tends to follow that. And you can identify some of the trends and certainly the directions that technology goes through that geopolitical environment. And so that's why we need to prepare for the generation after next. We don't know what the next 20 years is going to bring for us, but we need to start developing technologies and capabilities, particularly in space, that lead us to that uncertain future. So we need options, and that's really what I want to talk about. And so how do we know what things to pursue? What is the key to that? So one more trick to turn on presentation. Okay. Am I showing? You're all seeing that? I hope. Okay. So again, we just talked about the last 100 years. I want to talk a little bit now about the far future. Where do we think we're going? Back in 2019, many of us got together and we tried to divine what the potential futures scenarios out to the year 2060 might bring us. And we picked that time frame very for a definite purpose, which was to break free of the current geopolitical situation, to not worry about war in the South China Sea or contested and congested space, but really to open the aperture to understand what the future could be. And really the only way to do that is to think big picture about what are the bounds, the credible or realistic bounds of human development over that period. In particular, we wanted to look at that development in the eyes of what does it mean for national power, both economic, political, military, all elements of national power. So we chose three different things to look at, three different aspects of the future. One of them was life in space. How many people would be living and working in space in the 2060s? Some people would say there would be tens of thousands of people living and working in space at that time. Some people would say, no, the 6 or 7 we have today is probably the maximum. That's as far we're going to go. So those were the bounds of that aspect of the future that we looked at. A handful of people living and working in space and thousands of people. The next axis we looked at, or the next element, was about money in space. For many of us who think that we're on the verge of the next great space age, that's long overdue, by the way, the thing that will make that sustainable is if there are wealth streams to be had in space, if commercial ventures can make money and do great things in space, then it'll be sustainable. Or the alternative is that perhaps it just goes along kind of linearly the way it is today, where we certainly do have a lot of commercial entities in space, but it's mostly information services and surveillance and communications. Yes, it leads to a $360 billion a year activity, but if it doesn't grow any more than that, that's the other bound. So in the money axis, it was sort of more of the same, or a vastly expanded amount of wealth to be had in space. And then the last one's a little bit more ephemeral. Who's going to lead this future of space? Is that going to be led by freedom-loving countries in the U.S. and its allies? And is it going to be a philosophy of global world trade and rules-based order? Or is it going to be led and pioneered by a more authoritarian regime, or possibly by a more commercial-only regime? And so that was the bounds of that axis. And so if you think of that, that's three different factors that I've described, and I've given you sort of the extremes of each one of those. But if you kind of think of them as binary, so either we have lots of new life in space or not, we have lots of new money in space or not, or the U.S. and its allies lead or not. That's 2 times 2 times 2 is 8 different futures. And so we looked at each one of those futures, and they're depicted in this diagram here. And so, for example, the situation where We have lots of people in space, lots of new money in space, and the U.S. leads it. We call that the Star Trek future. So that's kind of an ideal. That's one that we'd very much like to see. But if the humans in space thing doesn't work out, but we still have lots of new business opportunities and we lead it, that's the garden Earth. Or if the money thing doesn't work out, but the other two do, that's Elysium. But you can also see that, and those are the three positive ones. There's also some negative ones, which are kind of the converse of that. If we don't have any new money and new people and we're not leading it, we kind of call that the dark skies. And the point is, each of those 8, you can think about it, and I invite you to do that as you're falling asleep at night. Think about one of these scenarios and think about what would life be like in each one of these? What would have been the inflection points that might have gotten us to that point? What are the decisions that would have been made much earlier than the year 2060 that gave us the trajectory to go to one of those? And that's a very interesting exercise to go through. And that's exactly why we did this, because now if you know sort of the broad features of the future scenarios, then you know which ones you want to strive towards and which ones you want to avoid. And every decision that you make between now and 2060 can be done in the lens of, does it help us move towards the future we want and avoid the threats that we don't want? And so that's what that's all about. So that's the far future. So now we've talked about the far history, the far future. Let's talk about today's trends a little bit. And I'm speaking to the choir. We all know that launch and access to space is getting more affordable. Launch is cheaper and satellites are becoming more effective. We're seeing a lot of move towards proliferated LEO constellations, particularly from a business sense. We're also in the wider world, beyond space, we're seeing lots of artificial intelligence. And we also know that we need to prepare for the future of not just periodic kinetic wars like we have in the past, but maybe more on the lines of continuous information-based warfare where we're always under attack. That's kind of a trend for today. We're also seeing a lot of movement towards on-orbit servicing, assembly, and manufacturing. Again, we have a ways to go there, but the trend is towards those things and developing the technologies that support it. The same with in situ resource, and I'm not really even talking about going off and mining an asteroid. I'm talking about resources such as microgravity, the vacuum of space, just sunlight, and possibly lunar regolith. Things that today we can really imagine the technology is in place or very close to being in place as we expand in space to do that. Some of those other things like asteroid mining and the like will come later. The other thing that we looked at was the rising number and diversity of space actors. So there's a lot of, because driven by the smaller, cheaper launch cost and increasing capability of satellites, there's a lot of new players that are joining in the space activities. And those players are going to become major elements in the future. And they may become major elements by themselves, or they may coalesce and form coalitions that are stronger than the sum of their parts. And so we need to understand that. And they're not all nation states, by the way. Some of those rising space players will be commercial entities that may lead the development, exploration, and colonization of space in the future. So we have to account for those non-government entities just as much as the rising space nations. And then the last trend that I would like to talk about briefly is the ratio of private sector science and technology investment versus commercial investments. And right now, the estimate is that in space, commercial investments in research and development is about 10 times that of the government. That's a very different situation than, for example, the Apollo era, which was almost entirely driven by government investment. And so that's a trend that we need to understand and think about a little bit. And just to make one point on that, the development of the airplane, the Wright Flyer in 1910, one of the first customers was the U.S. Army, so we had the Army Flyer. But throughout, during the great golden age of aviation and development of commercial aviation, there was a lot of common development. So there was commercial and government and military investment put into developing the aerospace industry, developing an industry base. But at some point, that investment diverged. And so if you think about an F-35, one of the most technologically advanced things in the sky today, that is a very military-specific technological capability, one that we enjoy greatly as part of our technical superiority in any air battles. But that required specific military investment. And you look the other direction, that Boeing 777 is a very successful, impressive aircraft that involved a lot of commercial development. My point here is that we can't fall into the trap of assuming that commercial and private entities are going to develop the technologies that the Department of Defense are going to need in space in the future. We're probably not there today. Today we're in the situation where we need to understand what that 10 times investment is doing, what kind of technologies they're developing, what are the dual uses of that technology, how can we use it within the Department of Defense, what are the threats represented by that technology, how does it spread across the globe. So we need to be paying attention to that, and we need to be reaping the benefits of it as well. But at some point, there's going to be a bifurcation where, as we mature the future of space, and as we continue our mission to defend U.S. assets in space, we're going to have to get back to the situation where we need to spend Department of Defense funding to develop specific technical capabilities. And the reason I bring this up is it would be very easy for us as a nation to slide back and rest on the commercial development and depend on that in the future. I think that's a big mistake. We would find ourselves without the technological advantage that we need, because that technology would inherently be available globally. So that's just one point there. So let me jump a little bit more into the ephemeral here and talk about some of the trends that are underpinned by the trends that I just talked about, some bigger macro trends, if you will. One of them is the combination of human ingenuity and artificial intelligence can potentially lead to a situation where we have what you might call superhuman capabilities. So, many people would say we had the industrial age, and that flowed us into the industrial age, or the information age. From the information age, we're now flowing into the augmentation age, the human augmentation age, where we have at least the potential of combining humans with machines in a way that makes them greater than the sum of the parts. And let me just talk about 3 areas where that's the case. One of them is in training. So using data analytics and artificial intelligence and other advanced techniques, we can create personalized training schemes for individuals. So understanding what their aptitudes are, leveraging those aptitudes to create a personalized training regime, and then create a person who has a very unique skill print, if you will, a unique set of skills that they have the ability to carry out. And now if you had a bunch of these individuals with skill prints, very customized skill prints, and you brought them together as a team in an optimized way, you can now have a very optimized team. And so that would be, in some sense, a team that would be superhuman compared to our traditional ways of developing people. So that's just one. Another example where this combination of humans and machines leads to superhuman capability is in mega engineering and design. So big complex problems that we're designing or engineering solutions to. We today have the ability to use algorithmic or parametric design tools, or even better generative designs where we mimic the functions of genetics and life to create capabilities that are greater than what we would think of directly. So, for example, if you wanted to create a new system, you would just define what the broad features of that system are. Like if you needed a new bookshelf, it had to be able to hold a certain number of books kind of vertically. Tell a generative design system to go off and build you a system that can do that, optimized for whatever conditions that you want, and you'll get back a design that's probably nothing like what you would have designed from the ground up. But you had a lot of influence in the output of it. So that's another example of where the combination of human ingenuity and machines really gives you a superhuman capability. And so we need to be prepared for these kinds of things and be prepared for what this brings us. Another one that's sort of a defense specific is the idea of transforming operators into mission commanders. As AIs become more prevalent and autonomous machines help our commanders in the field to do the things that they need to do, the tendency is going to be that individual operators are going to have at their disposal multiple AIs, along with multiple potential swarms of capabilities that he or she can send off on their mission relatively independently of his active involvement. So what used to be an independent operator in the field is now a commander over a lot of different pieces of the battlefield. And I'm not sure we're quite ready to deal with that kind of a situation based on our current command and control systems. Similar is the faster than thought operations. So as artificial intelligence becomes more prevalent, more online, more available to closing the kill chain for a military operation, the decision part of the OODA loop, the observe, orient, decide, act loop, the decision part's really going to go away because a lot of those decisions are going to be made by machine. And so actions are going to happen faster than we can think. They're going to happen at the speed of light. So the question is our digital space force ready for that kind of faster than thought operations? And my answer is no, but we need to develop that. And then finally, the sort of other mega trend that I'll point out here is the trend towards infinite computing, infinite data, and infinitesimal precision, you might say. So all of these things have a physical limit, but compared to what we have today, the amount of computing power, data that we'll have, precision in things like targeting and timing is going to would seem infinite to us today, just as if back when I was a little kid playing on my computer with a 1200 baud modem, the speeds that we have today would seem infinite to me, and they are. And so the question is, how do we harness that seemingly infinite capabilities? And some people would call this the post-scarcity era, where none of these things are limiting our operations. How do we take advantage of that? How do we harness that to in a defensive sense, make us more advanced than our adversaries that would take that away from us? So again, these trends are just weak signals today, but they really will shape our battle space after next. So, just in summary, what does that look like? The battle space after next would be a very uncertain global environment with expanded activities in space. We'll see a lot more combinations of humans, commerce, and leadership, similar to what I talked about in our 8 future scenario. We don't know exactly how that's going to play out, but we do know that one of those situations is going to dominate, with perhaps some other extenuating circumstances. The shift towards continuous information-based warfare is a trend that we think will mature by the generation after next. And this age of augmentation will become fully mature for the Space Force after next. And as I talked about before, we will need to return to at least a portion of military-specific tech development in space, as well as other domains. So let me talk a little bit about the strategy of how to get to this quickly. And since I am the chief scientist, this strategy is going to be through the lens of science and technology. And this is a bit of a departure for the Department of Defense. But the Space Force is standing up methodology like this. What we really need to do is understand how our science and technology investments are made across the bins of evolutionary development, revolutionary development, and technological surprise. And so what I mean by that, if you know, we have science and technology that's going on all the time, if that's supporting a current system that's currently fielded, that's part of our current force design, it just makes it better, cheaper, faster, whatever metric you have. That's the evolutionary investment. And you have to have that because there are definitely gaps in our current systems that we need to fill. The revolutionary is the more disruptive, the game-changing technologies it's a new way of doing things. It's a new approach to our missions, or entirely new concept of employment of technology. That's the revolutionary. And then the tech surprise is an interesting one. From a Department of Defense perspective, we need to avoid being surprised by our adversaries, technologically or otherwise. And what that means is we need to invest in some of the technologies that we don't necessarily think there's an immediate transition to either evolutionary or revolutionary applications. But it's an emerging area that might, if somebody smart enough were able to figure out how to harness it or weaponize it, might provide surprise to us. And so we need to be in those fields. And these are things like quantum technologies, biophysics, biologically inspired computing, a lot of these kinds of fields. We need to put some money and investment in those things. So those are the three major bins on the horizontal. But we also need to think about the short and the mid and the far term. So historically, we've put a lot of our eggs into the short-term evolutionary basket. But we also need to do in the mid and the far. So you could also think about these not so much as timelines as what I've talked about so far. The short term would be the generation that we're in today, things that support our current generation of force design. The midterm is the generation that we're building for. We know that we have certain shortcomings and threats, and we're building an architecture towards the midterm. That's fairly well known. That's just a lot of hard work in closing the technological gaps. The far term is what I've been talking mostly about, the generation after next. It's the uncertain future that we don't really know about. And my point here is that we need to invest across all of those areas. So it's a 3x3 or a 9-element matrix that we need to make sure we cover down on each one of those. Because if we skip one of those, it's going to come back to bite us either in the future or in the present. So, and the other part of this is we need to be taking a risk-based approach to our science and technology. We need to understand what are the risks of not performing that technology. So for example, if we, as the Department of Defense, decide to wash our hands in terms of, say, space elevators or humans' habitation in space, when we get to that point, we're going to find we have no capabilities to defend those assets for the U.S. and we're going to be doing what we would call an expensive, desperate fix. We're going to have to play a lot of catch up to get there. On the other hand, if we put all of our eggs in that very futuristic basket and we just start dreaming about the future and putting all of our precious science and technology dollars in that, we're going to find ourselves in a pickle in the short term, or somebody's going to get us there. So the thing is that we need to start expressing our science and technology investments in terms of the risks of not doing them. And one of the great advantages of this, which is desperately needed, is that would help us make the case that science and technology is not the source for all of our budget problems. It's the solution. We need to we need to be able to express the regrets of not being able to spend those things. So that's part of the strategy. Just a couple of other actions that I would be recommending to the United States Space Force is we need to become early adopters of these augmentation age technologies. We can't wait until the rest of the world figures out how to use this and then patch them into our systems. That's just not going to work. If we don't get in on the base of this and get ahead of that curve, we're going to find ourselves in the backseat. I already talked about balancing our investments according to that matrix strategy. Basically, the idea there is we've got to break free of our 2-year POM-driven mindsets, our POM process that we request and get budgets is a 2-year cycle, which really isn't geared towards thinking about the future. We got to break free of that and figure out how to invest in the future capabilities. I also, and I've said this in many forums, we need to develop a whole of government North Star vision and drive towards it. So I described one sort of vision for the future that I called the Star Trek future a few charts back. We as a government, including industry, needs to figure out what is it that we want the future to be. Let's not sit back and see where we're driven to in the future, but let's drive to the future that we want. And we need to do that in a coherent way. And then finally, as I talked about earlier, these rising space entities, whether they're nation states or individuals or commercial entities, we need to figure out how to make it enticing for them to ally with the United States as opposed to somebody else, or as opposed to going it alone. One of the ways to do that is sort of the borrowing from NATO. An attack against one of us is an attack against all of us. If we can figure out how to pull our like-minded allies in to creating this future vision that we like, I think that's a strong way to go. In conclusion, this is what I'd like to leave you all with, is that Fortis Fortuna Juvat, fortune favors the bold. And I think this is an action that the United States Space Force has to take to heart and be bold about the future, more bold than we've been in the past about driving into the future because of the rapid technological change that we're going to see. So with that, I am open to questions.
As always, Dr. Mosier, it's such a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you very, very much. You bring up a lot of really powerful points about the technologies that are evolving. You referenced history and the 20-year gaps that you were showing. Nobody expected the future that was only 20 years away when that future was unfolding for them at that moment. And it's easy to see those 20-year gaps in the way that you laid it out. But you individually, personally, are in one of those moments, right? You are standing up the first DoD force that the United States has set up in 70 years, since World War II. There was, support, but there was also a lot of pushback. What is it like to be in that role, in that position now, to creating something that is basically new but is very forward-looking? What's it like for you as a person?
Oh, it's awesome. It's it's never lost on me that this is a historic time that we live in. That we're, I think I'm amongst friends when I say that we all expect that the next big space age that we've been expecting since the Apollo days is upon us now. And we're really seeing the fruits of that. And the Space Force is just one of those elements that shows us that we're driving towards that next great space age. You know, and it's just absolutely amazing to be a part of that and to be able to define the direction of a new service, particularly in its science and technology. One of the amazing things about the Space Force that you may not realize is I think as of this week, we have about 6,000 guardians, members of the Space Force are called guardians. We're on a path to get to, I don't know, between 10 and 15,000 civilian military and members, guardians of the Space Force. That is 1/10 the size of the Air Force. It's which is about 180,000 people, by the way. It's much smaller than U.S. Marines, which you might think is another analogy. So we're, in fact, a quarter the size of the U.S. Coast Guard in terms of numbers. So that kind of puts us in context. We're a small, lean, agile new service that can get away with a lot of new and different ideas. So that's the exciting part about being on the ground floor of this.
It really is amazing. As you know, but maybe some of the callers don't, I was a U.S. Marine a very, very, very long time ago, and the motto there was "the few, the proud." So is your new motto "the fewer, the prouder"?
That's right.
I'm going to take a segue here. I prepped you on this about this question via email. We only have a few minutes to go. We're going to switch over to the panel, but I've got to ask you about Netflix. I've got to ask you about Netflix. The Space Force, and I'm going to put TM for Netflix, Space Force TM, trademark for Netflix, I think is a damn funny show. I know that they have tried really hard to, there are some elements that are very accurate and there's some elements that are very, very, very farcical. Your character is played by John Malkovich. Like, that guy is you.
Who has a much better oratory style and a much better wardrobe than I do, by the way.
Right. You know, I have told you before several times, it's a dream of mine to put you and him in the same room at the same time to have a conversation about his job portraying your real world task. What do you think about that? What are your impressions of that?
Well, you know, clearly the Netflix show is designed to be entertainment, and it's supposed to be funny and all of that. I think the Space Force could use that as sort of a platform to let the American public know, you know, for example, the way I started out this talk is, why do we have a Space Force?
Right.
We're defending a lot of U.S. value in space today, and you know, I think not to take away from the entertainment value of the Netflix show, but we could funnel some messages in through that to the American public that would demonstrate the value of what the Space Force is at. So I think those things are opportunities to communicate.
A friend of mine referred to them as a dumpster fire of missed opportunities by both sides. Both the Space Force missed some opportunities and the television show missed some opportunities. So a dumpster fire of missed opportunities. I would love to see that rectified. I certainly think that that y'all can get a lot from them and that they can definitely get a lot from y'all. So all right, we are going to swap over. Thank you so much for that super insightful vision of the future. We're going to switch over and just bring all of our futurist guests onto the screen now and talk about the future. So great. Thank you. Lee?
Thanks. It's been a great day of discussion. Really enjoyed the discussion there about uncertainty in the possible futures. For all our audience on Google Meet and on the various live streaming platforms, we're so grateful you've all joined us for Blue Marble Week, which is organized and produced by Foundation for the Future. The Foundation for the Future is dedicated to the creation of a public-private partnership for space infrastructure development. To support this cause, to become a greater part of the conversation, or to sponsor Blue Marble Week, please visit our website at www.f4f.space, and that's the number 4. Next up, a scientist, a businessman, a designer, and a technology strategist walk into a bar. They have a great conversation, and the world is never the same. Today's expert panel on the future features 4 of today's speakers, Mr. Zappa, Dr. Ong, Dr. Mosier, and Mr. Lane. These different panelists bring a well-rounded perspective, and of course, the focus of the Foundation for the Future is cislunar space infrastructure between now and 2035. I do want to honor our panelists' important work by releasing them on time, so I'll keep an eye out for that as well. You have all done a really good job of sort of illustrating your perspective, especially perhaps that last talk in terms of how you approach your work. But I thought I'd give you just a brief 1-minute intro each on your particular focus. So your field informs the way you approach thinking about the future, and half of the battle is in answering difficult questions that need to be asked, right? What are those correct questions? Again, you've covered some of this in your earlier talks, but let's do a quick review for anybody who's joining us new. What questions do you ask, and what information about the past and present do you bring to bear in approaching the problem of predictive strategy? And why don't we start then with Dr. Moser, since you just finished up, just do a quick resummary.
Yeah, certainly, thanks. And, I often feel like I'm the futurist for the Space Force, and what I feel like the most important thing that I can contribute is to help balance our focus and intensity and investments across the present and the future. We have to do both. But without somebody like me pushing for thinking about the big picture future, we would easily devolve into just getting wrapped around the very real threats that we face today that we have to deal with. So in short, I try to create a disequilibrium with my colleagues to pull them out of the present day thinking and at least to think a little bit about what they're doing in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Mosier. Mr. Zappa, would you like to jump back in and share just a little bit about your approach and how you find those right questions to ask?
Absolutely, thank you. So we're trying to make sense of the technological ecosystem at large. We know technology has a disproportionate effect on shaping the future. And we have been trying and will keep trying to track that ecosystem, to measure it, to observe it, to document it, and of course to share it with the public. We believe technology information about technology is a public utility. Every organization, every individual needs access to that. So that's where we're coming from, and that's our take on the future.
Thank you. Dr. Ong?
Yeah, it's a very deep question. And the truth is, I work with a lot of technology. I work with a lot of very, very new concepts, new materials and all that. But the question I always ask has a lot to do with my background and who I am, right? I'm Burmese. I don't know if you guys see a lot of Burmese people at space talks and technology talks. I know NASA has a researcher or two. I know MIT has a researcher or two who's doing very well. But, as a culture, if you can name all the top researchers in the world who share the same identity with you, really there's not that many, let's face it. So for me, whenever I talk about the future, the truth is I'm always asking about what this means for, quite frankly, people like me, right? The truth is I think the world still there's horrible things going on in Burma right now. And I think the truth is, unfortunately, the world probably still has an attitude that says, look at those other cultures who just can't seem to get it together. all right, flick the channel, let's go to something else. I always wonder about, what does all this mean for me? It's not just new technologies. It's not just about cool opportunities. What does it mean for people like us who represent kind of the bottom of the pyramid? And how can we, really the most important question is, how can we contribute? What does all this mean for us going forward in the future? Like the pain that we've gone through, the sufferings that we face, the poverty that's really enclosed us. What role will that play in the future? Are we just waiting for others to come and save us? Or is there an opportunity for us to be part of the future in a more active way?
Thank you. Mr. Lane?
I have a very specific task in front of me. Build an elevator on the moon. It's super easy to say those words and super hard to accomplish that. So, I saw a cartoon once that says, this is what other people think success looks like. It's just a straight line. And what it is kind of like this, right? And sometimes it's backwards. And the path to the goal is almost impossible to draw a straight line with. And so I tried to look at the future from the perspective of be adaptable to what just happened, right? Mm-hmm. I don't know what just happened, like an hour ago, yesterday, a week ago. Zap is looking at what might happen tomorrow and next month. So is Mosier. But I'm trying to figure out, like, where are we now, level set every day to look at what just happened so I can make that path a little less crooked. That's kind of how I do it.
Great. I think tying back to what Dr. Ong was saying, I think I saw an announcement the other day that Ghana is the most recent country to add its own space agency. And so we see that ownership coming in. And that ties back to what Dr. Mosier was talking about competition versus collaboration, this new space age that's coming forward. Dr. Mosier, would you address briefly the political landscape with all these various countries getting involved? And do you think that competition will be more effective in driving space infrastructure development, or will collaboration among those nations be more effective?
Well, first, let me say I think it's great that we have a lot of rising space powers. It just makes the fabric of the future just all that much more exciting, and so I think that's awesome. I would hope that collaboration would rule, and I would hope that right now in the United States, as I laid out my statistics at the beginning, has a very large fraction of the satellites in orbit today, so we're very much a dominant player. So I think the onus is on us to figure out how to open our arms to all of these rising space players, and do it in a way that the future of space is a very open and rules-based entity. What we don't want, and unfortunately the tendency of humans is once something valuable gets created, then the criminal element shows up, and we don't want piracy in space. We want to be a free and open global trade, in the same way that the Navy, the United States Navy, opened up the oceans to global trade, and that's only made things better for us all. So I think in the end, the onus is on us to create the policies and the regulations and the investments and the partnerships that lead us towards that open and free space.
Yeah, we get the best and worst, both driving things. I want to return to Dr. Ong. Dr. Mosier talked about superhumans, and Dr. Zappa talked about the role of AI a little bit, and human enhancing technologies, both genetic and artificial or design related. Can you talk a little bit about how those inspire the workforce development and the jobs of the future? I mean, you talked in your TEDx talk about how your great-grandfather employed a combination of talent and methodology to change the face of theater and dance in his home country, even through wartime. Do you believe that these human-enhancing technologies are enhancing the talent side or the methodology side?
Lee, you've really done your research. I just wanna thank you on that. You've really done your research. So I'm gonna go in a bit of a segue here. For part of the CT, one of the methodologies we use to talk to everyday operators, and I spoke to a veteran, not a veteran, but a well-seasoned first responder, paramedic, and he was talking about all the tools and things that are available to him. And 10 minutes into the conversation, my question was, look, stop. You have so many tools and so much access to hospitals, doctors. Where do you go? What to do? What do you like? How do you decide what do you call on? He's like, and his answer is really simple. Well, I mean, that's your craft, right? Like in this day and age, that's your craft. Like, which channel do I travel and to make that decision? So when I think I made a comment about what Dr. Moses said about skill print. I love it. As a designer, I think that's a major takeaway for me of because I'm also an educator. I think in fact, I'm not going to lie, I think I'm going to adopt that in my education system at Monash, like pretty much immediately. How do we think about skill print? How do we think we're preparing people? Much like an example of your single operator becoming a commander, a designer is essentially becoming a studio head of himself. Like the example of the bookshelf building itself, that's happening now. Like perhaps not as esoterically, but it's happening now because there's no longer, I'm setting up parameters. Like even the way I cat is moving faster, parameters. There's some level of generation going on. I think the question of is it talent or is it methodology will always remain because all this technology, all these methods will contribute and it will give us so much data and things to do. But here's the thing about that, Ali. Sooner or later, you have to make a decision. And you always choose which ones you pay attention to. Simply put, you as a person always decide which technology you pay attention to, which data set you're looking at. Mm-hmm. And I think that still has room for talent.
Yeah, that's a very STEAM answer because you really understand how a scientist thinks, and then you have that extra artistic background to bring to bear. Mr. Zappa, I want to revisit envisioning, I think, started with 5 predictions, and the only one that didn't hit the mark was space tourism. I think a lot of people predicted that we would be actively flying around in space just for fun by this time. And so why do you think so many people missed that mark? And would you make the same prediction again today? Or have you changed the tools that you're using enough that they would no longer have predicted the way they did when you started envisioning?
So envisioning began with trying to predict 5 technologies for the next 5 years in 2008. And very much so, the one that missed the mark was space tourism. Geolocation, ubiquitous computing, or cloud computing as we call it nowadays, and 3D printing and personal gene sequencing were all spot on, whereas space tourism is still elusive. And I would keep the prediction though. I mean, not only am I optimistic about the positive externalities of technological change, I'm also optimistic about our ability as humans to go beyond, and what is space if not that. So I'll keep my optimistic mark, but with regards to making predictions, I've stopped doing that. So we now steer clear of predictions and are much more about taking the temperature of the readiness levels of technologies as they are now. And then whether we can extrapolate those for the near future, I think that's more interesting than sort of making personal claims about when or how I think things will unfold, because that is much too subjective.
Great answer. Yeah, and that ties back into something, the TRL levels. Dr. Mosier, you've given some talks on trusted autonomy, which refers to self-sustaining and reliable technologies that are certified for mission use So basically, they've been deemed future ready, maybe a TRL 9. Can you talk a bit about how a technology leaps that hurdle?
Yeah, well, let me talk a little bit about the trusted autonomy in that context too. So even though we have certified that there are systems that can be trusted, the next question is, do we trust them, and do we employ them? Particularly, the obvious question in the military is, do we allow autonomous machines to have lethal power, lethal capabilities? And that's a very deep moral conversation that I don't necessarily want to have, but I do want to point out that what happens today and what's happened for hundreds of years in the military is that we have commanders, and within the scope of the commanders, they train the individuals beneath them, their subordinates, to do a certain job. That's why we train in the military. And then they're given certain bounds of things that they can do. At a certain person in the field, an army soldier in the field has certain bounds of what they can do with their rifle or whatever it is. But once you train them up, and once they've demonstrated that they're trustworthy, we give them the authority to go out and make those decisions to do things. And that's exactly the situation we need to get into with trusted machines, not just for the military, but for all sorts of operations. We trust people all the time. We need to figure out how we as people, we as humans, can trust the machines to do the critical things, whether it's taking care of the elderly or fighting a war. We need to do that. So that's just a comment on the trust. But I think you asked more broadly about how we get things across the what's often called the valley of death, the technical gap between the really cool science that we develop and the employment of that science. Particularly in the military, we have that problem. And a lot of times that is a matter of scale. It's a matter of taking a technology and understanding how to bring it to fruition at the full scale. And the reason it's a particular problem, I think, for the military is we have a very large scale to deal with. Some garage startup company that might come up with some really good idea that would have great potential has a fairly large gap to fill to get to the point where we can employ that globally at scale. And so those are some of the issues that I think we need to work out with space technologies as well. How do we go from the really good idea, which there's lots of great ideas, to the actual, no kidding, trusting that these things are going to work and making it work. So that's where we have a challenge ahead of us.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And not only is there the trust development, but there are also natural resource limitations for various technologies that come into play. Can you and the other panelists weigh in on energy and natural resource limitations and their impact as a disruptor to our advancement of space infrastructure?
Well, I would say absolutely that's the case, and it's certainly the case in space as well. If you think about colonizing the moon or Mars or whatnot, we're going to be in a very scarce environment in terms of the resources. So we got to solve that problem. But there's also, going back to technology, which is obviously what I think about a lot, is the problem of the scarcity of technology available, the resources that go into technology available to the United States in the supply chain issues that engenders. For example, just to give an example, hydrazine, which we use for propulsion in space, is something that's not necessarily produced in quantity in the U.S. anymore. There's hydrazine produced internationally that uses a slightly different formulation that has some impacts to our thrusters and things. But the real question is, depending from a national defense perspective on foreign sources of a very critical element of our space infrastructure, is an important thing. So it's not exactly your question, but it's related to it in terms of understanding what the resources we have at our disposal and how we can employ them.
Thank you. Dr. Ong, looks like you're ready to have a comment on that.
Yeah, two parts. Of course, right? Like, I mean, nothing ever is truly blue sky, and that's coming from someone who imagine things for a living. Nothing is ever truly blue sky. We don't have unlimited resources. We will always have limitations. But at the same time, I'm a proponent, and I've said this in multiple places. True creativity and true innovation really is born within limitations. When we always see the rise of human creativity when these resources are crunched. But on a different note, though, like I want to, that's my address to your question. But I also want to point out something else again, like, because I want to follow up on what I was saying earlier about my approach as someone from a very different culture. Today, when we talk about resources, energy, anything really, like, our imagination of it is that each of us having a bunch of stuff. Alleviating poverty means like all of us can now afford everything. I am of the idea that the way we overcome that problem is not necessarily by finding more resources, not universal resources, but universal infrastructure. Gathering our resources into building things that, let's just have a look at a simple idea. Look what GPS did to the whole world. It was a military tactical innovation, and I think after the Vietnam War. But what it's primarily used for today, the amount of lives it's saving it today, the amount of agriculture it has improved, essentially putting an end to much of the food scarcity that we're having around the world. These are really major. These are fundamental infrastructure developments that I believe allows people that you wouldn't normally associate, having a lot of resources to access these kind of things. And if you bring that back to my own little history, right, like something as simple as the aircraft and having an internet connection allowed a kid who was born in Southeast Asia to simply fly over to America for education. And that changed not just for me, but the people that I'm working with and technology that I'm working on today. So really, I think ultimately, yes, there are limitations with energy and natural resources, but at the same time, if we put them towards the right infrastructure, I think it can really enable so much more than just finding more resources.
You've just unwittingly done a big plug for Foundation for the Future and their activities in trying to get this public-private partnership to drive space infrastructure development. Because when you put a railroad track in, anybody can buy their rail car and put some freight in it and get on board. So great point. Michael, it looks like you're ready to pipe in on that.
Yeah.
Well, brief. Oh, sorry.
Please. Oh, sorry.
There
Go
are
ahead.
there are two mics in the room.
Yeah.
And I have nothing to add. I just unmuted. I just agree with everything that was said.
Okay. When I look back at this, how I got into space in the first place is a convoluted story that takes too much time. So I'm going to skip to the part where I said, one day I said, I want to build space-based solar power so that the world can have clean, green, limitless energy. I made a task of the top 300 cities of the world powered by the sky. And if you did that, you've got more than 40% of the global population covered. And my first thought was rockets, and that didn't work. And then my second thought was Earth elevator, and that didn't work. And my third thought is a lunar elevator, and I think that one's going to work. So I've been interested in the idea of space-based solar power for a very long time. It was the reason I got into space in the first place. So the idea, the idea of limitless energy, it's the opposite of what, it's kind of what Nien just said. I do think that we're moving into a post-scarcity environment. I think if people have a lot of excess energy, then it solves healthcare, education, literacy, probably leads to democracy. It unlocks the trapped Einsteins of the world, the trapped Mozarts of the world, the trapped Nien Ongs of the world that had to change, 10,000 miles to have a change in environment, and that change of environment changed the rest of the world. So
Yeah.
I want to see ubiquitous power for everybody.
Yeah, it's what oil and gas did in the first half of the 20th century, and there's an opportunity to sort of refresh that and build on it. Yeah. We are getting a few questions in the chat now, so I'm going to go back and make sure that I honor those. We have about a little more than 15 minutes left, and you all can just jump in.
I want you to look a little higher to Inara's question about scouting and scouting organizations, because it's a really good point, and point that towards Dr. Mosier, please.
Actually, when I lost my internet connection, I lost some of the
it.
chat. Why don't you do that one, and then we'll come back to these.
Okay. So Inara has been pointing towards an idea kind of like scouting, and this is to Dr. Mosier specifically. She's been looking towards an idea kind of like scouting that is very STEM science focused. It's a long question, but the gist of it is, by doing this, it increases American readiness and secures superiority in the ultimate high ground. Is there some such youth organization in the works? And if not, how could this be jump-started? Now, I don't know if you know this, sir, but before I went in the Marine Corps, my introduction into that was through Sea Cadets, a military kind of it was kind of like scouting and kind of early Navy, early ROTC stuff. So I believe in kind of this idea of bringing culture to the youth and kind of helping them learn that. So do you have any thoughts on that? Are there any organizations, could anything like that be stood up as a part of this process?
Well, I love the question and totally agree with the sentiment. Absolutely. We have a STEM problem in this nation to start with, but specifically for space, I think because space is such an inspiring place to be, and the future is so unbounded, I think there's a natural, it should be easy to recruit folks that are thinking along these lines. So I don't know of any particular capabilities specific to the Space Force, although there are some pretty good starts at it. One of the things that General Raymond goes around talking about, I talked about how small the Space Force is. Because it's such a small and lean and agile, we really have an opportunity to treat human capital a little differently, go recruit a different type of person than the military has recruited in the past. So somebody who has aspirations for space and wants to do things. And so one of the elements of that, and so sort of starting at the top and working down, is a new program called the University Partnership Program, where the Space Force is trying to create really close ties with a small number of universities to really push the development of workforce and recruiting at sort of the university level, and that sort of propagates down to earlier and earlier ages. And we do have things, STEM activities, outreach activities. One of them called Starbase. It's very aimed at this very particular problem. One a friend of yours and mine, Michael Brent Ziarnik, I had dinner with him a couple of days ago, and he's promoting an idea that's very interesting. He wants to do training of new Guardians, new Space Force personnel underwater. So he wants to create a space habitat basically under the ocean, and you bring in, instead of going to Paris Island or, to basic training, it's sent to this underwater place, and that has the one of the, the team building advantages, you're going to be in this very austere, isolated place, and you got to learn how to work with your teammate. But, when I first heard his idea, I said, that's ridiculous. We don't need to train people like that because we don't have Space Force humans going to space yet. But the more I think about it, the more exciting it is, mostly because it is an inspiring thing. Just imagine, I can imagine a third grader saying, someday I'm going to be in the Space Force and go do that underwater training. So, I really do like this question, and I think we do need to spend some time on this particular issue. Thanks.
Cool.
Great. Chris Kent asks about sort of the legacy systems and old bureaucracy of some of our established agencies around the world. And we have new nations and individuals building new space programs that will take off really fast. There's the start of their yield curves. How can that growth potential be best coordinated, and what will the space community look like in 10 years?
I love that question. That's where I live. So I'm gonna take that. So one, I'm the president of the U.S. International Space Universities Alumni Association. So I have had a both active and passive role in several national space programs being developed. So I'm very kind of proud of my behind the scenes legacy at a couple places. So I think it's amazing to see these new nations embrace this technology in a way that changes the citizenry of their nation. I had a very, very, very minor role in Indonesia creating a space policy. Now that's a country of 30,000 islands, and some of them are ultra modern with Jakarta, and some of them are not hyperbole, they are Stone Age tribes. And you have a country that is, the government is trying to figure out how to manage the needs and responsibilities and requirements of that very complicated citizenry, maintaining the tribal populations in their state, and providing whatever the folks need at their big modern cities. They have issues like poaching in their forests, poaching in their seas. The Java rhino went officially extinct while I was doing my study. It was amazing work. And that's just one example of one country. And Australia, where Nien is at, they just created a new space program. Brazil's had a space program for years and years and years. It's quite effective. Peru is on this call. They have one. Belgium is on this call. They have one. It's amazing to see how each of these countries have taken the requirements of their citizenry, decided to use remote sensing to make their citizens' lives better. So I would say that space resources, deployed across the world has, as a single tool, has raised the standard of living of every single human. And there are not very many things you can say that about. So even the tribal citizens that can look up in the sky and not necessarily understand what those moving lights are, they're used to fixed stars. They don't necessarily understand what those moving lights are in the sky. The governments that maintain that real estate are still better for having better resource management from their satellites. So I think it's amazing, and it's just going to continue. And you talk about yield curves, Chris. It's going to raise the standard of living of every single human, and that astounds me.
Nien, did you want to add anything to that?
I think Michael nailed it.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure. There's a question from Martin Horowitz, and I'm not sure if it's an either-or question or just an open-ended question. Do you see the Space Elevator or Space Force as leading a standardization of common interfaces, parts interchange, and interfaces in space?
So I actually skipped over that part of my talk, but one of the recommendations that I have for our leadership is absolutely we need to lead standardization and standards for the future of space. And this is not just a Space Force thing, it's a whole government thing. That is one of those ways that I think we can help drive towards a free and open leadership towards space through those kinds of standards. And right now is the time to do that, because we have lots of emerging capabilities in terms of on-orbit servicing and assembly and manufacturing, and ideas like the space elevator, and as we just talked about, lots of new rising space nations and space players. So we really do need to get on top of that, and it's something that the U.S. needs to lead today.
Thank you. We have about 5 or 6.
This book goes to that question very, very specifically. Standardizations and modularization of shipping changed the world, and it's going to change space. We're not there yet. We haven't started using this sort of methodology or technology yet. Nien, please get on this. It's important. But this kind of thing needs to be incorporated into Space Force. It needs to be incorporated in Space Elevator. It needs to be incorporated in the entire cis-lunar econosphere. Next month, we're going to bring in...
We just lost Michael.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
Did anyone have a comment in response to what he was saying?
I might chime in a little bit because I teach interface design, but not necessarily for all sorts of interfaces, but particularly human and machine interface design at Monash University. Here's a very interesting thing. Definitely, we need standards and practices to go across. And some of them we design, some of them people just adopt, and it's a very difficult thing to manage what people adopt and what we've designed. But we have research going on that's starting to show also that, every time the diversity of people who are operating in any field, any 30% of that population changes, that those interfaces tend to change quite drastically again. So it would be very interesting to see what kind of standards we start with today, and then what they will become as the rest of the world join in, as Michael was saying before.
Yeah, we're going to have the VCR first, and then we're going to find out where it goes from there. Yeah. Great. Well, for the last 5 minutes or so, I thought I would ask, Mr. Lane, your lemonade stand that you talked about yesterday would not have been the right solution in a pandemic. Can we all talk a little bit about the pivot business has made to accommodate the pandemic, and whether you see that as a step back in terms of hopefulness for space infrastructure development, or a leap forward because of the new adoption of so many technologies? Michelle, you want to start?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as a proponent of working remotely, I'm so appreciative of how we have normalized remote work. I mean, of course, there are a million shortcomings, and it's only about to get better. But I think it opens up the floodgates to more inclusivity in every sense, not only geographic, but also, I mean, by background and by capacity. So I think just normalizing remote work has been a huge shift and an improvement given the current condition. A session like today, I mean, this would not have been normal a year ago. It would have happened a year ago, of course, but it wouldn't have had the same draw as it does now when this is the default.
Agree.
Yeah, I would put it in the context of, when I kicked off my talk about the 20-year time changes, how big things change in the world in sort of unexpected ways, and I put the pandemic in that category. This was not something we necessarily were thinking about. I'm sure there were people that were thinking about it, but as a society, it was kind of a big surprise. And just think how resilient we've been over the last year. We have gone on. The world didn't end, and new things have happened, as you just pointed out. Things like this, and when I go go downstairs at the end of a day. My wife asks me where I traveled today, and I tell her I've been to Rome, I've been to DC, and it's great. So hopefully you hang on to the best parts of that.
Michael, did you want to weigh on that? You're on mute.
Sorry. I was going to point back to Dr. Mosier. He hosted an event back in May last year. So the virus was just kind of like, people were getting really worried about it. And it was supposed to be a in-person event in Albuquerque. And instead, we took the risk of trying to do this, a 3-day workshop, digitally. And I was hugely skeptical of that. Like, I was almost not going to attend. And it turned out to be great. And hats off to him and the rest of his team. And we had Casey Durad, who hosted that event at Blue Marble last month. So, had they not kind of pioneered some of this, I don't know that Blue Marble Week would have happened, right? Because it was the experience of that made me think, oh yeah, maybe this can happen. And that's the conversation that Tim and I had. So, I mean, in a sense, that meeting led to this meeting, and that meeting happened only because of the pandemic. So I think you can't put the genie back in the bottle. We are going to continue doing hybrids of this. I think the digital component is part of whatever happens next. Tim and the team at the Foundation for the Future are talking about in-person Blue Marble events very soon, hopefully, fingers crossed. And I think that's absolutely necessary, but we are going to continue doing, I believe we are going to continue doing telepresence forever from this moment forward. Like, this has become so normalized.
Yeah, it really is an example of temporary living in a harsh environment. So Dr. Ong, would you like to finish us out here?
Yeah, I did actually find a couple of photos here that I wanted to share, and it was to add to what Dr. Mosier was sharing about a single operator becoming commander in the field. I just wanted to show you a creative equivalent of that. So on one side is something I put together with Lego, a trick I learned from Liveport, that when you want to build something very, very complex. Can you see my screen, or is it not showing up? Yeah. So when you're building something, come to build out of Lego first. And I just did kind of the proportions. On the right, you see a very, very complex half aircraft cabin. That was done with all the foam parts being cut by a CNC hot wire robot, and all the milling being done by a smaller CNC foam milling machine, and all the MDF being cut by a 5-axis robot with an artist of one. It took days for the machines to finish their manufacturing, but it took me about 5 hours to put this massive whole rig together to run a few experiments in. The very exciting space feature you were talking about with like Star Trek replicators and all that, you are very right. We're living in it now. It is coming. We still require like some expertise. You have to learn some programming and some CADing and things to operate this machinery. But we're getting so close every day where we can dial in parameters and the best martini in the world arrives.
Dr. Ong and Dr. Mosier, thank you so much. Mr. Lane, Mr. Zappa, it's been enlightening. Really appreciate everyone's contribution. And now my understanding is that our fearless leader, Tim Chrisman, intelligence officer with CIA and at the Pentagon and with the Army, will close us out for the day, and I will hand the screen over to him. Thank you so much. I'm not sure if Tim is having some connection problems, or what? I'll give him just a little moment here. And Lila, feel free to step in for Tim if you'd like. All right, well, I then will close it out here. Let me just get back up to, just to review. This has been Blue Marble Week, which is a monthly conversation about space infrastructure development. It's organized and produced by the Foundation for the Future. And the Foundation for the Future is dedicated to the creation of a public-private partnership for space infrastructure development. And that would happen through the Space Act of 2021. To support this cause, or to become a greater part of that conversation, or to sponsor Blue Marble Week as a conference, please visit our website at www.f4f.space. That's the number 4. And very much appreciate everyone who participated here on the Google Meet, as well as on our various live stream platforms. Thank you very much, and we can end the call.
Bye, all. Thank you.